Hello and welcome to the Czech Republic, to the city of Brno, the second largest in the Czech Republic. And we are here for the last race weekend of the International Endurance Series. Here at the Automotodrome Brno, the Epilog has become a 24-hour encounter. So cars on the grid for the Epilog, the last race of the International Endurance Series powered by Hankook. And this fabulous undulating parkland circuit is a great playground for cars of all types. And that is great news because we have got cars of all types down on our grid. And in among them is our reporter, Nick Damon.
Good morning, everybody. Good evening, Martin. Good morning, the people of motors and the listeners of RadioLeMans.com. Welcome to the grid at Brno for the 24 hours. A very pleasant, even pleasantly warm autumn afternoon, still the morning. And this is the car on pole, the 963 Lamborghini, and one of the drivers is Rolf Inaiken. Rolf, are you as surprised as we are to find this car on pole?
No, we are not. No, it's we are here for we always give our best, and we are here for winning. And we're working very hard for this. The whole team is working very hard for this, and yeah, we were quite surprised. And in the end, that we get on pole for sure. It's not championship is high. All the other cars that are around us are very, very good equipped, and we'll see. It's going to be a long race, so it's just the first step. But now we have to stay calm and looking forward to have a safe and good race.
I see your helmet's on the car, so I take it you're starting. What are the tactics starting from the front with a clear track?
The tactic is to stay in front after the first corner. This is what we try to do, and we'll see if it's working or not.
And young Andrea Caldarelli, who took the pole spot, he's a bit of a find, isn't he? Where'd you get him from?
He's really, really good. He's driving in Asia, in Japan, in the GT500 with these GT cars, and he's really, really fast. And as you saw yesterday, the lap time he did was really great.
Well, thank you very much. Now we move across the other side. It's the home team favourite. It's the Ferrari of Scuderia Praha, but it's a Ferrari 488. The first time we've seen a 488 at the time. And I'm going to talk to the world's most unreliable correspondent, Tom Onslow-Cole, who has constantly given us the wrong information so far this event. Tom, first of all, who's starting?
I am.
So who's it really?
No, Peter Cox will start the race, and I think I'm in third, but who knows? Who knows? It could be second, it could be fourth.
The ambience a bit warmer. It's a bit nicer today. Actually, it's a lot nicer today. How is that affecting the issues you were having getting the tyres working? Do you know? Do you think you get closer in that perfect circle?
I don't know specifically because it's not tried, but I think from the gantry back there we can see the track temperatures up to 11 degrees, so that is better than yesterday. The sun is coming through the cloud a little with a bit of wishful thinking, so these can only be positives, we hope, for us. I think we'll be quite quick at the start for sure, but race pace we'll see. What was strange is actually in the night practice last night, the car actually felt good. We had a good grip level, even though it dropped a little bit. So you know, we're learning as we go, or at least I am. So we'll see how we get on.
Tom, thank you very much. Now, being good in the night is a good thing because there's only 10 minutes less darkness here than there was in Dubai back in January, and this darkness will be significantly chillier darkness. Now, behind this is the 444, which is another Ferrari from Scuderia Praha, but in a slightly different class. So third place in the A6 goes to the Precurt Herbert 911 in 911, who of course have won the last two races, but also are currently not appearing with their drive. Oh, is that a Renault? Hang on. I think I can see a Renault. Not sure. Is it a Renault? It is. Sorry, young man. Now, I'm going to have to ask you, which one are you?
I'm Alfred.
Thanks, Alfred. They are identical twins, by the way. Alfred, so third place. How is the car going in these very different conditions to Barcelona a few weeks ago when it was, what, 25 degrees warmer?
I think the car will be very good over the distance. We had a little bit unlucky yesterday in the qualifying with traffic, but the third position is not bad for starting this race.
Now, we heard that you may actually only run the first 12 hours. Is that right, or are you going to run the full 24?
we're not sure at this moment. We think from hour to hour and see how it works, and then we make a decision.
Thank you, Albert. Now, the reason the decision has to be made is uniquely, despite this being a 24-hour race, the actual results for the championship are called at 12 hours. That's because originally it was in the calendar as a 12-hour race, and you can't change these things in the FIA, but the trophies for the race are awarded at 24. So now, moving round, we see one of the many exciting KTMs that have been doing particularly well. This is the very fast KTM. There's a home track. Thomas Enger not appearing at the moment of this thing. So the KTM they're running, I think, starting in 6th on the grid. Crazy looking things, as Martin Haven looks to say. They look like Darth Vader's escaper, and as if by magic, Thomas Enger turns up. Thomas, 2:43, very, very quick. Where can it finish overall?
Reliability will be key of car, of the drivers, of everybody around. We have to have a luck, but we know the car is performing really well. We've seen it in free practice and in qualifying. We're standing in 3rd row, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be difficult for everybody because of the cold conditions. The dark will be more than 12 hours, so really challenging conditions. Hopefully it won't be raining, but I hope you know, we can finish well up. I just wanted to say something in Czech. Zdravím Maju a malého Jonáška, myslím na vás a už se na vás těším. Ahoj.
I hope that was clean. On a serious note, the car in its race format here is over a ton. It's about 1,050, 1,080 kilograms. How much weight have you added to this super lightweight car to actually make it able to compete in this class?
The homologation weight for GT4 class, which is SP3, is 1,025 kilos. We are starting in SP2 class, where there is no weight, let's say, homologation or weight limit. It all depends on BOP, how big fuel tank you want to have, how much you want to refuel, how fast you want to go per lap. That weight you have to have in car. We've chosen the lightest option with a little bit more fuel during the pit stop, and our stints, our lap time will be the average of lap time of all the SP2 cars. So it is all combination. I mean, it doesn't matter how fast you are. It all matters that you stay on track as long as possible.
Thank you, Thomas. And it's very important to stay on track here, because I'm sure the boys will tell you Brands Hatch track limits apply. So one wheel over, you're in trouble. Okay, across the other side of the grid, there is another of the RTR Project's KTMs, and now we move into the first of the 911 classes. And if I just try and attack from behind, it's Charles Espinosa. Charles, difficult session yesterday with some half-shaft problems, but the car healthy and ready to go?
Absolutely, the MRS guys did a fantastic job. Got everything buttoned up. We're pretty confident today and look for a good run.
And what are your aims for the event? Is it just a class win, or do you think because of the lower number of entries you could actually make an overall podium?
We've had that conversation. It's obviously possible. The car's quick enough, and with reliability, and obviously with not so many upper class cars, it's possible. You know, we're gonna run our race and see what happens there towards the end. But yeah, it's always a possibility. So we'll try.
I remember chatting to your team in Barcelona, and you're going, "This isn't hot. We're from Florida." Is this chilly now you're in Brno?
I'm from Florida. This is very cold. I've been texting my fiance Jessie. She's in Florida, and I'm just like, it's so cold here. So it's my first of the season getting back to cold again. So yeah, my blood's a little thin, so I'm obviously trying to stay warm. But it's been really nice weather, and the people are very nice here in Brno, and we love coming here. So it's a warming feeling, but the weather's a little chilly.
What a great way of putting it. Thanks, Charles. Good luck, mate. Thanks a lot. Okay, so we now get a bit further back, and we find the fantastic number 10 Hoffman, almost conveniently, almost waiting to be spoken to. Here is Kenneth Hoyer. Kenneth, I spoke to your teammate Christian yesterday, and he was almost a sad farewell to the SLS, because it's your last race. It's been a sort of an ever-present, you and this car in Creventic. Are you sad to start for the last time in this machine?
Yeah, for sure. It's a long history. This chassis has every race finished on the podium, so it's a traditional thing to do it as well here. So yeah, the ambition is finishing the race. I think we have a little bit special situation here because of the weather conditions. It will be very, very, very cold in the night. Yeah, it's a 24-hour race instead of the fact that we don't have 25 cars or something like that this time, like in Dubai or so. We have to finish first, and yeah, we will see.
You got a bit of a break overnight. The reference time was changed from a 2:07 to a 2:06. The reason you're all the way back here is because you actually did your reference time in qualifying and no one else bothered. I mean, is that key, the fact you can get an extra second a lap? And can all the drivers actually do a 2:06?
Yeah, that's the question. I think Christian and me, we never have a problem to do this. The other three, it's sometimes depending on the race conditions itself. How you come into the race. Chantal, I think over the last 2 years, she gets better and better each weekend. And in her second stint, I think we will have, they are very close to the 2:06. And for us, it's easy. The 2:07 was really a bit too slow because normally we gain when we have no problems 1 to 2 rounds to the pro cars. And with the 2:07, it was only 1 round. So even for us, would be the decision to do the pro. So a 2:06 helps a bit. And yeah, we will see. It's a 24-hour race. I think we will more discuss about problems of cars and little issues later on than on the really space.
And the Brno track, is that one you like here?
Yeah, really. So we have really fast corners. You need a little bit bolts. So it's an older track. It's a MotoGP track. So we have flat curbs and you can go flat everywhere. So I'm very happy to do this.
Well, Kenneth Heyer likes the Brno track. Let's take a closer look with Martin Haven.
Thank you, fellas. Well, this is the modern motorcycle and car racing track. Over 5 kilometers, so 3.5 miles. Flat uphill section along the straight, down through turn 1 and turn 2. And then you plunge down this scenic valley. Big braking at the end of the straight down to turn 5. It's important then to set yourself up for the next sequence of corners. 5 to 6 double right-hander, and then 8 and 9. 9 being the critical exit, as you then start over a brow and back downhill into turn 10. And from then you climb back out of the valley. Once more, the exit of 10 gives you speed up into the 11-12 chicane, and then a long uphill climb to turns 13 and 14 to end the lap. And again, compromise in 13 for a good exit on 14 down the long start-finish straight.
And back here on the grid, we've got as far as about 11th position, and back on the grid now with the 11th place car. It's the car collection, and I think the tallest man in the race, it's Elmer Grimm. Elmer, a bit further back than you'd expect, behind a number of cars of lower classes. Was there a problem in qualifying?
We are driving in the EM Pro, and so we only, I think, 2 minutes 7 seconds it's allowed, so we are not so fast. And we will look to the race, and then I think it's possible to catch them.
So what are your plans then? What's the team going to do in the first few minutes? You going to try and get past these slower cars quickly?
Yes. We have to pass the car, and then I think we go now 2 minutes and 6 seconds. It's possible with the car, and so we have to do it over the time.
Thank you very much. We're going to move one further forward, which is the car, the 62, the 911 class, the Rindersbacher car. And let's have a quick word with, sorry, I don't know your first name. It's
Nico.
Nico. I should have guessed that. I'm Nicholas Nico, it should be. Nico, you've got 2 cars here, 62 and 63. Is it really just about beating the other car?
Not really. It's I'm looking forward to a good team result. That's important for us, for the team. But of course, it's a big challenge to fight each other, but it's not primary. So, yeah.
And have you raced at Brno before?
No, I didn't. But I really like this track. It's difficult, but I like it, and I'm looking forward to the race.
Now, I can see you've got an F4 Italian Championship. That's very different from this. Have you done endurance racing, 24-hour racing before?
Yeah, this is my 4th 24 hours race, so I'm now a bit experienced, but sure, I'm still new, but I made good experiences, and I hope that this day will be a good one for us.
Hope so too. Thanks, Nico. So there, he looks about 9. He's done 4 24-hour races. Fantastic. Where did my career go wrong? Okay, so this is the second of the MSG cars. I don't know if any of the MSG car drivers can speak to me. I don't know. I'll just grab a word. Hello, sir. Are you a driver?
Yeah, I'm driver. Maybe.
I don't know. You might just like wearing the outfit. I don't know. But you see, I can't see the belt. So which of the drivers are you?
Pardon?
Which of the drivers are you?
I don't. One more, slowly, please, slowly.
Okay. What's your name?
Robert Swinger.
Ah, Robert. Fantastic. Robert, do you have a lot of experience racing at Brno?
Yeah, from the last time, yeah. But from this year, no. I am driving on Nürburgring this time.
Well, Nürburgring is a good test for any track.
Yeah, I think so.
Thanks, man. There we are. See, should have started with the simple, what is your name, rather than being complicated about things. Porsche Lorient, here, we go through these Porsches, so we can meander back down as we get to the end of the grid, go through a cart of the BMWs and the VDS, the Mark VDS car. This is an interesting conundrum for people here. And if you look at these drivers, they're all obviously drivers, but they've all got their belt area covered, so you can't quite tell which driver it is. And so I'm going to gamble that this particular driver... Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yes, hello, excuse me. Which of the team are you?
Gregory Pez.
Gregory, tell us a bit about this car. Tell us how it's going this weekend.
It's a beautiful weekend. I think really it's a good weekend, and we'll drive with Riyadh, and it's a go. It's okay.
And the car, it handles well. It's a nice car.
Nice car.
Brilliant. Thanks, Gregory. Fantastic. There we are. I'm doing quite well with this guess which is the driver because he's wearing overalls. That's always a good way. This is the best paint job by a country mile. There can have nothing better than the car that is both purple with yellow electric things, flashes. That's the one. And as we come back now to the SP3 and the SP2s, we've got a couple of the cars which would normally be seen in the TCR class. There's someone we can talk to. Let's have a quick word with Ivo. Ivo, I know who Ivo is, and he can speak English as well, so it's a good start. Ivo, in with the SP3s. Is this car SP3 speed, or are you losing a bit each lap?
Well, we think we will lose a little bit on the lap times, but we might be able to drive a little bit longer, so we still will go for the podium, of course.
We were watching in qualifying, and your son, Rick, off he went, set a great time. Off went Dad and spun it. What happened?
Yeah, that's a frustration from a dad trying to be faster than his son, and I think I have to accept it's not possible anymore. I thought I was doing everything right, and then the car came and I couldn't hold anymore, so I spun, yes.
I mean, we're talking about Rick's career is really taking off now. I mean, do you think we'll be seeing him in Creventic races in the future, or are you now looking at placing him in different events?
Well, next week, for example, he will drive the LMP3s in the Estoril, and of course he's now selected for Lamborghini for a young driver program, and we will see what happens from there. But still, he likes to enjoy also the endurance races, the 24-hour races as well, and I think there's a good base to start and to gain some experience.
Brilliant, thanks. That's Ivo Brukas from the 21st place 303 TCR car, but now SP3. Right at the back of the grid is the 99 machine. That is the Kuma Gannon Drinkwater Gannon K Honda, and I'm going to grab a driver who's randomly wearing overalls. Yeah. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. Yeah. No, ready. So. Just shame there's not so many cars in our class, but yeah, we're here, so yeah, car's going well. A few little issues, but
you had a troubled run in Barcelona. That's a polite way of putting it. Have you now thrashed out those teething troubles?
Yeah, we've sorted them out, but we've still got a couple of little other issues, but it won't affect the race. So yeah.
As you say, not as many people in the class as you want. Does that actually affect the way you approach a 24-hour race, though?
So. It'd probably be better if there's lots more cars, as you know, so it's better viewing for everyone, and it's better for the racing. So.
Ricky, best of luck. Thanks very much, indeed. So that's Ricky Kuma from the 99 car. Now, already we're running out of drivers because they're getting in the cars. As you can see, they're all suited in blue. This is the fabulous one of those Bob Motorsport cars. And as we walk forward, they might be able to find some more victims. It's possible. It's just a case of looking to... Oh, yes, we've got the warning. I think, actually, what the best thing to do now is, because we are being asked to leave the grid and the drivers are all suited and booted, is to hand back to Martin and Johnny in the studio.
Well, thank you very much indeed down on the grid there, Nick Damon. And welcome back to Johnny, Martin and Paul upstairs in the booth in the nice, warm, dry commentary position overlooking the finish line. So we've got the Marshall's finishing tower, or the flag tower, right in front of our windows and ready for this 24-hour race to get underway. It'll start with 2 formation laps, and as the cars roll around the first lap, they'll be allowed to weave to warm their tyres. And in fact, for a first time this weekend, tyre warmers have been allowed. Track temperature will be in single digits. I can't actually see the gantry from here because it is parallel to us. I can't imagine track temperature much more than 9 degrees, maybe 10. There was a little bit of sunshine early on, but the clouds have sort of obscured that. Plenty of fans in the grandstand by the finish line as well. As you see, we're into the final 2 minutes, grid being cleared before we roll up away from the grid here. So 11 degrees of track temperature, 9 degrees of air temperature. Sun has had a marginal effect on track temperatures, but certainly the warm-up of the tyres on the first lap is going to be really important, and they'll be working the brakes and the throttle hard against each other to build heat in the brakes, which then transfers into the wheel rims, which then helps to keep some heat in the tyres. So a good chance to take a look at the cars ranged out in front of us. The green Grasser Racing Lamborghini, our pole sitter, and the red Scuderia Praha Ferrari 488. And that is the one that the crowd certainly will be hoping has a very good run. So we are almost ready for the cars to roll off. Final engines being started as mechanics leave the grid. Safety car, the leading car as it is, ready to take the field away. Grasser Racing Lamborghini being started by Ralph Eichen, and alongside him Peter Cox, the starting driver. And those guys were both the ones that set the fast lap times for the Lamborghini and the Ferrari. Well, let's introduce our team. Paul Trustwell behind me, hand on my shoulder. Paul, if I fade you up, that makes life a lot easier.
Yeah, only to say, of course, that Scuderia Praha, winners of this race last year when it was a 12-hour race with a 458 Ferrari, the car having started last year's race from pole position, Peter Cox starting on the outside of the front row this time, and not as quick this 488 as the 458 went last year. So it'll be interesting in the early laps, and just keeping a weather eye on them, because you've got Peter Cox, Rolf Eichen, Ralph Bone in the 3 leading cars, Lamborghini, Ferrari and Porsche. But they are going to have to remember it's a 24-hour race and not get too bogged down in a race at the beginning of the race itself. A problem, I think, for Thomas Enger back on the 3rd row of the grid there with the True Racing crossbow.
Yeah, looks like the car has been fired, the lid being slammed down. The whole of the roof of the car basically comes up on rams to allow ingress and egress, and the roof was slammed down. So the engines are all started, no yellow flags being waved, green flag waves. We are ready for the first of our 2 formation laps, and the intention is for the rolling start to be at midday. Alongside me as well, pressing his button. Yes, you're on. Johnny Palmer. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Martin. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, the car's obviously now leaving the grid. Great sound they make with the various different engine positions and CC. The KTM's underway as well, and we're going to be interested to look back towards the SP2 and SP3 leaders. There are only 3 A3 cars here this weekend, but nevertheless the smaller machines are well represented. And Paul and I were talking prior to the off, just to say that the variety within the A6 class, the GT3 class, is certainly there, even if we don't have the full numbers that we have enjoyed at other Creventic events. But the fact that we've got a Lamborghini up against a Ferrari and a Porsche, another Ferrari, the 444 car, the variety is certainly there, and it all depends on, I suppose, how they can turn these cars around quickly in the pits. And you could argue that Precoat Herbert Motorsport are due a bad round, having had 3 events where they've been unstoppable and just trolled round with no problems at all.
Cars being led around this scenic Brno circuit as they run down the hill towards the lower part of the track on the first of 2 formation laps, ready for the Epilog Brno, the final round of the International Endurance Championship, with live coverage from start to finish. Thanks for joining us wherever you are. Midday here, fast approaching in central Czech Republic, as we are ready for the start of this extended final round of the championship, originally scheduled as a 12-hour race, and points will be awarded, all points will be awarded at the 12-hour mark, but the race extended to 24 hours. So here's a look at our grid. First position, Ralf Eichen in the Grasser Racing Lamborghini ahead of Scuderia Praha's Ferrari. Precoat Herbert Porsche on a hat-trick, lining up third. RPD in fourth place with the Ferrari 458. Thomas Enger fifth in the KTM Crossbow. In fact, it's an all KTM row 3 with the RTR Projects Crossbow alongside. Then LMS, they are the Audi R8. Peter Terting starts that ahead of Charles Espenlaub, who's in the MRS Porsche. Another Porsche in 9th place. That's MSG's championship position challenging car. And Hofer Racing qualifying in 10th position on a 2-minute 7 lap, which they imagined they were going to have to match in the race. In fact, their benchmark will be no faster than a 2-minute 5 lap, so their pace will improve. Car Collection and MSG Motorsport with Audi and Porsche on row 6 of the grid. And then the Estonian EST1 team, they line up 13th with their Porsche, second in the 991 class, ahead of Porsche Lorient Racing, whose 911 is in the SP2 class. We have 26 starters with RKC, TGM and Bonk Motorsport on the final row of the grid. Bonk Motorsport's other car lost its engine on the outlap at the beginning of free practice yesterday afternoon. So unfortunately they're down to one of their 235i BMWs, and that you can see coming through towards the end of the field. First of 2 formation laps completed. That was essentially to get heat into the tyres, and now the idea is for them to retrieve themselves back into grid formation. So 2 by 2 as they head around on this second lap. Robertson R44 overhead, either producing pictures or getting a jolly good look at the Brno circuit. Brno, one of the industrial powerhouses of the Czech Republic over the years, second biggest city. And this track was opened in 1986 to replace the then defunct, but only recently defunct, and frankly extraordinarily scary road circuit that existed before that. 111 comes down pit road.
131.
131 rather comes down pit road. That's the TTC racing car. We heard from Daniel Schillinger on the grid, so I'm not quite sure what's up with that. TCR class Seat Leon, the 2 TCR class cars in among the SP3 cars as well. So they are with a bunch of similar, although scoring points in a different class kind of cars. So now the field will start to form up. Lamborghini and Ferrari row 1, Porsche and Ferrari row 2, KTM's on row 3. And for the eager beavers among you, Thomas Enger will be the one that's in front and also has got more orange on top of its black colour scheme. So the leading car brings them round. Well, let's take a look at briefly what happened yesterday. We had a free practice session. We had qualifying for both our faster and our slower groups of cars, and then a nighttime practice as well. So everybody had a chance to go out in their respective groups and qualify. 45 minutes for each of them. And in the touring car classes, even though there were 10 cars on 5 kilometers and they had 45 minutes, there was a couple of clashes there as well. We saw a variety of different setups run during qualifying by the teams. And then nighttime practice essential to get your drivers qualified for the race in terms of being allowed to drive at night. I think everybody got all their drivers with their 2 laps in, so there are no major dramas as we go into the start of this race. It will be over 12 hours of near pitch black, so the drivers need their darkness vision as well. On board the Lamborghini Huracan of Ralf Eichen. This is the pole-sitting Grasser Lamborghini. And alongside him, just to his left-hand side, will be Peter Cox in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Now, for the first time this season, Scuderia Praha abandoning the older 458 and going with the brand new 488. And that may well have a very germane effect on their pace, and who knows, possibly also their reliability. They've been reticent about introducing it. If you're going to bring the new toy, bringing it to your home race perhaps is the ideal place to do it when you've got no more races of the season to worry about. Red lights are on, 24 hours are in front of us. It is 30 seconds after midday here in Brno, and we go green. The race is underway, and immediately Peter Cox challenging for the lead in the race. He's got the Ferrari in front of the Lamborghini, and Ralph and Eichen would do well not to challenge that as they dive down into turn one. Prickett Herbert Motorsport in third. Fourth place is the RPD Racing Ferrari, and Thomas Enger, true to form, has got the True Racing KTM up into fifth position. So our race leader already is the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and Peter Cox under pressure from Ralph and Eichen down the inside into turn three, and this is sort of like turn four in Hungary. You get a good run down the inside, but then it goes away with you at turn four, and so the Ferrari held his nerve and his position. Everybody else sweeping through, looks like no major dramas. Lamborghini has an unfettered view in front, so in fact, although Cox had the inside line, he lost the lead into turn five and retakes it at the bottom of the hill. Double right-hander, so he sweeps through from 5 to 6, and then down into the left-handed turn 7, still gradually dropping down towards the bottom of the valley. The Prickett Herbert Porsche right with them. Top three have jumped away from the rest of the field. Johnny, sort of how we expected, because these three car driver combinations are really going to be our front runners pretty much all the way through.
Yeah, these are the GT3 cars, the A6 cars. Elmar Grimm starting the number 34 car collection Audi, but that's currently in 9th position, having started 4th in the class. But yeah, we expect potentially a 24-hour race between all three of these cars. And if they can stay on the same lap, this could be fabulous entertainment, I think. Peter Cox, we know all about his pace, particularly in Ferraris of late. And the 488, he's got his head around very quickly indeed. Rolf Eichen, a chance to certainly draw alongside the Ferrari between turns 3 and 4, but neither of these guys are going to do anything stupid. And Robert Renauer in the 911 numbered Porsche, running there in third position for Prickett Herbert Motorsport. Just seeing the distance there, working his way through in the number 10 Mercedes, the Hoffer racing car.
Yeah, Christian Frankenhout has come up from, where was he, 10th on the grid, 11th on the grid, and they were that far back, as he explained to Nick on the grid, because they were expecting to have to run no faster than a 2:07 in the race, so they didn't go any faster than 2:07 in qualifying, whereas everybody else went hell for leather, so they were artificially a long way back and already up into 4th place. An interesting little stat, which I'm not sure that Paul was aware of. They were telling us that that car has finished on the podium every single time it's raced, so they want to keep that run of form alive.
Certainly in the A6 AM class it has, not necessarily in the overall positions. But certainly Robert Renauer in the Porsche, I don't think he's ever been that close to the leader at the end of the opening lap ever before. In the Prickett Herbert Porsche, we've been used to that kind of holding back in the early stages, but he's right up there, and as you said, Johnny, nibbling at the big rear wing of that Lamborghini as they were going through the opening lap. The three of them, the Ferrari, the Lamborghini and the Porsche, leading the race. Those are the only three cars unfettered, unencumbered by a minimum reference lap time. Christian Frankenhout and Elmar Grimm in 4th and 5th places, Mercedes and Audi respectively. They are going to have to restrict themselves to 2 minutes 6 or greater. They're not allowed to go underneath that 2 minutes 6. That's been a late change. It was a 2 minutes 7, but last minute meetings held with the race director, they've been allowed their minimum reference lap time down to a 2 minutes 6, and over the course of the race that could serve them in very good stead indeed. Well, obviously the three fastest ones though are going to be going a lot quicker than that, certainly in these early stages, and of course with relatively few, 26 cars on the grid, it's going to take a little while before we start getting some of the lapping happening, which is going to again keep them free and unencumbered for a lot longer of this race.
Although in parish notices, Paul did note that the 131 Seat Leon has left the pit lane, or did leave the pit lane after coming at the end of the formation lap, so they'll catch him artificially early. Peter Cox leads across the line. Ralph Eichen in 2nd place, Robert Renauer 3rd, Christian Frankenhout up to 4th. Worth pointing out also that Elmar Grimm in the car collection Audi is now in 5th position. position. He's about half the length of the straight behind Hofer Racing's Christian Frankenhout. And there's Carpaccio's Ferrari that started in 4th place, the 444 car, still leading in SP2, but down to 6th position behind our 5 A6 cars. So the A6 cars, the GT3 machinery, they have taken the top 5 positions at the end of lap 2. Little replay of the start, courtesy of Rick Breukers. Is this a replay of the start? No, this is live, actually. Breukers behind a battle for position with some very elderly BMW M3 and a new BMW on the inside. Let's take a look again at the start of the race with Ralph van Eycken and Peter Cox. Peter Cox got a very good rolling start, obviously had the turbo well wound up on the Ferrari, got his nose in front down into turn 1. Lead changed no less than 4 or 5 times during the course of the opening lap. Everybody being very clever and or careful into turn 1, and I should think the organisers and the fans, as well as the teams themselves, very happy for that. Peter Cox with a clear view of the track in front of him. He ended up at the end of lap 1 in front of Ralph van Eycken and leads by 1.6 seconds. Fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 2.1, and the fastest lap in free practice was right around there. They only got down into the 2-minute zeros in qualifying. So Cox with a full tank of fuel and a fresh set of tyres. Good visibility as well, and you can see how the way as he works the steering wheel, the way the car riding the curbs on the exit of turn 11 and 12, Johnny, is just unsettling the Ferrari, and that sort of uphill chicaney bit, really crucial to lap time. You can give away so much time there if you just get it a bit wrong.
Yeah, but Peter Cox, very good exit out of that final corner to head across the line and probably extend his lead. It was 1.6 seconds. No, it's 1.4 now, so brought down a little bit by Ralph van Eycken. I noticed a potential lead change in SP2 with Luis Carpaccio under pressure from Thomas Enger, and I reckon Enger is through now in the 243 car. That to be confirmed at the end of this lap. Looking back then to 6th position in the race, and Enger is indeed ahead of Luis Carpaccio. So a lead change in SP2, and that means the 444 numbered Ferrari 458, the challenge car, slips to 2nd within that class. Peter Terting still 3rd in a very smart looking Audi TTRS2 from LMS Engineering.
Yeah, it's a great looking combination. There's a KTM versus Ferrari versus Audi TT, so very different shaped cars, completely different layouts and everything, and yet the way that they balance everything here works extremely well. As Thomas Enger was saying on the grid, basically you sort of choose a pile of components and or penalties and mix them together to suit your car and your driving style best, which is a great way of going racing. You combine apples, oranges, pears, bananas, pineapples, and they're all in the same class. It's a very nicely, what's the word I'm looking for, organic way of balancing things. So Peter Cox flashing the headlights on lap 3, Paul.
Yeah,
so going to be a long time before they get into traffic. So there's clearly the 131 is in front, not too close in front of him, but he wants to make sure that the Seat driver knows that he is coming.
And there is a full sector between the 131 and the next car up, the 25th place car, the 99 car. So there's a little way yet for Peter Cox to go. One thing that we perhaps ought to mention at this stage was the number of track limit infringements which were penalised yesterday during qualifying. At least 6 laps were deleted from the official qualifying times because of track limit infringements during the race. Now, the race director has said, look, he realises that it's difficult to police and it's difficult to be consistent, but that's going to be his endeavour. So you really are going to have to look and make sure that you don't overstep the mark on track limits.
We saw Peter Cox neatly scything through the back marker Seat into turn 13. He caught it at just about the right place. Battle for second shaping up because Robert Renard in the Porsche was all over Ralph van Eycken into the first corner. 4th place Christian Frankenhout. What's he lapping at? 206.6, so he can go quicker, but Renard in front of him, 202.6 last time round compared to Ralph van Eycken's 203.2.
And what Johnny said a moment ago is absolutely right about Thomas Enger taking over the lead of the SP2 class, but also Charles Espenlaub in the Porsche, the leading 991 car, has gone through ahead of Scarpaccio as well now in the Ferrari. And it looked to me, I just watched them as they came past the front straight here, that the 444 Ferrari might have a little bit of a problem. It just didn't seem to be quite on the pace of the others. Keep an eye on that 444 Ferrari challenge.
Trouble for Peter Terting as well in the LMS Engineering Audi. He lost a couple of spots on the last lap to Charles Espenlaub and Nico Rindlisbacher in their Porsches. So those two 991 cars went by the Audi TT-RS. Which still remains third in the SP2 class, but it's 4 or 5 places now behind its rivals Thomas Enger and Luis Scarpaccio. So we'll keep an eye on Scarpaccio's Ferrari, but that 488 should be better sorted, or well enough sorted at least. Gavin Pickering's been jumped on the last lap as well. The Speed Lover Porsche being passed by the CCS Racing KTM. The big question mark that hangs in the air over every KTM as it circulates here, though, is not its speed, not its ability, not its agility, but it's whether or not we'll see them on Sunday as opposed to only on Saturday. So for all the teams, that's a little bit of a question mark. They're not renowned 24-hour racers. The KTM in GT4 spec is a good sprint racer, but this isn't a sprint.
But the same could be said for a car that is in the Renault Sport Trophy, for instance, the Renault RS01, and that seems to have made the jump to longer distance racing very nicely indeed. I spoke to one of the teams that run it in the Renault Sport Trophy proper, and they do very little to that car to set it up for a 12-hour race, and it just seems to run and run. But you're quite right, 3 KTMs here. Well, the fact that we've got 3 suggests we might still have one on Sunday morning.
And the fastest of them is in fact just a development car for next year. This is a glorified test session. Big looping spin for the car collection Audi, number 34 car, and that will be why they lost ground. Elmar Grimm hasn't lost a spot though. He's still shown as being in 5th position.
That's in the final sector.
Oh, sorry, 5th, yeah.
Yeah.
Final sector cost him about 10 seconds.
So that's riding the curbs in 11 and 12, I think. That's what helps unsettle the car. Long entry into corner 1. We're riding on board in 15th place with the RTR Projects KTM Crossbow. And it's a long, really a little bit like Paddock Hill Bend, except you can see round it. Trying to find where you turn in can be very tricky in corner 1. Corner 3, somebody's had a big lock-up and is drifting off, and that again is the car collection Audi. Left rear puncture or smoke. Smoke coming out the back of the car. In fact, it wasn't a lock-up, it's billowing smoke. This could be a very early bath for the car collection team.
And one headlight as well on that car, so looking like there might actually be.
No, I think that's just a reflection of the sun. He's pulled off at turn 4,
code 60,
and that is going to be the end of the race for car collection, quite conceivably, because that amount of smoke early on can't be good news. And we have our first coast code there. Johnny, what have we got our first?
It's a code 60, Martin.
Thank you, Johnny.
I can't even say it now either. This is effectively a virtual safety car, a full course yellow, and the cars have to circulate at 60 kilometres per hour. Elmar Grimm very quickly out of the number 34 car collection motorsport machine.
And he is beckoning marshals to hurry to the scene. It's not an oil leak and smoke, it is fire and smoke, so it may be an oil leak actually. Somewhere oil often swirls around on the flat floor under tray of racing cars and then chooses something hot to ignite itself against. So code 60, and down the pit lane comes our second place car, Ralph and Eichen. Now then, Nick Damon in the pit lane. Nick, what do you know?
He's gone straight past, and I expect he's going to get some nice extra fuel. He can get half a tank, of course, during a code 60. Quick bit of housekeeping. The 131, the Seat TCR car running the SB3, came in because he'd had contact in the warm-up lap, and he'd hit the rear quarter panel and it was bending itself onto the tyre. So it was fixed with duct tape. So the first appearance of tank tape was actually before the race had started, which is fabulous. Just looking at the £4 lump hammer, off down to car collection to go and mop up their tears.
Oh dear, yes.
Yeah, so the Lamborghini looks like he's the only one who's taken the opportunity of fuel after only 5 laps, though.
Well, he can't get half a tank in unless they didn't fill the tank right to the brim at the very beginning, because he'll only get 5 laps worth.
Yeah, but even 5 laps worth is worth having. There's different amounts of refueling for the 3 leading protagonists.
first code 60 of the 24 hours of Brno. Life's too short to be slow, it says on the 444 Ferrari. I think we can all agree with that. Johnny, any?
No, I would absolutely.
Oh, come on, I baited that hook. You rail against the...
This is plenty fast enough for me, code 60.
I talked about this yesterday when we were having our code 60 practices, coming down the motorway to the airport at 50 miles an hour, average speed through a long section of speed limit, going, oh, this is just killingly slow. This is even slow. 60 k's, 40 miles an hour, and these are in cars that should be doing 260 k's at the top speed. Marshall, this might be a little bit before we get going again, because the marshals are trying to make sure that what oil there is down that's spilled out of the Audi is cleared up and mopped up as much as possible. Of course, during the daylight, you can see it, both as a marshal and as a driver. Once it gets dark, you don't. You just skate off into the barriers and think, I wonder what happened there then. We have had a second pit caller as well. MSG brought their Porsche in, MSG Motorsport. So again, Nino Figueiredo, you would think, going to top up with fuel. Elmar Grimm has got his helmet and his balaclava off, and the rescue workers are looking at the car. Looks like whatever fire there was is out. That hopefully may not be fatal. But again, running down into turn 3, lots of smoke from the back of the car. Elmar Grimm there at a very pedestrian pace and immediately just decided to pull off. Now, I'm not sure, the team won't have seen that because we didn't get that live shot, but he will obviously have had the dash lighting up like a Christmas tree, Johnny, and just gone, oh, okay, parking this.
I just wonder whether the spin he had before the blow-up was somehow related to that.
On his own oil, on his own tyres, might well be the case. It wasn't just fuel for MSG Motorsport. Nick Damon is down there. Good spotting, Nick.
Well, we ended up, I came from the very depressed car collection where they were putting gloves back into packages in the this is all over type of look about things, and then walked up and just, you said the 63, which you thought we just gave for some fuel, was stopped. They did a quick test and I think it wouldn't refire. Hence the reason they've now got the computer attached and they're trying to see what's going on. But another very early strange problem, but I assume it's got a misfire because they're trying to do that thing they normally do with cars, work out what's going on whilst having a man with his head in the boot going, why isn't that working? Is there a link? What's going on? It's a difficult one. I shall stay watching this, but it's not good to have a problem after just 5 laps, and hopefully they can get out soon.
First code 60 of the 24 hours of Brno, and the first 2 cars with problems. Code 60 is for Elmar Grimm and the car collection Audi. They can see the race director of the World Touring Car Championship, Merrick Bartos, down there supervising clear up. He's the assistant race director for this race, a man who comes from the Czech Republic. And our second casualty, the MSG Motorsport Porsche. They are trying to work out why it's not doing what it ought to do. Paul Truswell.
Yeah, just reflecting on this problem for the car collection Audi, which is off the track there. Under Creventic rules, the car can be brought back to the garage and possibly worked upon and possibly be able to get to the finish. I say that because thinking with championship hat on, which I don't like putting on this early in the race, but being because there is a championship at stake here, car collection are currently second in the championship, but are under the possibility of the Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche taking that second place away from them. So they do need to finish in order to get some points, and they will have to, if they do finish, get within 60% of the race winner's distance in order to be classified. So, 60%, that's not a huge amount. It's just over half. So they can spend 2, 3, 4, 5 hours possibly repairing the car, if it is repairable in that space of time, in order to collect the points. So car collection there, it seems to be all over, but don't be surprised at all if we don't see that car again at some point, if the car can get back and be repaired, and that obviously is a very, very big if, but the team, point I'm making, the team should be motivated to do so.
Yes, don't be surprised if we do see that car again.
Indeed.
As opposed to don't be surprised if we don't. Yes,
yeah, quite.
You were triple negativing then, and I slightly lost my way. Yeah, absolutely valid point. And as you say, there is a number of championship titles that are tied up, which goes some way to saying why we've got a slightly thinner entry than we had, say, for last year's 12 hours. But the ones that are still open are very much open, and absolutely is the case that in this form of racing, they will allow you to try, and they will help you to try and do anything you can to get your car to the end, because they realise that everybody here comes for a 24-hour race to try and race for 24 hours rather than to be eliminated in the first 24 minutes, or in this case, 14 minutes, yes, which is about as far as the car collection Audi went. So that's a very tough start for them and for MSG Motorsport. The good news for MSG Motorsport is that they have not actually lost more than one position so far in their class, because everybody else is taking 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go around per lap. Nick Damon is at MSG.
I am, and by sheer knowledge of what happens in the back of the engines, they're taking the alternator off. So it's electrical, they've undone the alternator. One thing you do see, and hopefully you can see with Sebastian, they're actually working on a race-prepared 911, not easy. It's like effectively trying to do surgery through a letterbox. And but they have unscrewed the alternator. They're also fiddling with the various ancillaries. So my summation is they think there's an issue with the power. They're also looking now a bit closer. Once again, it's missing one of its drive belts. And if you remember in Barcelona, we had a spate of cars throwing drive belts, which we put down to the temperatures. So it won't be that, but they are attempting. And in fact, you see here, Sebastian, right there. There is your replacement alternator. So I hadn't seen that. I guessed that from the unscrewing. Just goes to show that a good grounding in unreliable old cars makes you realise what's wrong with very reliable, very fast sports cars.
If your car only does 12 minutes between alternator changes, it's even more of an old male than you think it is. So I'm not sure that we can call that a reliable modern car yet. But yes, alternator change, and Nick's exactly right. The Achilles heel does seem to be the drive belt on the back of those 911. So MSG may have the issue in hand. On the other hand, we'll have to wait and see how that transpires for them. So cars continuing round under code 60, and that lap time under the code 60, 5 minutes 45 seconds, Paul, is kind of a salvation for anybody who comes into the pit lane with an issue during a code 60, because you get an awful long time to work at things before you even lose one lap.
Yes, and it's precisely why, for example, Rolf Ineichen decided to come in with the Lamborghini to top it up with fuel. Yes, only 5 litres of fuel were able to be put in, 5 laps worth of fuel, more than 5 litres, 5 laps worth of fuel were able to be put in, but it's worth having. The trick really is in doing it at a good time, because, for example, if it was obvious, and it may become more obvious, that this is going to be a longer session, it might be worth coming in a longer code 60, it might be worth coming in a little bit later in it. And then you can get more fuel in, although the amount of fuel that's used, obviously doing 60 kilometres an hour, isn't as much as it would be if you were a full race pace. So it's a difficult judgment call to make, but I'm interested that only the Lamborghini chose to come in at that point. So as I say, we'll see whether anybody else comes in on the next time around. We've already had 10 minutes of this session, in fact, we're in 11 minutes now of this code 60.
Lamborghini have out Precoat Herbert. Precoat Herbert being the team who come in without, I mean, that's the one thing I know about them. Without fail, they come in every code 60 and top off, and they have not come in. Team manager of car 11 being called to the race directors. That would be our race leader, Peter Cox. I'm guessing there may have been some track limity, infringement-y sort of stuff going on there. We're going to go green in the next minute, according to Paul's screen and not according to mine.
That's all right, you can rely on my screen, Martin.
I can, I don't normally look at it, I just happen to glance across. So flashing of headlights from Peter Cox. He's been told that we're about to go green. He's still got somebody in front of him then, so I'm not quite sure who that would be, because he got by the 131 Seat that was late out of the pit lane at the start of the race, late on parade. Speaking of which, Johnny has moved out. We're going to have a quick chat with Tom Onslow-Cole, I think, in a minute. We'll get the race back underway as the car collection Audi is being towed on the back roads. We go green once more.
I was going to say, we can see the green flag from out of the window. Yeah. So encouraging Martin to peer out of the window from time to time, rather than always...
Well, that's into the glare of the sunlight, which is very difficult. So we go back to green flag racing. Peter Cox leading for Scuderia Praha. The Precoat Herbert Porsche up to second with Robert Rennauer. Third place, Christian Frankenhout in the Hofer Racing Mercedes, and Ralph van Eycken in the Grasser Racing Lamborghini in fourth position. And traffic for Peter Cox now. It's this stage of the race where traffic becomes an issue for all the drivers in the faster cars, one of whom is with us, Tom Onslow-Cole. Tom, in daylight, not so much of an issue, but last night's darkness, it's properly black as your hat out there, isn't it?
Yeah, we joke about the different levels of darkness, but this is dark. It's like going out, you know, it's extra special. Spa is dark, you're in the middle of the woods there, but I think here is even worse. There's no ambient light at all, and with the cloud cover, there's no real moonlight either. It's definitely tricky at night.
Now, Barcelona's quite dark, but this sort of panorama of grandstands with lots of light on and so on throws a little bit extra. Does that actually help a driver?
In different sections, for sure. With Barcelona, with the last sector there, it's quite well lit. You get this glow from the pits and so on. Here, actually, I find the biggest distraction is photographers, spectators with their cars just driving. You can see some on the screen now, just behind the Armco.
Yeah.
And you see headlights facing you and brake lights. And it's
scary.
It can throw you when you come into one of the quick sections.
Yeah, headlights coming the other way at night in a race car are definitely not something you want, especially if you're just coming out of the pits. Now, what are the other challenges, you know, racing with so little visibility? What about car in front? Does his pool of light help you in any way?
Yeah, I think so. When in the Dubai, for instance, where the lighting is not too bad there, but when you have 100 cars on circuit, you're never on your own. So you almost have twice the headlight power all the time. I don't think it's going to help us hugely here because the grid is not quite so big and the track is a little more spread out. But for sure, you can use the car in front to pick out your apexes a bit earlier and so on.
Now, we talked a little bit during qualifying. We speculated rather than talk because we've got no idea what we're talking about. The translation between big front-engine GT, the cart in front of the horse, to something nimble and dainty and utterly, utterly different like the Ferrari. What are you having to do that's, let's say, not natural to what you've become accustomed to in the front-engine cars?
I think having done a few laps in it, you look in your driver's toolbox and go, right, okay, what do I need to make this work? And with a front-engine, with a rear-engine or mid-engine car with the Ferrari, it's all about trailing the brake and trying to keep the weight on the nose. Without that braking weight on the nose, the front can understeer a lot. So once you get used to that and you get your sort of braking points and your eye in around the circuit, it all comes to life. It's a very lively car.
Just saw a lurid flat in top turn 3 spin for Thomas Gannon in the Honda Civic. That team working in 23rd place, working with the car towards next year. They've got a couple of problems with that car. The brakes aren't where they want, and the throttle response, there's a pause 2-3 when you press the electronic throttle before anything happens. So they've got a bit of a software issue there. So, okay, you can deal with a dodgy throttle or dodgy brakes. Both, you sort of got neither. So that's obviously caught him out. So I mean, everything is sort of a different driving style. Every track you go to demands something different of the driver because it puts different demands on the car. So is it more or less of a learning experience you're having this weekend?
When you jump into a new car, at the race weekend, it's always a learning curve. But I've driven a lot of the modern GT3, so I'm jumping in and out of various cars a lot of times. So you just got to pick which tools work best, I think, is good, and then try and coax some information out of your teammates as well, which is, it's actually been very easy. I think with the 24-hour racing, you all want to be going as fast as possible, and egos are aside a little.
Well, the problem is, of course, that if you've got a driver who's new to the car, you want him up to speed with everybody else as quickly as possible. So you've actually got to force feed you information.
Yeah.
tip your head back and just pour it into you and hope that you absorb as much as possible. And what are the teams saying are the major differences of the 488 compared to the 458 that the RPD team are running?
Yeah, naively I thought that they would be quite similar, and I'd driven the 458 previously and instantly taken to it. But the 488 is a lot more aero dependent. It has a lot of aerodynamic grip, which suits this circuit actually because it is quite a medium and high speed circuit.
Yep.
It's with the BOP that we have, it's not so quick on the straights because the chassis is so good. So you have to really work this car to get the lap time out of it. You've got to be late on the brakes. You've got to trail all the way in and carry that minimum corner speed with the aero. So it's quite an attacking car to drive, which is exciting. It definitely keeps you on your toes.
Definitely. And does it mean that there's slightly less margin for error if you come across somebody who's going considerably slower than expected in the corners?
Yeah, this is the difficult part with it, I think, is going to be traffic, because if you hesitate on the brake and you don't trail all the way in and you don't commit, then you lose your front end and you can, you have quite bad understeer. So you have to really calculate that in and pay attention in the traffic. But so far so good for Peter. He seems to be getting through the traffic nicely.
Definitely. And was it a conscious decision by Scuderia Praha to keep the car, to use the more reliable car or the better known car, let's say, for the rest of the season, and only introduce this when they got to home? Or is just that the way that it's worked out, do you think?
I think taking a look back to Barcelona and their 458 car there, the pictures of I saw it didn't look so happy. So I think this was a necessity to go to the 488. Yeah, I think the team feel the 458 actually could be even quicker on a lap time just because of the BOP. Right. This is a new car to the championship, and I think wisely it's good to start off at a nice base and work upwards.
Absolutely so. Well, it's again, as you say, Paul.
Yeah. On the other hand, is there perhaps an increased reliability that the increased balance of performance gives you, because it's constraining the engine a little bit more and it's putting everything else under less strain, therefore, so you're more liable to have a reliable car? Yeah,
that's got to help, isn't it? I think when it's not when you're not running full bore, it's hopefully that is going to be a factor. The thing is, we were talking about it on the grid, these modern GT3 cars, they put up with a lot. It's a sprint every time you get in the car. Your decisions are not made in a sprint fashion, but actually lap time wise it's a sprint, and you can use the curbs and they really do absorb it well.
Now, we talked as well about the track temperature versus the tyre. Hankook have designed a tyre and a range of sizes which has to survive a modern high downforce GT car like the Ferrari, has to also deal with something with lower downforce like the KTM, much less weight. It's got to deal with Honda Civics and Volkswagens and BMWs and everything in between. And track temperatures between here, which is in single digits, and 40 plus, close to 50 degree track temperature. So how much tyre temperature have you got? I mean, is it yesterday when it was cloudy all day long, was there the grip that the team were expecting? Were you able to work with tyre pressures and cambers and stuff to get that tyre temperature up where you need it?
We're getting the pressure. We're definitely getting the pressures up on the tyre because because there is a lower surface temperature. The tyre is moving around a little bit more and generating the pressure. But we're definitely not seeing the temperatures that you would see, in Barcelona, in Dubai, and so on. But the tyre is still working. We just have a slightly lower grip level, but it's the same for everyone. And I think what's impressive with the Hankook tyre is it does work here. At the end of the year where it is very cold. We're definitely going to see single digits through the night. Yet you can take it to Barcelona, Paul Ricard, Dubai, and it works well there too. So I think it's covering all bases very well.
Looking here at the battle between the two JR Motorsport BMWs, this is not only for third and fourth in SP3, 17th and 18th place on the track, but it is also a championship battle. These two teams of cars, most of the drivers race against each other in the Supercar Challenge. They race with each other for JR Motorsport here in the International Endurance Series. It's car 103 that's behind that has I'm right off the top of my head, Paul, the championship advantage. I think they've got about a 7-point advantage with drop scores, but drifting out wide in 103, Dan Meyer, Bob Herber in 102, and around the outside of both of them is the Valek Autosport BMW, which, as you can see, is a considerably more vintage version of the BMW M3. So they go 3 wide down the front straight. And who's going to bottle out of this one first? Well, the Valek Autosport, the red and gold car, stuck in the middle, really had nowhere to go. But the JR Motorsport team, if they finish nose to tail in either order, 103 wins the championship. So they actually need their teammates either to have a bit of misfortune or to be considerably behind, courtesy of racing pace. That's a tight little battle there. They're not giving each other much breathing room. 102, Bob Herber just cutting off Dan Meyer there as they went from turn 3 to turn 4. Nice little races all the way down. That's one of the things about this championship that makes it exciting over 12 hours or 24. So many class battles going on all the way through the field. So down towards the lower part of the track. Let's hear from the pit lane. Nick Damon has word for us.
I do. I also have a closed garage. I don't know what that symbols. That was the car collection. They came in, they wheeled the car in. I had a quick look. The left-hand bank of cylinders definitely caught fire. Whether that was because of an oil fire or anything else, but they pulled the garage door down. Very antisocial. I'm not sure that necessarily means the same thing it does at Le Mans, which means we're out, but I think they're out. The car looked a mess and half the banks of the engine had gone, and I think it had blown, which would be surprising. I don't think many Audi engines blow in any class, but yes, we're one down. Oh dear.
That is a little bit oh dear, and not anything that anybody wants to see. As we talked about earlier, when the car stopped out on the circuit, the organisers do everything they can to try and make sure that everybody gets as much running as possible. But if the engine has launched itself, and that's sort of beyond goodwill, and it's down to the team then whether they think, right, comprehensive rebuild is going to work. Paul?
It just means that the Precoat Herbert Porsche, currently in second place, merely has to finish the race in the top 3 or 4. I think the top 4 actually would be enough for it in order to take second place in the championship points, because car collection, the Audi, was second, but obviously it's not going to finish. That means it's not going to score any points at all.
He says merely. I was going to say he merely has to complete the remaining 23.5 hours, but of course all 11 championship points, yes, will be awarded at midnight, because the race was already on the calendar as a 12-hour race as approved by the FIA, and then when they decided to extend the race distance to 24 hours, the championship was already finished on a 12-hour race, so it will finish points-wise at midnight, which is an interesting combination. Halfway through the race, all the points will be given, and then everybody else will continue racing until lunchtime tomorrow, hopefully, because when you come to do a 24-hour race, you don't want to pack up halfway home and go to sleep. At least most of you don't. So Peter Cox leading, Robert Renard in second place, Christian Frankenhout in third, Porsche second, Mercedes third, and Ferrari leading the race as the battles continue down the field. Bob Herber and Dan Meyer, BMW's 102 and 103, battle for 17th place, third in SP3, and class victory in the SP3 Championship, and they are being hounded by the 113 BMW, and that is Marco Fried in that yellow and gold and red car. JR Motorsport. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what they're doing on the pit wall, probably just walking away from all the monitors and going, if the cars come in damaged, then we'll do some butt kicking. Other than that, we're going to have to let these guys battle on. Tom Onslow-Cole, in this sort of situation where you've got both your cars in a championship fight, I mean, there's nothing the team can do other than just sort of let them get on with it and hope it doesn't go too badly wrong.
Yeah, this must be the best and worst feeling watching these guys battle it out on TV. And I think when you're in the lead of your class as well, driver-wise, your green lap average goes out the window. It's about leading and trying to maintain that lead and the gap. So I think these guys are going to keep at it, hammering it on for the next 11.5 hours.
I think you're absolutely right. For 102, they can't afford to let up for an instant, but for 103, they can't afford to either. If they lose 2 or 3 positions because they get tripped over in traffic or have a mechanical problem, then the championship could be snatched away.
But sometimes what happens, and I'm thinking less with professional drivers, but with amateur drivers, with enthusiast drivers, they actually can go a little bit faster when they're having this little bit of a battle, because they end up getting kind of pushing each other. I mean, I've spoken to pro drivers who have done coaching, and they've said if they're sitting next to the driver that they're coaching, he'll go a lot faster, merely because he's saying to them, come on, push now, push now, push now. And if you've got someone you're fighting with, then automatically you're pushing.
Absolutely, I think these guys are pushing each other on, and it's a very easy benchmark to learn from, isn't it? When the car in front of you brakes just past where you were expecting to brake and makes it round the corner, it's a comforting fact that you can do that next lap. So it's very good to push each other on. And like you said, they are practically sat side by side for most of the lap.
Well, now the battle's been broken up by Christian Frankenhout, who goes by in a Hofer Racing Mercedes. That car lying in 3rd place. And as they were telling us on the grid, that chassis that they are racing for the very final time here has finished on the podium in every single outing it's had, either in class or outright as well, certainly at least in its class. The reason they're pensioning it off is in the paid training yesterday, they ran their brand new car, which is not an SLS with the gull-wing doors. It's the newest AMG GT3, the car that Mercedes introduced this year in GT racing, that ran so strongly in races like the Spa and Nürburgring 24 Hours, and it will be the benchmark next year. So they'll have the newer version of essentially the same car. And again, we talked about the 488 versus the 458. It is an update, but it's quite a significant step, isn't it? Having the turbocharged engine and so on makes a very different dynamic package. And of course, with every new car comes a lot more aero, a lot more grip, and all of that. Let's take a look at Hofer Racing's new Mercedes. This is the number 9 car that they ran in practice yesterday, not in free practice, but in a paid training in the morning. Paul Truswell, that was quite a lot quicker. You were a little bit surprised that their number 9 car was quite as quick as it was.
Yeah, it did a 2 minutes 1.606. Now that's faster than anybody's got in the race thus far. It's not quite as fast as was done in qualifying yesterday afternoon, but it was comfortably quicker than anybody else went in that optional test session. So I think it was Christian Frankenhout who was driving it at the time, and he was talking to Nick Gavin yesterday in an interview and told us how happy he was with it, and in effect, you know, pleased that at least the new car goes quicker than the old car, which is more than Scuderia Ferrari does, Tom.
Well, I mean, that's what you want, isn't it? You want more of what makes it good and a bit less of what was not quite exactly what you wanted it. And so looks like that's what Ferrari have done with the 488. Certainly looks like what Mercedes have done with the change from the SLS to the AMG. So what's the plan for you then? When are you going to get in, about 5 to midnight and do the glory run to the flag? Or
that would be nice. No, I think I am down for 3rd at the moment, but as you've probably gathered, all the inside information I've given you so far this weekend has been rubbish.
One question on that though, Tom, because you are 3rd out of a 4-driver team. The Lamborghini is doing it with a 3-driver team. What's your view on that? Does it just mean that you get longer brakes, or is there a genuine fatigue factor that could creep into the Lamborghini?
Potentially, because I think this race is tricky with the 2-hour drive time. It's very hard to get the GT3 to 2 hours without wasting fuel and drive time. You need to hit a code 60 dead right. So they're going to be in and out of the car a lot. On the plus side, when you've got 3 drivers, I guess, you know, the driver's the random influence and you've got one less. So there's a benefit there, and you all get a bit more test time, a bit more running in the lead up to the event. So there's pros and cons. But, you know, I don't mind the extra few hours sleep at night. I'll definitely be using that to my advantage, maybe with a smug grin.
you lightweight. Battle on track for 23rd place. I thought initially these were two cars that are sharing the same garage. Thank you very much to Tom. He's going to go downstairs just to make sure he's not due in that soon. We'll speak to him later on, I'm sure. Thomas Gannon in 99, the RKC TGM. They've got to get fewer acronyms in their name in their Honda Civic. That's an A3 class car, third in the class at the moment. And 131, which is the car, it was our pit lane caller, TTC Racing's Seat Cup racer, Daniel Schilliger has caught him. But RKC TGM are sharing with another Seat Leon. They're sharing with Bas Kouten's Seat Leon in their garage, and I thought that was actually garage mates racing each other, but it turns out not to be. Paul?
Yeah, just on the subject of pit callers, the MSG car still there, not having shown any signs of coming out again, and that's coming up to hit the half-hour mark on the pits. Remember, it came in just as the code 60 was given, and then Nick rightly identified that problem and the alternator off the car. So it's been in the pits now, coming up for half an hour. But also the car collection Audi, albeit with the garage door down, has tripped the pit entry signal. So it's kind of come through, and it is now being shown as in the pit. So the team can have a look at it and decide what to do. But as we suggested, that's probably not going to be good news for it.
Challenge for the lead from Robert Renauer. Number 11, Peter Cox in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. We'll send Nick Damon down to figure out what's going on with our two Halton Lane cars, whether he can help with the electrics on the Porsche or rebuild the Audi engine. Maybe Joe Bradley could do that. But Peter Cox under pressure, Robert Renauer. We made the point, Johnny Palmer, that Precoat Porsche were out Precoat Porsche'd by Grasser Lamborghini, who did come in under the code 60. Precoat team didn't. They seem to be adopting a go and get him at the front of the race strategy, because Renauer is all over the back of the Ferrari that previously had a 3 or 4 second advantage, is now down to not even 2/10 of a second.
Yeah, they're pushing hard for the first 12 hours, aren't they? And there's a little bit of a question mark as to whether that Porsche will appear in hour 13 and beyond, but they're certainly enjoying their time out front. In Barcelona, it seems like every code 60, that 911 Porsche would come in for some gas, but at the moment they're enjoying themselves. They're right on the boot lid of the Ferrari, and obviously with Peter Cox having to deal with the traffic, a car length before the 911, they're going to overlap here and overlap a back marker as well.
And that's a battle for two Porsches for third and fourth. Well, in fact, it's not different class Porsches, both 991 cars, but in different classes. So trying to get between two guys who are already having a bit of a dust-up. Yep. And the Precoat Herbert Porsche jumps the Ferrari, and that's the first time that the Porsche has had the lead. The Ferrari and the Grasser Racing Lamborghini swapped the lead several times in the opening couple of laps, or opening lap at least, and then the Ferrari established itself out front. But the Precoat Herbert Porsche has taken the lead on pace, and a good bit of race driving now. Does that mean that the balance of the Ferrari has gone away a little? The glare in the commentary booth here tells us that it is, although it's not a clear, bright, sunny day, it is an awful lot sunnier than it was at any stage yesterday. Track temperature therefore a little higher, and does that mean that the work they did yesterday on the Ferrari, getting temperature into the tyres, is actually starting to undo them at the moment? Only one way of finding out, I'm afraid, and that's asking somebody who knows. So another job for Nick Damon. We'll send him down to the Scuderia Praha team, but a new race leader.
For the first time, despite what you were saying about changes on the first lap, Martin, that's actually the first proper change of lead across the start-finish line, so and done on the track, so no question of pit strategy playing into that one.
And we did say, we were talking about this yesterday, weren't we, that you can have a Villeneuve-Arnoux Dijon race all the way around the track, and as long as the same guy's in front of the line every time, nothing ever happened as far as statistics say. Car 444, team manager asked reports to the race director, so that's the second car, both of them Ferrari teams that have been summoned to the team manager.
Race director.
Team manager has been summoned to the Naughty Boys sofa. So the RPD racing team and Scuderia Praha have both had their team managers summoned. Presumably their cars are a little too red, or the prancing horse is a little too prancy, or they've been exceeding track limits. Robert Renauer then with the race lead. And last time round, 2 minutes 5.4 compared to 2 minutes 6.4 for Peter Cox, and that included catching, getting held up by and passing Cox. So it'll be interesting to see what the lap is like this time round, where he is in clear air. There's no traffic in front of him, and Peter Cox is trying to chase. Onboard view from Ralph in Eichen shows us the tail end of the Hofer Racing Mercedes.
That's right.
So in Eichen in the Lamborghini is also closing in for third place. Yeah, Nick Damon is in the pit lane. Let me bring you up, Nick.
Hello, everybody. Just a couple of things. First of all, I am bathed in glorious sunshine, and the track temperature indicator, which went never higher than 8 degrees yesterday, is shouting 16 degrees at me with an air temperature of 10. So they're dealing with double the temperature they had yesterday. Also, I stuck my nose against the very grubby Perspex windows down at the car collection, and there's about 9 people working on the car, including 2 Audi Customer Sport team guys. So whether they're thinking, well, we've got 4 hours to fix it and still make 60% of the distance, and they're going to give it a go, I'm not sure. But it has not been left to rot. There are men all over it.
Yes, the presence of Audi Sport guys, Paul, suggests, and no cover over it, suggests that it's not a goner yet.
Well, no, absolutely, and as I say, the team will very much be having an eye on that second place in the championship in order to, as I say, they need to get back out, and as Nick says, 4 hours in the garage having it repaired is not necessarily going to put it out of contention for getting some points, and it just needs to get there.
A question for you, it's not actually a question for you, from Josh Barrett on Twitter. Did the number 10 Mercedes burn jokers in the opening couple of laps?
Not in the opening few laps, no. Although there were 2 laps which didn't get recorded at all. But he has burnt one in the last 5 laps, and that, to my knowledge, is the only one that has been burnt by Christian Frankenhout, who's the driver at the moment, a 2.5.846. So it wasn't a burning joker in the sense of let's go out and really set something fast. It was more of a, whoops, I was just a couple of tenths under what I should be.
So, for those who are new to this form of racing, as the MRS car leaves the pit lane slowly, what is a joker, how do you burn it, and why? Explain that as succinctly as you can. You have 20 seconds.
In the category of A6, in which the Hofer Racing Mercedes and the car collection Audi are running, you have a minimum lap time of 2 minutes 6 seconds. Go under that and you have to pay a penalty. Now, the organisers give you 10 escape jokers, which if you do go under it, or you realise you go under it, you have to go along to the race director with one of those 10 escape jokers, present it to the race director, he will accept it, and you can then go under it again. It is not for doing it deliberately, and the race director might take a dim view if you suddenly do a 2 minutes 3. Martin's now prevented me from seeing any of the track at all, which is very mean.
Yes, but I can see the monitor, which rather helps with commentary. We're just watching while Paul was explaining jokers and target times and whatever. Bob Herbert being passed by Dan Meyer, 103 ahead of 102 in the JR Motorsport Inter Nissan. First use of Inter Nissan battle. May not be appropriate. I need to look at what Inter Nissan means. So that battle continues, and 113 right behind them. Manfred Fried still in the Valak Autosport BMW. As we look at Thomas Enger, top 6 at the moment. Fastest lap for this car in the race, 2 minute 8.9. What did he qualify in? It was way quicker than that, wasn't it?
Yes, that's because it has a minimum reference lap time, Martin.
It does, yes.
Yes, SP2. This is the true racing car you're talking about, isn't it? 243. Yes. 2 minutes 10 is its minimum reference lap time. So during qualifying, minimum reference lap times don't apply. But during the race, he has to go 2 minutes 10 or higher.
Okay, well, his fastest lap is 2 minutes 8.9. His last lap, 2 minutes 9.9. Has that changed, that reference lap time for him?
No. In what sense has it changed?
Well, he's done a 2 minutes 8.9, which is way below a 2:10.
As the fastest lap, and his last lap was a 2 minute 9.9,
That's also true.
which is also below.
And also below, indeed.
So that's at least 2 then, just on the timing screen right in this
And is SP2 a class that incorporates jokers, Paul? I didn't think it was.
There is no joker available in SP2.
So that must have changed then.
If you've well,
in the changes that Natasha brought us in just before we came on air.
No, it's still at 2 minutes and 10 seconds for the. We're talking about the 2:43, aren't we?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Just to make sure that we're not getting our lines crossed. So 2 minutes 10. They are going to get 30 seconds of penalty at their next pit stop for each lap under 2 minutes 10.
All right. Well, that's at least a minute on the screen now, and oh dear, that's really a bit of a faux pas, isn't it?
Yes.
What else can we tell you about their balance? They are allowed a minimum waste rate of 1,050 kilos, and they will be allowed 110 litres. So that's as much as almost anybody. Hofer Racing's Mercedes, and who else? The Car Collection Audi, should it rejoin, are allowed 120 litres. So too is the Honda Civic, the 99 car, and Valak Autosport's BMW. So Valak Autosport, that red and gold BMW, allowed more fuel than almost anybody else. So that will probably jump them in front, initially behind 102 and 103, because they'll be longer filling up, but they'll go further. So all sorts of balances going on. Robert Renauer still leads for Precoat Herbert Porsche, now 5 seconds clear of Peter Cox in 3 laps. Peter Cox in second for Scuderia Praha in a 488 GT3. Ralph and Eichen third for Grasser Lamborghini, and he is being caught by Christian Frankenhout in the 4th place, number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes. Great onboard pictures at a bright and sunny Brno circuit. We are riding with Peter Cox. Right in front of him is the that is the MSC Motorsport Porsche that was in early on, and it is a Porsche that leads. Robert Renauer crosses the line 23 laps down, and we have done 55 minutes or so of the race, so 24 laps, 25 laps an hour. That's a very handy number. Times 20 would be 5,500 laps plus another 50, 550 laps. No, 600 laps on our current pace. That would be how many did we do in 12 hours last year, Paul? You can answer that at your leisure.
Well, the expected number of laps per hour is 20. So you can turn around. You can look at my screen if you want. 27.2 is the expected number of laps per hour, which takes us to 653 laps.
All right.
Last year it was 324 laps completed in 12 hours by the Praha Ferrari.
So it could be 640. That's not far off. Now, laps per hour doesn't allow for any
code
60s.
So,
which is why we're a little behind.
Without any code 60s, we would expect 27.2.
So we probably get to 25 at the end of this hour, which will mean we'll have lost about 2.5 laps behind code 60. Okay.
Now, the other significant thing that you need to know is that last year we had 2 code 60 periods. You will remember because you were here during the 12 hours, which accounted for 20 minutes of the race. The 1 code 60 we've had thus far in this race accounted for a little over 11 minutes, not quite 12 minutes. The other thing just to say, because I just nipped out for a moment there, is that despite the fact that we have the final balance of performance sheet sorted by class, there is a revised final, which is now being printed out and which will be brought to me shortly.
Final.
No, revised final.
Revised final.
Double
so
final.
That is the codicil of giving Paul something that is factual, which is then not represented accurately in what's happening in the race. He then goes back to what is factual and says, well, this can't be right, can it?
Yeah.
Yes, no, yes, no. Because
it's called research.
Now, Thomas Enger's just done a 2-minute 10 lap, so either he's got caught in traffic or
he's listening to us.
Yes. What do you mean we're not allowed to do 2-minute 9s? I've been in 2-minute lines all for the last hour. Car number 103's team manager is asked to report to race director. That's JR Motorsport, who's also the team manager of 102, and that battle continues for the SP3 championship title.
Yeah, Thomas Enger has done 10 laps underneath 2 minutes 10 seconds, so that was what kind of alerted me to the fact that it might all be, some of the information might have been revised, which is why we've gone back and got that.
Robert Renauer leads the 24 Hours of Brno for Precoat Herbert Porsche. And the car down into turn one, looking as well balanced as it has all the way through. He is now nearly 8 seconds clear of Peter Cox, who led from the end of lap 1 up until the end of lap 23. Cox taking the lead from the pole-sitting Grasser Racing Lamborghini, losing it, retaking it, losing it, retaking it on lap 1. So he has led almost all of the race so far. Precoat Herbert Porsche jumping Peter Cox in traffic 2 or 3 laps ago. They now have a 7.9, or had a 7.9 second lead at the beginning of the lap. Peter Cox second for Scuderia Praha, Ralph van Eycken third for Grasser Racing Lamborghini. Christian Frankenhout, fourth place, is 8 seconds behind. Yes, 8 seconds behind the Lamborghini, so that's the third place battle. And then the RPD Racing Ferrari in 5th position is about to drop off the lead lap, it would suggest, on our timing and scoring. So all sorts of battles for class all the way down the field. But Johnny, the Porsche hasn't led so early in a 24-hour race, except by doing odd things with pit stops. So this would seem to be an entirely different form of strategy. Go fast right from the beginning and run away, which is not what we've seen them do so far.
No, true, but they have the confidence that that car will not break. Whatever happens, it just keeps on going, doesn't it? And it's had now 2 victories, or it's 3 victories on the bounce, and on the course for a 4th. It was right behind the Luis Scarpaccio-driven 444 Ferrari. So as you say, that car's about to fall off the lead lap. Confused me for a moment that the Ferrari was ahead, but I was getting it mixed up with the Peter Cox-driven Ferrari, which is still in 2nd place and trails Robert Renauer by 8 seconds, as you say, and that might have been extended as well on this, the 26th lap. But knowing that this Porsche is so difficult to break, obviously they can head into the epilogue, the final 12 hours stroke 24 hours of the year, and really push hard from the start and see how the car takes the punishment, I guess.
The worry must be, though, Johnny, as we were saying slightly jokingly before the race, is if the Precoat Porsche does have a problem, there's nobody in the garage that knows what to do, because they've not actually had to fix the car. You say, I mean, it's been 2 24-hour races on the trot, plus a 12-hour race, where the car has just run with no problems at all. So, you know, it's a bit like, oh, how do we get the... I mean, in fact, my dad bought a Datsun once, and he didn't have to take it in for its first service for 3 years, and when he did take it in for its first service, the only thing they had to replace was a bonnet catch, because it had kind of rusted solid.
It did have oil in when I bought it.
Yeah, exactly.
As somebody who ran the bearings on a car once said. Into Nissan, that was Johannes, thank you very much. It is a battle, a rivalry battle between family members or members of the same group or organisation. I wasn't sure whether Into Nissan directly referred to family members only, in which case a battle between team members is equally Into Nissan.
But is that inter-Nissan or is that intra-Nissan? Because inter-Nissan is a battle between 2 families. So a bit like the one Italian family and another Italian family is an inter-Nissan battle. An intra-Nissan battle is a battle within a family.
I shall refer back to Mr. Webster. Also worth pointing out, I say that affects Mike is jolly loud. Blue flag being waved furiously at 17 cars of our 24 remaining going across the line in one clump, it seems. Worth pointing out that Ralph van Eycken in the Grasser Racing Lamborghini in 3rd place has had a pit stop. Yeah. And so sort of probably might actually be 2nd or possibly even 1st by now. What's he doing? 204s, 205s. Precoat Herbert Porsche is still doing 203s, so he might well be ahead of Peter Cox in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari.
Yes, he's going quicker than the Ferrari is, but not as quick as Renauer is if you look at the average lap times of the Lamborghini, discounting that yellow period when the Lamborghini made its pit stop.
Mr. Webster says that inter-Nissan references between members of the same country, group or organisation. So I shall now search for intra, because we've got a long race to cover, everybody.
I was going to say, you've got a long time to check it out.
So linguistics is always going to be a part of it.
Well done. But we are, I mean, the point that you make, Martin, about coming up to pit stops is a valid one, because the Lamborghini will be able to stay out there for 5 laps longer than either the Porsche or the Ferrari at the front of the race.
Right, let's ride with Peter Cox and enjoy the sights and sounds of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Now, part of what we saw there, Johnny, was the other red car, which he didn't hit on the way by, the RPG Racing Ferrari. Now, we said that was just about to go a lap down to the leaders, and indeed it has done. It's already gone a lap down to the leader, now gone a lap down to second place. Peter Cox dives underneath the 99 Honda Civic, which is 24th at the moment, and he goes through into turn 1. Little ride on the curbs in turn 2. Not too much of a ride on the curbs, because we all know where that leads, don't we? As the MSC Motorsport Porsche comes across the line. Now, I'm going to have to use the flicker, because it is one of 2 cars, annoyingly, on page 2. And the MSG car still with Nyonya Figueiredo at the wheel. Now 11 laps adrift. So, well, if they don't have any... I shouldn't say things like if they don't have any more problems, should I? Because I can almost see the alternator belt being spat off as the words form in a bubble out of my mouth. But they are still on target very comfortably to at least get to 12 hours within 60% of the distance of the race leader. He's just been passed by Ralph and Eichen 2:05.6 last time round. Peter Cox ahead of him 2:05.1 and 2:03.9 for Robert Renau, the leader. Yeah, Precoat Herbert Porsche are going for this hat-trick in a way in which they haven't gone for a race win. I suppose it's possibly unfair to say they haven't tried to take the race by the scruff of the neck each time out, but they have not gone into the lead in the first hour. Paul's eating, so we will leave that for a little moment.
There are fewer A6 cars, of course, so you could argue it's slightly easier to get the lead earlier on in the race.
You could. Yes, you could definitely argue it. It might be a little churlish to argue it, but a big handful of opposite from the Grasser Racing Lamborghini a moment or 2 ago. 3 cars in traffic, one of whom is the MSG Porsche, and the Marcos Australia Ford Focus V8 opened the steering in the common parlance. You went, oh my goodness, as the Porsche came right up the inside and suddenly decided that continuing to turn left in the left-hander would not be in his best interests. Now the Grasser Racing Lamborghini is catching the JR Motorsport inter Nissan battle. I think we're going to have to go to OED on this one, because Mr. Webster doesn't recognise Paul's suggestion, which is only to Mr. Webster's detriment, and it is an American language dictionary, so probably doesn't recognise colour, tyre or aluminium either. And again, that effects mic on the final corner is going to do my head in. A genuine pit lane caller or 2. Let's go down to Nick Damon. What do you mean, sort of, Nick Damon?
Well, he's just gone through for fuel. It's a 444 Ferrari. He's not stopped or done anything. Poor me and Sebastian, we just had a coffee, thanks to Natasha. We're waiting for some action. Come on, boys, pits action. That's why we're here. Forget the track, it's all about the pits.
Well, I didn't say he was a pit stopper. Fortunately, I called him a pit caller.
And you were correct, but we are about to get an actual car, I think. It looks like the 226 is coming, one of the KTMs, but that's probably actually a stop rather than a problem for once.
Well, while you were basking in the sunshine, necking coffees, and we were suggesting maybe Nick can bring us up to speed with what happened to MRS GT. Now we've got you on the line, maybe you could bring us up to speed. No, not MRS GT, the
MSG.
MSG, yeah, too many M's and G's and S's and R's in there.
The car...
The one what stopped that you fixed the alternator on.
It was fixed with an electrical problem, which was they replaced the alternator and then they fiddled about with some others. I think we had to got a control Alt-Delete.
Yep.
Other quick note for you, track temperature now 22 degrees. That's nearly 3 times what we saw the top yesterday of just 8. Air temperature 11. And can I just say, it's actually lovely in the pits.
Yeah.
So Joe comes in about 50 minutes' time. Tell him take at least 2 layers off.
Yes, it is the Army-approved 5-layer strategy here, but they are going on and off like lights in a disco. I can't think of an on and off simile. Looking here at the Est1 Racing Porsche, this car third in the 991 class, which has been led by MSG, and second is MRS, the other MSG car, 62 MSG car ahead of MRS GT. TLAs, they'll be the death of me one day. So this car in third place in the 991 class. Car in front of him is Peter Terting in the rather lovely TTRS, and actually, if you've seen the spec of the brand new TTRS road car, holy what, nearly 400 horsepower or something ridiculous. Wow. When that comes on stream as a race car, that's going to be even more insane. But good looking car versus good looking car. We've got 2 very different layouts of engine in what looks like see, the TT always looks like it should be rear-engined like a 911, but of course it's not. It's front-engined like a Golf, which is what it is underneath the rather attractive bubble body. We are waiting for a driver change. Goodness me, we are an hour and 9 minutes in, and so far basically our pit lane team have been troubled by little more than coffees arriving and sun, and wondering whether they should perhaps have brought shades with them.
Well, there may well be a flood of activity once the first car stops, because many of them didn't pit during the Code 60, so they'll be on a kind of routine schedule and not necessarily due for a driver change, because as already mentioned, it's a limit of 2 hours for your driver. But as Tom Onslow-Cole was saying, it's difficult, very tricky to get a GT3 car to last that distance, so you have to slice the cake some other way within the stint.
Pretty much the same with all these guys. They're going to get to the end of the driver time before they get to the end of the second tank of fuel, so you just have to sort of either change when you're fueling up, Paul, or take it on the chin, really.
Well, exactly that. I mean, and it, as Tom Onslow-Cole said, it depends a little bit how the purple Code 60s fall for you, whether they do or not. But the other thing that happens at this time of the race is because they've fueled the cars with 120 litres at the beginning, they've got a bit more flexibility over their choice of timing of the first pit stop.
Nick Damon in the pit lane.
2 pit callers, 2 KTMs, but in different teams. It's the we're looking at the 224. Yanis getting in, and they've also had the engine cover off for a good old look. The purple and yellow car, the 226 behind, also having much more standard stop. They've not taken the engine cover off, but they are checking tyre pressures and do a driver change. This is a torch job, so nothing specifically seems to be the issue with the KTM. They're having a bit of a look around, but they are now staying longer, doing a down dump of the information. So they've kind of timed that to as long as it took to get the information out of the ACU. And off they go. Gets a push. Interestingly, what looked like the more standard stop for the 226, because they arrived within 2 seconds of each other, has taken as long, if slightly longer, as that car leaves, sounding like a 1970s sort of Vauxhall Viva till it gets on the cam.
But I think they were just staying there so you could enjoy the purple, black and yellow camo colour scheme even more in the glorious sunshine.
It now looks beyond fabulous. It's moving into orgasmic.
It really is. It's a great colour scheme. As I walked past that car, I had to stop and just admire it. You know, you see the, quote, camo in all sorts of blues and yellows and pinks and stuff. That is the best camo colour scheme I've seen in a very long while. 243 is our third KTM, run by a third different team. And this sort of the Writer Engineering 2017, are we 16 still? Yeah, 2017 development car. I'm so far ahead, I almost went for 2018 there. So all sorts of little development tweaks going on this car. And Thomas the Tanganger still driving that one, leading in the SP2 class in his little KTM, built in Austria, hand-built in Austria by a little group of people ahead of lots and lots of Porsches mass-produced on the production line at Porsche's test track. So Enger still in 5th position overall and going just as fast as ever. Waft of food, and hot food at that, through the commentary booth, reminding us that It's been a while since breakfast, Johnny.
It has.
Yeah, it has been a while since breakfast. So, Robert Renard, the race leader, an hour and a quarter into the race. Peter Cox in second place, Ralph van Eycken in third spot. And what's the gap? Leader is now 17 and a quarter seconds clear of the second place Ferrari, and that is a lot. He has been in the lead probably 10 laps, I would think, so getting on for 2 seconds a lap. Some good viewing spots around this Brno track. For MotoGP, the hillsides around it are absolutely awash with a sea of humanity, and great views of some of the good overtaking places as well. There's 3 or 4 on any lap, and certainly when you're catching traffic, there's almost nowhere where you get stuck in a one-groove series of corners. We talked a little bit yesterday about, somebody said it's a bit like Brands Hatch. It has got that sort of UK feel where topography is a big part of it, but Paul pointed out quite a lot wider than circuits in the UK that were sort of commissioned in the 40s and 50s. This is a much more modern thing, and so there's actually a lot more elbow room, a lot more room to play.
Yeah, for a bike track, it is a very wide track, but I presume that gives you so much scope in terms of approaching the corner from various different angles and still getting through it at a very good pace. And it also aids, obviously, a motor race, a car race with 4 wheels, when you can approach various different parts of the circuit from different areas as you brake for and trail brake, as we're hearing from Tom Onslow Cole. I particularly like the section from turns 5, 6, 7 and 8, and as that plunges down the hillside and back up the other side. The grandstand there, which, as Martin says, does get packed to the rafters for MotoGP events, is a great place to watch from. The Ferrari with the black roof is the 444 machine, which works its way now towards the end of the lap. It's the number 11 Ferrari that runs in second place. And there is the 224 car now back into the race, the Eric Yanis driven RTR Projects car. So they're at their home race here in the Czech Republic, and fresh from that pit stop that seemed to go very well with Nick. It's the final round of the 24hourseries.com, round 7 of their year, and the 24-hour race to end things around the 3.3-mile Brno circuit. Looking at the RTR Projects KTM car, just managing to sneak by the number 99 Honda. And that car driven by Tom Gannon in 24th position, the Honda. The 224 KTM running round in 20th position and 5th in SP3, having just made a pit stop. So it's Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell in the box for this spell of the race, with Nick Damon downstairs patrolling the pit lane. And here is the car that runs in 14th position now. Luis Carpaccio's been at the wheel of the RPD Racing Ferrari since the start of the race. That car's come in for fuel, but no other further assistance in the pit lane. And a reminder that this being a Creventic race, a 24hourseries.com race, the fueling isn't done on the pit lane apron. In fact, a bit further down the pit lane there is a specific fueling area, which is tight. You're testing the turning circles on many of these GT cars particularly to get round to one of the 6 bays where the petrol pumps away, and you need to send a few of your team members down there to fuel the car. And there are relevant or relative amounts of fuel that you can put into each of these cars, dependent on which class you're in, and also whether we're under a code 60 or not. 3 cars circulating together, one of which is the MRS GT car of Charles Espenlaub, American driver but German team, in their 991 class, 991 Cup car. And Charles Espenlaub currently 2nd in the 991 class, behind Nico Rindisbacher, who competed in Formula 4 Championship racing last year. Still a young man, but has done a number of 24-hour races already in his fledgling career. And Rindlisbacher leading the 991 class from 6th position overall. On board we go with the 96 Porsche. Now this is in 9th position and 3rd in the 991 class. Car driven by Raimo Kuuli, Estonian, for the Estonian team. S1 Racing. And again, an indication from low down. This is the sort of perspective that a driver sees these swooping corners of the Brno circuit. You can see how much this track undulates around the 3.3 miles. So we're going to stay on board with Raimo towards the end of the lap, and we should be able to get a full lap, in fact, of the 3.3 mile circuit. So just exiting the final corner. This is turn 14, although labelled on some track maps as turn 13 and turn 15, but we are sticking with a 14-turn track underneath the signage, and this is one of many corners where you can approach from a tight entry. Ooh, very wide mid-corner there from Raimo. I'm not sure whether that's by accident or by design, but he's totally missed the apex there. Does that mean, though, he gets a good exit out of the second bit of turn 1 through the kink at 2? This is the first lengthy straight, homing in on the 146 BMW from Bonk Motorsport. Bonk here with a couple of cars this weekend. Sadly, one of them, though, the engine expired in the front of that second car before we even got to qualifying. And that car was withdrawn, so they're just here with the 146 car. Back on board we go with Raimo on the run down to turn 5 now. And this is the start of 5 corners in quick succession. 2 of them right-handers, turns 5 and 6. We then reach the tightest, and there's the rather large banking area, which spectators are already finding their way towards early on in this race. Into turn 8, followed quickly by a tighter turn 9. And then the track starts to lose a little bit of height down to the end of sector 2, but still climbing here, and then there is the drop down towards turn 10, which is very nearly a hairpin. A good overtaking opportunity as Peter Cox slips by there in the second place number 11 Ferrari 488. Downhill out of turn 10, and then the ascent commences into 11 and 12. A 90-degree left followed by a 90-degree right. Again, a reasonably long straight, continuing the climb, and then you get to another 90-degree left and 90-degree right, which ends the lap. So turn 13 will appear at the top of the hill there as Peter Cox manages to get alongside another one of the lower class cars. That was one of the Seats. Tyre bales right on the apex there. I mean, you can't really shortcut the corner. Shallow curves here being mainly a bike track, and in fact, it will be a pit stop for the number 96 car. We've got the leader, Nick Damon, in the pits as well.
Yeah, pre-curve Herbert, the 911 car coming in after an hour and 21 minutes of running. Robert Renauer gets out, Daniel Alleman gets in. His brother, the other Renauer, is holding the stop-go badge. Everything going absolutely to plan at the moment. As I can see that 96 car we are pulling in just up the lane. That was a very, very quick stop. Superb stop. So they haven't gone Renauer now. They've gone Renauer to Alleman. And he now will trundle off down to pick up some fuel. Interesting, the HRT Porsche, which stopped a second ago, the 73, that's not a standard stop. That's got some problems as well. So that car came in. I'm not sure what the problem with that one is.
It came in out of second place in the 991 class.
It's a front left issue. They've got a problem with the front left brake. I'm not sure whether they've been trying to, is it locked on or not. They've got some brake cleaner, but it's definitely a braking issue in the front left. They're cleaning it off, trying to see what the problem is. Because the problem with any braking issue is you can't touch the thing for ages. Fluid top up as well, and work is about to start. Now they're going to be bleeding. Yeah, they're bleeding the brakes. So the front braking is not feeling probable. Any second now, we're going to get a stop for Scuderia Praha as well, which will see Peter Cox get out of the car. I will go and see if I can find Mr. Robert Renauer and ask him a question or two.
Yes, I suspect what they've tried to do is to use the majority of the 120 litres which they were able to get on board at the beginning of the stint, run the car therefore down to pretty near empty, in order to get the maximum driving time. As Martin was saying, getting this maximum driving time when you've had a yellow period in the middle of it, or a code 60 period in the middle of it, means that you're kind of stretching beyond what would normally be the range of your fuel, because you've had a bit of slow running in the middle, and because we had nearly 12 minutes of code 60 running, that's meant that we've lengthen these first stints longer than they would normally be. But yeah, you're right. Peter Cox will be in very shortly. Of course, Rolf Ineichen in the Lamborghini should be able to stay out a little bit longer because he came in after 5 laps when that first Code 60 happened. So he's got a little bit more of a range on his Lamborghini than the rest do. And of course, the Hoffa Racing Mercedes also has a longer range because it's just going more slowly because it's being driven to a minimum reference lap time.
Straight to Nick again.
With Robert Renau. Robert, you're not used to seeing the 911 just leap in the lead after a few laps. Is this new tactics or is just this sunny weather suiting the car?
No, for sure not a new tactic. We always push, we always want to win races. Yeah, the Lamborghini and the Ferrari was very quick. So yeah, Lamborghini were very soon in the pit, so we gained the 2nd place. And after that, I think the Ferrari struggled a little bit with the rear tires, so I could overtake him and yeah, make a gap to the Ferrari.
The track temperature is much warmer than yesterday. Is this making the car nicer to drive?
Yeah, sure, for sure. Yeah, we tried to find a compromise between cold conditions and now the warm conditions. Yeah, and it works very good for us now. Hopefully in the dark as well.
Fabulous. Thanks, Robert. Thanks a lot.
So Daniel Alleman now at the wheel of the number 911 car, and that car's been fueled. It's heading back out onto the track as we speak. But Peter Cox has taken the race lead. Rolf Ineichen up to 2nd place in the number 963 GRT Lamborghini. Christian Frankenhout runs 3rd. And we may well therefore have Daniel Alleman in 4th position because Thomas Enger probably a bit too far back, but
yeah,
is that right?
Yes, yes. Thomas Enger's a lap behind those cars. So as I say, it's the Hoffa Racing Mercedes which is going to benefit and could well end up leading a lap or more than a lap by the time it comes around for its pit stop, because it will be coming in a little bit later because the Mercedes gets greater better fuel consumption, less fuel consumption, and therefore can stay out a little bit longer. And of course also every time it comes in, the Mercedes can put a full 120 litres in. So we'll see how that one pans out over the course of either 12 or 24 hours, depending which version of the race you're particularly interested in. 12 hours if you're interested in championship points, 24 hours if you're interested in what is a proper endurance race around, as various people have been saying, lovely circuit here in the Moravian Mountains, or Moravia.
Very good.
Yes.
Good local knowledge, that. Nico Rindlisbacher, who was leading the 991 class, has come in for a pit stop. That's the number 62 car, and more stoppers, Nick Damon.
Yeah, that 62 came in quite awkward because he's actually pitting just behind Scuderia Praha and got rather confused and rather tried to drive through the gap between the tyres that were laid out the tarmac for a car which still hasn't arrived. He drove around the outside, which meant he couldn't really get any sort of angle to get into his pit properly. It caused some problems, but he's hopped out, seems quite happy. They had a problem refiring it. In the distance, I can see the 206 Audi TT is getting a standard service from 9th overall in the race, and we're still waiting for Peter Cox, who will be replaced by Jiri Priziak, I can say, but they're all waiting. At one moment, they actually let me go. They took the tyres back in and go, where is he? So whether Peter hasn't got the low fuel warning alarm yet, just going, oh, I'll have another lap, it's fine. The 206 is just about to go. Behind me, we are waiting for the MRS car, which is, of course, the American-driven, or mainly American-driven, with Sasha Mash and German team, as the Audi TT goes along. And it's now left, and it is indeed that MRS Porsche, sorry, the MRS Porsche is coming in at the moment, so we're still waiting for Peter Cox.
Yeah, 3 Americans and a Dutchman being, as you say, Sasha Massen, joining in the 78 Porsche, Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaud and Joe Foster. So from the lead of the race, Nick Damon, you can see...
Yes, finally, a bit late, you know, in he comes. The first competitive pit stop for this 488 in Creventic Championships. He's got out very quickly, and the very lithe Jiri Priziak has got in. He will be handing over, we think, to Tom Onslow-Cole in an hour and a half, and then to Joseph Crowell. A very strong team of 4 they have, certainly. Pretty standard stop. I'm trying to avoid being on the wrong side of the car, which can cause problems. A bit of smoke coming from the brakes, so they've got a bit of heat in there. And the interesting thing, of course, will be with all these cars is because it's so cold, there'll be a lot of blanking plates and blanking bits of tape that were put on, thinking it was going to stay that sort of temperature. Of course, with the greater track and air temperatures, they probably are having slight overheating issues. Now, interestingly, the MRS car still hasn't left, and that obviously arrived quite a bit beforehand, so not quite sure what the problem is. They are... Oh, they're doing a wing angle change, so they're actually doing a setup change on that MRS Porsche. So I'll have a word with Charles about that in a second, when we've had grabbed a word with Mr. Cox, if we can, because that's always a fun moment. I'm sure he'll complain about the balanced performance in some way, because if he doesn't, it won't be Peter Cox. Peter? And with Peter Cox now, just to give a quick check with his engineer. As we wait to... oh no, they're looking at pieces of paper. Oh, and he's looking about the ways he's in trouble. Back to me in a second. I'll have Peter in a second for you, Johnny.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I was just going to suggest to Nick that we might try and find out from Peter, because he was, or the team manager of that car was asked to report to the race director about half an hour into the race. So obviously a long time ago now, and about an hour ago, but Peter might be in a position to tell us why.
And indeed, let's find out. Peter, before we talk about that great stint, I noticed the team manager had a sheaf of paper. What's the problem?
Well, to be honest, I don't know what the problem is, but what I know for sure that this is my last race with Graventic, you know, because they make the rules. There's an FIA homologated championship. Yeah, they have to obey the FIA, I think, a little bit, but apparently everything the FIA does is wrong. You know, the net is not right, the track limits have to be different, you know, it's always something. And Martin, the clerk of the course, said in the driver's briefing what is normal all around the world. If the lights go out, you go racing. Yeah, apparently I passed the Lambo now with 8 centimeters before the start-finish line because the lights were out. Yeah, and I get a penalty for that. And then I get like 2 track limit penalties. And I must say, you know, you have to read the race. You know, I was even thinking he must be really proud of me because I really tried to stay on the curb because that is what we need to do. Yeah, but sometimes you overtake a car and you get a different line. You know, you cannot help it. You know, and then to penalize like this for me is a complete joke. You know, you ruin the whole series.
What the level is the penalty? Is it 10 seconds or half a minute? Do you know how much you've been penalised?
I don't know, but it's the principle for me. I don't care if it's half a minute or a minute. If they want to play it like that, they do it. But as I said, you know, I think I don't know what they think about the FIA, but I think not a lot, because all the issues done by the FIA about safety and everything, they're overruling and they're making their own rules in an FIA series, which I cannot understand. You know, and I really try to do my best, but sometimes, especially with these track limits, you know, maybe it happened 1 or 2 times, but as I said, this was with overtaking slower car. You have a little bit, you go in a little bit deeper or a little bit earlier, and you come out, you know. It's really a shame that it goes like this.
So, to paraphrase, you're much more annoyed about the track limits and the slight discrepancy at the start then?
Well, I mean, the start is also not correct because Martin himself said, and I think maybe it's not in the briefing notes, but he knows it. That's why he said it, because it's all around the world. Again, the moment the lights go out, you go racing, and not depending where you are. Yeah, if you are 100 meters before the start track, the thing is you cannot go on the throttle, which I didn't do. The moment the lights went out, we can prove that. I went on the throttle, you know, and that's what counts. And if they want to penalize like for things like that, you know, you have to have a complete new rule book then, I think, for this series.
One final question actually about the car. Is it handling nicer in these warmer conditions?
Well, you were not there for giving me the pressures, you know. But no, in the beginning it was okay, but after the safety car, I think we got some pickup, which I could not get rid of, and especially at the end of the stint, I had quite some vibration, and I could not get the lap time out of the car anymore. But so far so good, you know. The Scuderia Ferrari normally, if we don't hit anything, it's quite reliable. So let's wait and see. It was a good, for me, it was a good stint. You know, I did a good start. I raced fairly with Inaiken. I think it was a fair battle for a 24-hour race. It was quite nice to see, and you know, it's a shame that it gets ruined like this again.
It's nice to get you smiling, and sorry you got some problems, Peter. Thanks for talking to us. And it's 18 PSI front, 20 rear. Okay, thanks for that. And if you turn this way, Sebastian, in has come our erstwhile new leader. So the 963, Ralph Inaiken has got out. Not quite sure who's got in. If I were them, I put Caldarelli in because he's blooming quick. The lovely green Lamborghini, a little bit later coming in because it took a sort of 5 laps of fuel, sort of a splash and dash, even though it wasn't dashing because it had to stick to code 60. And I'll now have a chat with Rolf Inaiken in a minute. Hopefully he's not quite as annoyed as Peter Cox.
Yes, there's no doubt about where Peter Cox stands with his view on the world in motorsport.
I love it, actually. I love him saying what he thinks. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, if you do have issues, and Peter never disappoints, you know what he thinks, and whether you agree with him or not doesn't matter. He tells you what he thinks, and I think all credit to him for that. So, yes, as you say, Rolf Eiken out of the lead into the pits, therefore, and into the lead of the race also, therefore, despite having not come in during the Code 60 period, is now the Hoffa Racing Mercedes number 10. So Christian Frankenhout, who has been, I think, only once underneath his minimum reference lap time of 2 minutes 05, of 2 minutes 06. His last lap time was a 2 minutes 07, but he's not allowed to go underneath 2 minutes 06. He will now come around next time around in the lead of the race. How much longer he's going to be able to stay out there, not sure. But as I was saying, because the car isn't quite being pushed to its limit as much, it does get better fuel consumption. You know, if you drive your Mercedes carefully, as Joe knows, you do get good fuel consumption out of it.
Yeah, so Christian Frankenhout due across the line in about 10 seconds' time to complete 41 laps. Just going back to what Peter Cox said, it hadn't crossed my mind that it may have been judged as a jump star, only because he was able to get ahead of the 963 before turn 1, but very tricky for us to tell from the view that we have of the start line from our commentary box, and also there wasn't a camera on the line, so I'd have kind of assumed it was all okay.
Frankenhout in the pits.
From Peter that he did indeed incur a penalty. Sorry, Paul.
Christian Frankenhout in the pits, so he does lead the race across the line, but as he comes across the line, so he pulls off into the pit lane.
And Nick Damon has found Rolf Eiken.
I have, Rolf. Well, that was an exciting first couple of laps of the race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fun. It was. I was thinking if it's a sprint race or not. But yeah, the start was quite difficult. The Ferrari is having really a big power gap to us, and he could use this. And then he went, unfortunately, in the lead in the first corner. Then I tried to outbrake him in the second, what was good. But then again, out of the third corner, the power with our restrictor we don't have any power. We are our horsepowers are quite low compared to the Ferrari, and then he could stay in the lead. And then we just decided to do our race. It's a 24-hour race and not a sprint race. So yeah, we just tried to keep up the pace. And then the safety car, we decided to go in, the Code 60. I think it was in the end a good move. And yeah, it was a little bit of a problem then at the end with the tires, because we didn't change the tires. So we had a long run on this one, so it was quite slippy at the end. The lap times went down, but I think in the end it was a good move, and it's still a long race.
Is tyre wear greater than yesterday because of the increase in track temperature?
Yeah, you feel it definitely. I think that we also had a little bit of problem with the tyre pressure because of the temperature of the track. But now we can adjust, and it's a long race, so a lot can happen. And yeah.
Rolf, great start. Thank you very much. And the number 10 has been and gone. I'll go and find Christian.
Okay, the very fact that it's been in and gone out quickly suggests then the stop was trouble-free, and that number 10 car, as soon as it exits the pits, we will get confirmation as to who's taken that car over. It might be Kenneth Hyatt to keep with the faster drivers, but they also have Roland Eggerman and Chantal Kroll and Michael Kroll to call on. That's not the only car in the field running with 5 drivers. In fact, quite a number of them are doing that. The 34 car, the car collection Audi, I presume, Paul, is still being worked on, is it? I kind of lost track of that during the Tom Oslo-Cole interview. But
yes, we don't know for sure that it's still being worked upon. We're going to have Nick to tell us that, but it is still in the pit garage. It was brought back on the back of a flatbed, and has been there, well, for more than an hour now, and so I mean, there's nothing. If it can be fixed and it can get out, it can spend another couple of hours in there and still complete it 60%, which it is required to do at the 12-hour mark. But it's just a question of whether it can be fixed. If it's an engine out and new engine in, I'm thinking that might take a few more than 4 hours. I don't quite know how long an engine would take to change on an Audi R8. But yeah, very sad news indeed for the car collection team, and not what they were wanting to have at all. And poor old Elmar Grimm, who was at the wheel when the car had a fairly substantial engine failure, left oil down on the track, and meant that we had 12 minutes behind the code 60 whilst the oil was tidied up.
Andrea Caldarelli, by the way, is taking over the green GRT Lamborghini Huracan. Caught a glimpse of that just a moment or two if you're watching the stream. To Nick Damon, though, who is now found from the number 10 car.
It's Christian Frankenheim. Yeah. Christian, well, that was quite a good run, really, wasn't it? The car seems to quite like a 206 bracket.
Yeah, well, that was quite okay, you know, with there's not so much traffic, so it's quite easy to do a 206 steady. So we did it. We stretched the stint as much as possible. We came in first, but okay, now everybody did its pit stop. Now we're falling back a little bit, but I think we have with the 206 it's a good pace. The tires last until the end with the same pace, good fuel consumption, so everything okay until now.
And how much nicer is the car? I mean, we've asked, with these extra track temperatures you've now found in the cars handling nicely, or have you got problems because you set it up for the cold?
Well, a little bit. I think the tire pressure is a little bit too much at the end. It's not really hot, but now the sun is coming, so the asphalt is, the temperature goes up a little bit. It's not the same like in Barcelona, but it's getting there, you know. Maybe we can put on a t-shirt this weekend.
I think that's a good idea. And was it Chantal who took over?
Yeah, Chantal took over, and I think after that it's Kenneth. So we're changing a little bit.
Christian, thanks very much, mate. Thanks a lot.
Thumbs up there from Christian Frankenhout, and there is Chantal Kroll now at the wheel of the number 10 car, running around in 5th position, having completed, well, in a short time, at the end of this out lap, it'll be 42 laps under the belt of the number 10 Hoffa Racing Mercedes. Great to see the new AMG GT in the garage for the team to bring to the track and show it off ahead of the 2017 season. It's exactly the same livery that they've adapted for the newer Mercedes, but this is the SLS's swan song. So this car, with so much success under its belt, particularly in season 2015, well, lap this up, fans of that car, because this is the last time you will see it in truly competitive action. Chantal Kroll enjoying this outlap. Daniel Alleman leads the motor race, though, in the 911 Porsche, the Precoat Herbert motorsport car, and leads by all of 3 seconds over Thomas Enger now in the 243 True Racing KTM car. KTM Crossbow, built in Graz in Austria, and it is an Austrian team running that, but very much a Czech driver, Thomas Enger. Now, straight to Nick Damon again, who is in the MRS GT Racing pits.
With Charles Espinal. Charles, firstly, the pit stop seemed a bit longer than a standard one. What was the problem?
Well, you know, Nathan, our engineer, is always working on making the car as good as he can be. This is warmer than we've experienced all week, so we did a little bit of a setup change with the wing and a couple other things to help the car in this warmer part of the day. Our guess is we'll probably have to go back tonight because it's supposed to be pretty chilly again. So just adapting to the track situation, better to take a little time, make sure everything's right, and you know, it's a long race. So,
what's it like doing a Creventic race where there's not 700 cars on the track? Is it much easier, more relaxed?
It absolutely is. Obviously, normally we have double the field that we do now. It kind of takes away and it adds to it a little bit, but sometimes you're out there and it's like, wow, I haven't seen another car in 2 laps, which is very strange in this series. So it makes it interesting for sure, because sometimes you're like, where's everybody at? So it's good.
I mean, people talk about getting into a rhythm, but is there a possibility without so much so you might get a bit complacent?
Well, see, that's another thing too. And with so few A6 cars, you know, we're used to them coming up pretty quick. So, you know, in this particular race, I have Nathan call me and he said, hey, let me know when they're about 10 seconds back, because it's been so long since we've seen them. I don't want to get, you know, surprised and caught up by one. So we have to change the strategy a little bit for this race.
And who's got in the car? Sorry, I missed that. Who's taken over from you?
Charlie Putman. So Charlie's in, and then put Joe Foster in, and then Xavier would be in.
Saving the best for last.
Yeah, well, you know, we'll do that rotation pretty much the whole race. So quick shout out to Jesse, fiance, I love you. The kids getting married in less than a month, so time's coming up.
There's a man, though. We started his bread's buttered. Cheers, Charles. Thanks, mate.
And in Florida as well, which, as he said, has taken a little bit of time for his body to adapt to slightly cooler conditions here, although it is a beautiful day now. in Brno.
What I find vaguely surprising, and again we were talking about the unusual nature of this race, is that the leading 991 class car, which is actually not the Espen Lav's car, it's actually the MSG Motorsport car number 72, sorry, number 62, which is currently in the hands, is ahead of quite a lot of the other cars.
Andrea Caldarelli, now having been strapped into the 963 GRT Lamborghini Huracan, wasting no time in sticking in the best lap for that car and an absolute best through sector 1, doing a 31.335 and going through there to set a new fastest lap of the race. So a 2:02.057 is the quickest of anybody so far. And what are we, an hour and 45 minutes now into this 24-hour Epilog race at Brno circuit, round 7 of the 24hourseries.com, the International Endurance Series, with Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell in the box, and Nick Damon is in the pit lane.
Yeah, with the 243, the KTM trial car for next year, the working mule. He's got Thomas Enger at the wheel. He's not getting out, even though he's driven the first hour and 40 minutes. He's, you think you know he has 16 minutes left to go, but it came in. There weren't tyres waiting for it when it arrived. It's gone up on its jacks, and now the driver, it's just like they were completely not ready for this to come in. Hubert Trunkenpolt is suited and booted. The car's gone off, and I think this may be the first sign of KTM weakness, because they're clearing a space, and it looks like the SP2 car is going to be making a trip to the pit. Yep, he's turning the wheels sharp left not to leave the pit area, the track, because his engine's not running, and Enger is going to get rolled back into the garage, where they'll make a driver change, a tyre change, and fix what they have to fix. And I will try and grab a word with Thomas to find out what the issue is.
Seemed to be going particularly well during that stint, well, a couple of stints for Thomas Enger, and I couldn't spot a problem from the times coming through on the screen. It's pitted from 3rd position.
Only one stint, in fact. That was the first pit stop for that car, Johnny. So, yeah, it was a good long run from Thomas, with very nearly a full hour, a full 2 hours, an hour and 45 minutes behind the wheel. So Enger has to get out of it for fear of going over his 2-hour maximum driving time. And, yeah, sad to see that the car needs a little bit more work. Maybe Thomas has just said there's this wrong, and this wrong, and you've got to get that fixed before we put anybody else in the car. So, yes, and Thomas Enger, we can see on the screen there, just getting his helmet off, and I don't know, there's something just about his body language there that says, yeah, I drove it as hard as I can, but there are some problems, and we'll hear from Nick Damon very shortly when he can start diagnosing the problem. So, Daniel Alleman leads Jiri Pisiric by 15 seconds is the gap. But Pisiric has more fuel aboard, so we'll see how the stints pan out. And this is where the strategy of the whole race is, it all comes up.
Live here from Brno for the 24 hours and round 7 of the powered by Hankook 24hourseries.com finale. We're looking in the pit garage of Thomas Enger and his crew from True Racing, Austrian outfit. Now, Thomas Enger has just come to the end of a lengthy first stint. I'm impressed with the fuel consumption of one of these KTM cars. They're produced, by the way, by KTM out of Austria with a 2-litre Audi turbocharged inline-4 engine. Although this car's gone under quite a bit of development already, running in SP2, and Nick Damon is in the pits, very close to the car. What are you saying or thinking is wrong with this car?
They are dismantling the left rear corner. So the first problem they have is the pins that hold the rear wheel rear tyre wheel weren't on properly. They are now attaching the block, which will allow them to put it on these solid jacks. They are undoing the upper wishbone.
Drive shaft.
And I've been told by a very pleasant mechanic the issue is the drive shaft. So they've lost a drive shaft, hence the reason they have to undo the outer side of that left hub so they can slide out the drive shaft and get a new one. And it must have been a bit of bad luck happening just at the time they were about to end the first run. So that is the answer. It'll be a drive shaft change, not the longest of things. Normally teams can do these in about 20-25 minutes, not terminal, especially for a car that is called a test bed.
I do love how open a lot of these team members and mechanics are with our pit lane reporters. I've worked 1 or 2 pit lanes in my time, and I have to say it's like getting blood from a stone from some teams. They are so secretive about what component may have failed or been stressed a bit too much, but great to know what needs changing, and therefore we can roughly put some kind of time frame on it as to how long this car is going to be being worked on. I was about to say out of the race, but of course it's still in the race, and that's why the team are very quickly surrounding that to try and sort out this drive shaft issue. And Nick Damon's now joined by the driver of the car, Thomas Enger.
Thomas Enger, we've heard there's a drive shaft problem. Did that happen just before you were supposed to come in for your first stop anyway?
I think I'm supposed to be on track another 15-20 minutes maybe. So, I mean, it would have been, 2-hour stint. Yeah, it just happened on the way up the hill before the last 2 corners. Yeah, it's going to be 5-minute change, you know, no problem. We're used to it. We have brilliant guys, brilliant crew, and you'll see we're going to go out very soon.
Car looks super quick. Was it nice to drive today?
I was a bit fighting with pickup, you know, but I guess everybody has this problem with the rubber which is lying, you know, on the road from other tires, and you get it on your wheels. Because this car is so easy on tires, you know, we're not wearing them out much, then we kind of have a problem when we get pickup on to scrap the tires. But yeah, when you're fighting, you can get it out. And I'm really relatively happy with the stint, you know, with the progress. Let's keep digging.
Thanks, Thomas. Thanks a lot.
I have noticed yesterday as well, an awful lot of tyre pickup offline, and when you consider that this, you know, running relatively cool conditions and tyre wear, I mean, people struggle to get tyres working and therefore up to temperature. I'm surprised how much blobs of rubber there are offline. Really.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing was that there was a drift competition here apparently fairly recently, which left a lot of rubber. Whether the track was fully swept beforehand. I mean, obviously they'll take the big lumps away, but there might be lots of little bits as a result of this drift competition that was either a week or 2 weeks ago here. But no, certainly interesting that Thomas was planning to go to the full 2 hours because the car hadn't been refueled. So clearly the fuel on that crossbow lasts very nicely indeed. And if they can run for 2 hours, if the car has no other problem, then more power to their elbows. Although
more crossbows,
more power to their crossbows. Although having cycled all the way through from, I think he was down in about 4th or 5th in SP2, up to the lead of SP2 again comes the car which started on the SP2 pole, the 444 Ferrari, still with Luis Scarpaccio behind the wheel of it, and that car, although it made a pit stop early on, kept Scarpaccio behind the wheel. So he is now coming up towards the end of his driving time, even though the car, I reckon, has plenty of fuel aboard still. But Scarpaccio then, having stayed behind the wheel when it came in for fuel, will have to come in and change to another driver in the next less than 10 minutes now, because we're running up to an hour, just hour and 52, 1 hour 51 minutes of the race elapsed. So that car, the number 444, up to 5th place overall, leading SP2, whilst the 243 erstwhile leader has this drive shaft replaced, and Thomas Enger a little bit optimistic perhaps, I reckon, to get that changed in 5 minutes, but we'll see how long exactly he'll take for the pit stop.
Daniel Alleman back across the line, lap 48 therefore done for the Precoat Herbert Motorsport car, leading by 10 seconds from Jiri Pisaric. And Andrea Caldarelli, having worked his way up to 3rd position now, ahead of the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, is no doubt closing in on both of those cars. Yes, he is. Last time around did a 2:03.7. Pisaric's best last lap time was a 2:05.1, and a 2:06.7 from Alleman for the Swiss driver in the leading Porsche. So Caldarelli closing in. He's got 9.4 seconds to find on Jiri Pisaric. Chantal Kroll in 4th position. Luis Scarpaccio in the leading SP2 car, the 444 numbered Ferrari 458 Challenge car, leads that class by nearly 2.5 minutes now from the number 65 car. We have had 1 or 2 issues though for cars in SP2, as detailed by Thomas Enger and 2 other cars as well. So it's the Porsche Lorient 65 car that we have in 2nd place in that class, driven by Frederick Ansel. And then in 7th place overall, it's the SP3 leader, which is car 125, the NKPP Racing Seat Leon Cup Racer, with Harry Hilders at the wheel of that. Dan Meyer was in 8th in one of 2 JR Motorsport BMWs. That car's just come down pit road though. It was a really good battle early on in the race between the 103 and the 102 cars, while Francesco Castellacci's just headed out. So that's one stop done by the GR Motorsport BMW, and the other one's being done on the very next lap, with Dan Meyer having to get out of that car, nearing his 2-hour driving stint limit. There's one of our many camera cars in this race, the 96, which is the S1 Racing machine, and car 96 has at the wheel Thomas Padovani, Frenchman, in amongst predominantly an Estonian team. The team is Estonian. There are 3 Estonian drivers and a Finn as well, Raimo Niemi. But it's Thomas Padovani, the Frenchman, driving that car, and it is 14th and 3rd in the 991 class. And car 62 currently leads that class, is the MSG machine. Now, we had a problem for another one of the MSG cars early on. Nono Figueroa still at the wheel of that. He's done 34 laps. As I speak, goes across the line to complete lap 34. And when you compare that to the class leader, which has done 46 laps, trails by 12 laps, therefore, within class.
That's roughly what he lost on the long pit stop when the when the only code 60 that we had happened earlier on, when that car had electrical problems and had the alternator changed out on that Porsche.
Pisaric lapping a whole lot quicker than Daniel Alleman last time around, so the lead margin now down to 7.7 seconds, but at the same rate Andrea Caldarelli is catching both of those cars. So we have a 7.7 second gap between 1st and 2nd, and a 7.3 second gap between 2nd and 3rd place.
And the interesting thing with those cars up at the front of the field, Johnny, is that each of the cars behind stopped later than the one ahead of it, so theoretically has more fuel aboard, therefore. So not only are they going quicker, but they've also got more fuel aboard, so we'll be able to presumably go quicker for longer. So yeah, you're right, Caldarelli, since he's been out 9 laps, 2 minutes 2.9 has been his average. Pisaric 2 minutes 5.1 his average, so yes, 2 seconds a lap slower. Daniel Alleman 2 minutes 6.8, so a further lap, a further second and a half slower for Alleman. So it's a classic kind of handicap unwinding situation with the leading 3 cars there, and with all of them with almost 45 minutes worth of fuel on board to close the gaps on the cars ahead of them. We'll see those gaps coming down and down, I think, as this stint progresses.
A look at Rainer Partel driving the now lone Bonk Motorsport BMW with the Bock sponsorship. So it's Bonk Motorsport is the team that run the car. Bock is one of the drivers' sponsorship, Herman Bock, namely, and he will be at the wheel of that car in due course, running round, as you can see by the illuminated number on the side of the car, in 24th position overall, but 3rd place in Class A3. And as mentioned before, the Bonk Motorsport crew turned up with 2 cars. Sadly, only have 1 still running in the weekend. But that car, during the darkness hours, will run with a blue light band across the top of the windscreen, which makes it look like a police car at night, and is therefore very easy for us to identify. And other cars up and down the order have illuminated A-pillars and other spotlights. Also, quite funky UV lights inside a number of the cockpits as well, which is a sort of subtle light in order to pick out your instruments. So there's car 73, running in 22nd position, the HRT Performance Porsche. Stephen Bournes at the wheel, the Aussie. Daniel Alleman's lead now down to 5.5 seconds. So Jiri Pisaric is closing in, and Caldarelli down to 5.2 seconds now off the back of Pisaric. So we're going to have the 3 leaders nose to tail, I reckon, soon enough.
Yeah, it's not going to take anywhere like 45 minutes, is it? I was underestimating the rate of closing on both of those cars. Yeah, so I think by the time we get to about the next 3 laps, they're going to be practically on top of each other. if anything, the Lamborghini might get ahead of Pasiric before Pasiric gets ahead of Aleman.
Well, here comes Aleman, due across the line now, and indeed he goes through with a 2:07.5. It's 2.6 seconds back to Pasiric, and then Caldarelli for the further 4.2 seconds back. So bang, 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 leaders across the line, and that gap between the 911 numbered Porsche and the 963 Lamborghini Huracan continues to decrease. A fabulous battle at the head of the order then, with nearly 2 hours of this race done.
And those three cars then have now established a lead lap over the best of the rest. Chantal Kroll with the Hoffa Racing Mercedes still comfortably in fourth place, but is now off the lead lap. She's a lap behind with the number 10 car.
To Nick Damon, who is in the pit lane, joined by the 444 Ferrari.
That is indeed about to, I think, get underway, having had its tyre stop. First time, of course, just trundled through and took fuel only. This time, a full service. We've also seen the 243. That was the KTM Crossbow being run by Thomas Engert. It's had its half shaft change and it's gone off to get some fuel. And a standard spot for the car was in fifth place, the Porsche Lorient car, Porsche garage, that has stayed in with a simple change of drivers, and that is up and running. And I am now going to pass the baton to Mr. Jay Bradley, who will talk to you very soon.
Fabulous. 51 laps done then in the 7th round of the season for the 24hourseries.com. It's Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell in the main booth. Nick Damon to hand over to Joe Bradley in a moment, and I'll be handing to Martin Haven. But Daniel Aleman leads just about from a Ferrari and a Lamborghini.
Martin Haven, Paul Truswell looking at the action here trackside at the 24 Hours of Brno. Down in the pit lane is Joe Bradley, as it is lunchtime for Nick Damon, and he could probably do with getting out of that bright sunshine. It is a stunning autumn day here at Brno. Car goes off right in front of our camera car. So who was that drifting out very wide in turn 13? It was the Prickett Herbert Porsche, and that's significant mistake for our race leader. He loses the lead and second place as well. Yuri Pasiric in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari goes through as our race leader. Andrea Caldarelli, who's closing fast, just 2 seconds and under behind him at the line, as Daniel Aleman goes off track and drops to third position. Paul Truswell, it's all unravelling an awful lot quicker than you were expecting.
Yes, I mean, I was just listening to what you said there. I didn't actually see the television pictures. It was merely running wide or something at the corner, wasn't it?
Out into the gravel, in fact, very wide.
But he managed to keep going through the gravel and has continued on his way. Come across the line now, as you said, in third place. But in a sense, no other damage than that. I mean, it hasn't unravelled to any extent. It just meant that the lap time of Daniel Aleman on that lap was, 10 seconds longer than it ought to have been.
He's gone off and lost the lead and second place, though. Well, damage was done. It was always going to be done, but he sort of left the door wide open for them.
So a lot of housekeeping to be done, because there's a change of lead and there's an hour at the top of the hour just elapsed.
Well, let's do that then. 2 hours into the 12/24 Hours of Brno, depending on whether you're racing for championship points or racing to finish the 24-hour race. Whichever, 2 hours in, and Yuri Pasiric leads for Scuderia Praha, who led on the first lap of the race and for all of the first hour before losing the lead. Peter Cox starting that car. So the Ferrari 488 is our leader and leads the A6 class. Andrea Caldarelli up to second place in the GRT Racing Lamborghini Huracan. And those also second in A6. Top 4 cars are all A6 cars. Third place, Daniel Aleman in the Prickett Herbert Porsche. So one of only 2 cars that has led the race. Grass Lamborghini hasn't led yet.
Yes, it has. Led. Yes, it's led for 2 laps.
Okay. Chantal Kroll now in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes in 4th place. Battle for position and for 6th position and for lead of the 991 class. We were almost there. 5th place is the RPT Racing Ferrari 488. This is the battle for 6th, though. MSG Motorsport versus MRS GT Motorsport. You'll forgive me for getting them both confused. The MRS GT car is the car with the stars and bars, the US flags on. It's Charles Putman who is at the wheel of the number 78 Porsche. He lies in 7th, 2nd in the 991 class. And in the 62 car, currently, who's driving that? It is Paul Scheuchner who has taken over from Nico Rindersbach, who started the car. And great battle. They are separated by about a car length on track. So that's the battle for 6th and 7th. 8th place, Eric Yanis. He's the leader in SP3 in the RTR Project's KTM Crossbow. 9th place, 226, is Christian Arendt in the CCS Racing KTM Crossbow. 2nd in SP2, in SP3. And in 10th position is the number 65 Porsche Lorient, Porsche 911. And that car lies 2nd in SP2, that class being led by the RPD Racing Ferrari 488. The Porsche battle continues. I should just pick out our other class leaders. Our other class leader, which is the A3 class leader, and that is now still 113, the Valek Motorsport BMW, and that is the gold and red car. And if I can find my bit of paper, I will tell you that it is Dan Talinsky who is driving that car. And that is a 3-driver lineup. As we heard from Tom Onslow-Cole, if they're going to do the entire 24 hours, there's not going to be much sleep got among those drivers. 4- and 5-driver lineups work a lot better in terms of time off and getting a bit of a kip. More housekeeping for you, Paul. There was a hole in the block of the car collection Audi where bits had exited through one of the cylinder walls, and so they have now got a brand new engine in and are rebuilding the back of the car around it. So when I was down there 10 minutes ago, transmission was on, suspension was going back on, the whole thing coming back together, and they're going to look at the opportunity of getting back out and doing 60% of race distance to get points,
which should mean that they're in a position to be able to do that. I mean, if the progress is as good as you're saying, then no reason why that shouldn't be able to get back out onto the race and therefore scrounge some points, hopefully sufficient points to maintain second place in the championship.
Well, no damage done to the Precoat Herbert Porsche. It just ran wide in turn 13, the penultimate corner as it lost the lead. Down in the pit lane is Joe Bradley. Joe, it's absolutely gorgeous out there.
It really is. I think I'm overclothed. Kim's a big surprise. All right, the sun can be deceiving. We've had very cold temperatures this week, but it's almost balmy. I think I need to have brought some shades and some suntan lotion because I'm going to have a red forehead by the time I finish this stint. But it's beautiful weather for racing, no doubt about it. The ambient air temperature is quite cool, but track temperatures will be coming up now that the sun's on it, and that's going to certainly get the Hankook tyres working better than we have seen all week. I'm down in the pits, as you know, guys, and we've got an issue on the 102 GR BMW. One of the drivers is standing, keeping a watching brief. Rear left of the rear axle, some kind of problem with the hub, the wheel's not fitting. Martin Lanting is keeping a watching brief. Martin, do you know what the problem is exactly?
It was reported to be a flat tire, but it isn't. And apparently there's something wrong with the attachment of the rim. So now it seems it's going to be fixed now, so we will have to see.
Yeah, what it looks like is the wheel wouldn't actually go onto the hub. They saw sort of getting the rough edges of the hub, which is quite bizarre. I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's a little bit bizarre. But anyhow, we're driving again, so we'll see. It's still a long way to go.
Those rear wheels were being well driven there as it spun off the tarmac. So thankfully the 102's back out. Thanks for talking to us, Martin. The 102's back out on track, guys. A slight issue there. That's why we love endurance racing.
Well, he is sharing with Bob Herber and Martin Lanting, regular race drivers together, they're the partners together, Vard Slice and Francesco Castellacci, who is the man who brought the car in. So Castellacci is the driver at the moment. Thank you for that report, Joe. And that presumably is why it felt like a puncture. I would assume that he had only just gone out prior to that, and the wheel nuts had tightened up, but the wheel wasn't actually flat on the hub, and so was vibrating exactly like a puncture would have felt, and so sensibly he brought it back in. So as you saw, they were trying to take some burrs off the centre of the hub there, maybe just a tiny little high spot that stopped the wheel from seating properly. Now it seems to be going. We talked a little bit about the battle between the two JR Motorsport BMWs. 103 has a 7-point championship lead, if you count drop scores, over 102. They're first and second in the title race at the moment. We sort of said, well, basically, one finishing in front of the other isn't enough. It's likely to end up being bad luck that decides the race, and that's the sort of bad luck that 102 didn't need. Looking again at an on-track battle. That is the 62 Porsche versus the 78 car. This is still the battle for the lead in 991, 5th and 6th position. So the MRS car, which is the predominantly blue and silver colour car, versus the Stars and Stripes. Charles Putnam chasing in 78. And forgotten who was in 65, 56 even.
62.
62 even, yes. Too many sixes again, there's too many M's.
62 is Paul Schleusner.
Yes, it is. So he is currently leading this little group, or this battle, in the 62 car in 5th position.
Yeah, going back to your SP3 battle, currently it's 103 ahead of 102, which is the order that they are in the championship positions as well, Martin. But they're quite well down in terms of the positions in class, because currently only fourth in the class is the better of the two JR Motorsport BMWs, with the SP3 class currently being led by the two Crossbows.
Yeah, two KTMs and a TCR Seat Leon, and the two TCR class cars were amalgamated into SP3. And actually, possibly part of the reason why the BMWs aren't quite as close as they otherwise might be to the Seat Leon is that after 2 hours and 9 minutes, they've spent approximately 2 hours trying to overtake each other and re-overtake each other. I mean, they've been wheel to wheel, literally side by side, for about half the race so far. Now that battle has split up a little bit. Koen Bokaerts has just moved up into 15th overall in car 103, and 102 after that pit stop has slumped to 22nd. Now he's also, this is slightly more tellingly in terms of the championship, dropped to 7th in the SP3 class from where he was, which was 4th. So that's another significant points gap, and actually that's the sort of points advantage they needed over their sister car 103 to be able to try and close in the championship. 224, who is Eric Yanis in 7th place, just putting a lap on the 99 Honda Civic of Ricky Kumba. They've had baked potatoes for lunch.
Is that right?
Yeah, the Honda team, yes. They smell very good.
I'm glad you've been doing your research as ever, Martin, in all the relevant...
Led by my stomach to the stories in the pit lane.
Excellent. The gaps up at the front, meanwhile, having had that nice handicap situation a few laps ago where the ones behind were closing on the ones in front, and now going the other way round because Caldarelli is really storming round much faster. I mean, all credit to him. I mean, he's classified by Creventic as a full pro driver, so his driving time is going to be limited at the wheel of that Lamborghini, but Caldarelli is really going very rapidly indeed and opening up the gap between himself and Jiri Pasiric at the wheel of the Ferrari, and Daniel Alleman, who's not as quick as Pasiric either. So those gaps, having closed down, are now going out again the other way. What will be interesting is whether or not Caldarelli's fuel consumption is going to be hit by his pace, because he's going so quickly, quite frankly, that although he was the last of those three to stop, I think he might actually need to stop a little bit earlier, because he's going to run out of fuel because of the pace of the car.
Well, he was artificially the last to stop as well, because they did a little top-up, didn't they, under our code 60 in the first 20 minutes, wasn't it, of the race. So he sort of crept a few extra laps in.
Which, as we heard from Rolf in Eichen when Nick was talking to him, you know, they felt that worked well for them. But as I say, having got the lead of the race, which they've achieved partly due to that early stop, I suspect they may be one of the earlier pit callers.
Well, 2 hours and 11 minutes in, so all the starting drivers will, by law, have been forced to hand over to their teammates. You're not allowed to drive for more than 2 hours in a stretch, no matter what your pit strategy might be. So we're now working our way through driver rotations, some 3 driver lineups, predominantly 4 and frequently 5 driver lineups in cars, and that's going to make life an awful lot easier. Car collection still on page 2 of our timing screen at the bottom, because they haven't yet left the garage after their engine blow up earlier on.
Correct. The only slight caveat to what you've just said, Martin, is because within Creventic rules, the pit stop actually counts towards your driving time. If you come into the pits and you stay behind the wheel, that time still counts. So when we get to the 2-hour mark, as you rightly said, Martin, any time you spent in the pits, that counts towards your driving time if you've not changed the driver. In WEC racing, for example, that's not the case. Your pit stop time is taken off the driving time. So not that I'm echoing Peter Cox's remarks about the FIA, but Creventic do things differently, and one of the things they do differently is the way in which they calculate stint time. So, for example, the MSG Porsche, which had that long pit stop, it wasn't the MSG one, it was the HRT Porsche, wasn't it? The Kim Andre Hauschild car, which came in and had a long pit stop. If they go out with the same driver, all the time spent in the pits counts towards driving time.
On board with the Grasser Racing Lamborghini, catching the 99 Honda Civic, and catches him right at the apex of turn 7. Sweeps round through 8 and 9 and starts to climb back up the hill now from the lowest part of this Brno circuit. Onboard Pics is showing you just what the topography is like around here. Lots of wooded hillsides. In fact, we were just talking to somebody about the old 1930s motorcycle and Grand Prix track on which they raced, not only ancient and frankly terrifying in their own right motorcycles, but also things like Bugatti Type 35 supercharged, Mercedes and Auto Unions and so on gravel with precipitous drops on either side. Frankly, quite worrying in a modern car on tarmac at no speed whatsoever. Must have been literally terrifying for the drivers in those days, but race around here they did, because different times. 9:63, Andrea Caldarelli, our track announcer here, getting very, very excited about Caldarelli's speed, and rightly so. Fastest lap this car has done in the race at all, 2:02.05. That is still the fastest race lap of all, and he is currently on 2:03.5. So certainly the change, the enormous spike in track temperature that we've had today compared to all the running that's been done previously doesn't seem to be taking much of an edge off the performance of the car. And essentially what the teams will have done to respond to the temperature probably is just to leave a little more air in the tyre rather than take a bit out, which they were doing yesterday to try, as Tom Onslow-Cole said, and get the tyre to work a little bit more, to get it to slide a little more over the surface of the tarmac, and also to work the sidewall just to get a bit more heat into it. So Caldarelli with the lead, 11.9 seconds over Jiri Pisarik in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. And in third place, Daniel Allemann in the Procat Herbert Porsche, now nearly half a minute behind the race leader. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane. Joe, what have you got for us?
Just wanted to comment on your comment there. It's not like me to be contrary to what you think, but I'm going to be. I would think you'd leave air out rather than putting more in, because the temperature of the tyre is going to increase, so the pressure in the tyre is going to be increased, especially if you're not using a dry compressor, where if you're using an ordinary compressor you're going to be putting water and water vapour into the tyre as well. So I would imagine the top running teams are using a dry air compressor, and they'll be leaving a bit of air, be putting a little bit less air into the tyre, because the higher track temperature is going to cause the temperature and the pressure inside the tyre to go up. There you go. It's begun.
No, it hasn't. Change of position for 9th place now, as the RPD Racing Ferrari jumps the Lorient Porsche, the number 65 car. And yeah, so 444 starting to climb back up the order after what was its early problem, that car, because I was off headset at the time. Gregor Gigot is at the wheel of the 458 Challenge car, because that started in 4th position and has now worked his way back up to 9th.
It had no particular problem other than a relatively early pit stop. So it was a fuel-only pit stop. It wasn't when the yellow was out, though. They came in and did fuel-only after an hour and a quarter. That gave Luis Carpaccio another 22 laps before he had to come in again for in order not to exceed his 2 hours behind the wheel. So they've optimised the driver, having the driver behind the wheel for as long as possible, and had Luis Carpaccio, as I say, doing a full 2 hours. So that's why it's kind of got itself a little bit out of kilter, because they've gone for driver time rather than optimising the fuel usage on that car. Still leads in SP2 though, particularly with the problems, the extra long pit stop that was had by the 243 KTM Crossbow, and that cost the car. Thomas Enger suggested it would be 5 minutes, but it was more like 10 or 12 minutes having the that drive shaft change on the KTM Crossbow, which has put it down into 6th place now in the SP2 class.
Second place, Ferrari of Yanni Pizarnik. Still trying to chase down leader Andrea Caldarelli, but the Super GT racer is pulling away fast. Caldarelli, an Italian in an Italian car. You can't go wrong with that combination, can you? Mind you, Yuri Pizarnik, a driver from the Czech Republic, racing for a Czech team in the Czech Republic. That's a pretty fearsome combination as well, and his Ferrari certainly would have the pace, working his way through traffic, avoiding the tyre stacks on the inside of the corners, 13 and 14, the last two on the track. I imagine that those might end up getting moved a little during the night, not intentionally either. Talking to Tom Onslow-Cole earlier on, who will share the driving in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and he was saying that when it gets dark here, which will be before 7 p.m. and will remain dark until, in fact, before 6 p.m. it'll be dark and remain dark till after 7 p.m. It's going to be very, very dark indeed. Once you leave the pit lane area, there is nothing. There may be a moon tonight, although I sense perhaps that the clouds might come in later in the evening. However, it is going to be very hard to see, and some of the cars with lighting issues or maybe with handling issues might not be able to avoid the tyre stacks at the end of the lap. Looking now on our screens at the Preakert Herbert Porsche early race leader, Daniel Allemann at the wheel. They seem to have settled into their regular pace now, 2 or 3 seconds off the leader, but in fact on the last lap only 1.3 seconds off the leader, but still enough to keep them firmly in contention. Whether they continue all the way through to the end of the 24 hours remains to be seen. They don't strictly need to. Championship points being awarded at 12 hours, which was the original intended race distance. It was then extended to 24 hours, and points are awarded, all points will be awarded at 12. It's not like Spa 24 where there's some at 8 hours, some at 12 hours and some at 24. It'll all be in one hit. Porsche appears to be weeping oil, left rear corner below the spoiler. Do you remember when Mark II Golfs used to leak rust preventative from the hatchback down the back panel? Anybody who's owned a Mark II Golf will remember that. That nasty black goo. Well, that's a little bit what the Porsche looks like, but it is definitely oil leaking out there from a breather. So whether that's an overfill or a portent of something slightly more long-term and serious, I'm sure the team will be looking at the pictures in their garage and will be aware that that is happening, as well as whatever their telemetry is telling them. Two wheels of the car very firmly outside the curbs there, which we have been told is absolutely a no-no. That's the 911, the Preakert Herbert Porsche. On board our second place car, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, for a moment or two. Now we take a look at one of our TCR class cars. This is Seat Leon of the Red Camel Jordan's team, number 303. Now they have been amalgamated into SP3. They currently lie 5th in class and just had a pit stop at the end of the last hour, and that was for Rick Breukers to hand over to Moni Krant. So Moni Krant is at the wheel at the moment. Everything went smoothly enough with that pit stop, just 2 fresh fronts. Even in these temperatures, the rears are probably going to last way into the night time. Rear tyres on a front-wheel drive car mainly just serve to keep the exhaust off the ground. They don't do an awful lot of other actual work. They're sort of freeloaders, really. Nice shot from the curb cam of a beautiful blue sky overhead. And from noises in my ear, I'm gathering that Joe Bradley is watching either a car returning to the track or you're down with a pit stopper, Joe.
We've got the 226 crossbow in. It looked like Cheryl Arendt who got out of the car. Can't quite see who got in there. Their overalls are exactly the same as the Alpine Stars sort of off-white and black, sorry, OMP off-white and black overalls that all of these drivers are wearing. No, can't see who that is getting in the car. This looks pretty scheduled. Very obscure looking car, the crossbow. The whole of the front windscreen and roof section of the car lifts up to allow access into it. And fresh tyres. It'll now head off down pit road, paddle shift gears on this car, and he stalls. And the 226 crossbow heads down pit lane. It'll turn immediate right through the last garage, the end garages, and then make its way to the fueling station for a full tank. I said that, I was put off by a wheel falling into my path from the 226 garage and needing to get out of the way because sweeping in behind us is the number 224 crossbow. Now the engine cover's coming off on this one, as well as the windscreen and roof panel lifting up. Driver kind of falls out.
Okay, that's interesting, because the last stop that I saw of theirs, they also had the roof panel off and they were looking down inside with torches. They didn't seem to do anything.
Doing the same, Martin. They're doing the same, so there's obviously an inspection in process of all around. I'm trying to see where he's looking at. You know what? That's just a general inspection what he's making there. He's probably looking for leaks. He's looking for auxiliary belts being not where they should be. It's very, very tightly packaged, the engine and gearbox on this car. And the driver, the new driver, is in. I'll try and get a look and see who that is. There's still an inspection going on there. Now, in difference to the 226 crossbow, same car, same model of car, running in a different class. Now the rear cover goes on, and it was Janice who got out. Arms wave in the air. A little bit of a push to help the transmission. And that car back out. Now, same as before, Martin, you observed that they had a small finger torch, just having a look around, and it was purely that. So they have got concerns, but what those concerns are, I couldn't really tell, because it was pretty much an inspection of the whole of the rear of the car.
Going up to get its fuel now, then the crossbow, if you can see the stream, that's why he's kind of looks like he's just gone into a little village market stall, so that's where he gets refueled. 2 members of the team there to execute the refueling, but once that's done, then he'll be able to get on his way once again. We're not that far away from the next set of pit stops. Daniel Alleman has been out and is currently on his 29th lap of his stint. Bearing in mind that the previous stint by Robert Renauer had some 3 laps behind code 60 and was 35 laps, I'd be expecting Daniel Alleman to be in within about 2 or 3 laps or so in the 911 car, and that could then also be the call for Caldarelli to come in, because as we said a few moments ago, the Lamborghini, although it pitted last of the sequence of leaders, may actually have to make its pit stop, because Caldarelli has been storming away. He's established some 20 seconds of a gap and an advantage at the front of the field, but that, as I say, within the next couple of laps we'll see those pit stops being made, and that just could change the shape a little bit of the overall lead. Still, the Hoffa Racing Mercedes is in 4th place, sticking to this minimum reference lap time. 1 or 2 questions have been coming in about the joker usage. 10 jokers being allowed for the race as a whole. You can use those jokers at any point during the race. So if you want to use them all before the 12-hour mark, you can do. What you can't do, though, is use them within the last 2 hours of the 12-hour section. So you can't use the jokers between laps 10 and 12, nor between hours 10 and 12, nor between hours 22 and 24. So the last 2 hours of each 12-hour segment of this race, you're not allowed to use your escape jokers, but you can use the rest at any time.
Joe Bradley in the pits.
Ah, splendid. Got Eric Janis, who's just gotten out of the number 224 crossbow. Eric, everything going well, firstly?
Yeah, everything is going really well so far for us. We didn't have any issue. We are going on the pace where we want to be, so we are trying to do constant laps without any mistakes to avoid any incident on the traffic. So yeah, till the moment we are pretty happy, and we will see how it's going on.
Now, comparing what happened to your car during that pit stop with the other crossbow teams, your team takes the engine cover off and has a small torch, and they're looking around the rear of the engine bay and the rear of the car. Is that because of an issue or just precaution?
It's just for security that we check it's everything okay, because right at the moment we have quite a big gap between the others, so we can check if there is some problem or whatever. So we rather to check the car than go again on a track and there could be some problem. So it's better to check it if there is a place for it. So that's why the guys always take the cover off to check if everything is okay.
That's good stuff. And out on the track, I know we've got a small field here for this race. Have you had any issues with traffic, and is everyone behaving?
I have to say there is no problem at all, because the track is really wide and the track is really long, so we don't have many cars here, so you can play with the gaps, and you can be pretty safe on the track. So there is no a big problem for the driver to avoid any contact. You can see everybody where they are, because the track is really wide, so without any problems.
Now, Eric, the Crossbow is a unique-looking car. It's not like any other car out there. What's it like to drive? Is it very different from other cars that you've driven?
Yeah, actually, for me, it's I like it very much, because the car, the potential of the car is really high, and if we would have a bigger engine, the car would go without any problems, because the chassis works pretty well. It's like a single-seater car, really grippy, without any problems on handling, so you can brake really hard at the end of the straight. The car stops pretty good, so the feeling for the driver is just awesome, and I'm enjoying every lap.
I can tell. Thanks for joining us, Eric.
Joe Bradley with Eric Yanis, and we just had a slightly bizarre view then of a whole bunch of cars going very, very slowly past the start-finish line. Now, yellow flags are out at turn 13, because I think I've just found out where the purple and yellow camo works. It doesn't really work there. The 224 KTM has looped into a spin at turn 13. Yellow flags are out there, but it looked like there was 5 or 6 cars coming down towards the start-finish line, or towards the finish line on the main straight, who thought they were under code 60 for some reason, because they were absolutely crawling. I mean, certainly not a speed that you'd expect for a yellow flag zone. And were they really keeping it yellow until the finish line?
I think they were. I think the yellow flag zone was from where we can see on the screen there, where the bollards were all cast all over the place by the spinning crossbow. But the green flag was being shown at the start-finish line. And I think that the green flag being shown at the start-finish line meant that a couple of cars thought, oh, there's a code 60. And yeah, it was a very bizarre situation, because everybody else, it was a blue flag being shown at the start-finish line, actually, not a green flag that was being shown.
So, and cars are coming at full racing speed out of the final corner and then joining a queue of cars who absolutely, there's no question, they are doing 60 kilometers an hour. There's the 444 Ferrari, there's the TTRS, finally the Grasser Lamborghini goes, but there are cars coming up behind them at full chat and then going, hang on, what's going on with this? So they had gone green before that, but somehow 4 or 5 cars there in one little clump maybe even only one of them had accidentally been told we're going code 60.
Indeed, yes. And
that's all it takes. If somebody in front of you is doing no speed at all, you go, ooh.
And yeah, I mean, I suppose in some ways the first instinct is to say, oh, maybe I've missed something.
Yes.
What it has done is to reduce the lead gap, down to 15 seconds. Actually, pretty much, it came down a little bit. It was up to 20 seconds, I said a little while ago, didn't I? It's now down to 15 seconds. But that's first to second. A further 23 seconds is the gap then between second and third place. Daniel Alleman at the wheel of the Precoat Porsche, which Daniel has now been at the wheel of for something approaching an hour and 10 minutes. So he's, he's not coming towards the end of his driving stint, but an hour and 10 minutes is the best part of the fuel allowance for that car. The fuel for the Precoat Porsche, 90 litres of all the A6 cars. That's the least of the amount of fuel that's allowed in. Porsche, anyway, fairly economical. It's got a 120 litre fuel tank, but it's only allowed to put 90 litres in at every stop.
In fact, he has been on track since fueling up longer than any other car in the race. Next closest, which is an hour and 8 minutes in now, is the number 73 HRT Performance Porsche, which is a 991 class car and presumably not as thirsty. So he's got a minute longer than anybody else at the moment, Daniel Alleman, and certainly amongst their rivals, he's sort of 7, 8, 9 minutes longer on track. So the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, it's already done 62 minutes and counting, but our race leader, Andrea Caldarelli in the GRT Lamborghini, yet to complete his first hour behind the wheel, so he will be the last of those to stop. And as we documented earlier, that's because they did put in a few litres when we had a code 60 in the first half an hour. They'd only had 5 laps of green flag running by that stage, so didn't take on an awful lot, maybe a couple of extra laps. Two things are very evident when you're stood on the roof over the pits in what would normally be a rammed MotoGP VIP hospitality unit. A, what a blooming gorgeous day it is. It's absolutely lovely. Not much wind, little breeze rather than the wind we had yesterday, which really did cut through you. And nice warm temperatures, great view. And also periods, but you get this even at Le Mans, even at the Nürburgring 24, even at the Spa 24, periods where you go, hello, where are all the cars gone? And you start looking down the pit straight and there's nothing, and then a clump come through together. And we heard from a number of drivers already talking about traffic. We've got 5 kilometres of track, we've got 25 cars, there is room to play, there's room to manoeuvre, and because this track is medium to high speed and doesn't have, say for instance, a horrible nasty chicaney section like the end of the Barcelona lap, then it gives everybody a chance to get through traffic. We've barely seen yet a quick car impeded by catching a slow car in a place where you can't pass for 2 or 3 turns. Not like in the Hungaroring, for instance, where you get to the chicane at turn 5 or turn 5 and then down to the chicane. You sort of nearly get to turn 11 before you can actually get past anybody, even if they are relatively quite a lot slower. Here there is room to play and not as many Nadgery corners, so traffic has been very much off the radar for everybody. Of course, when it gets dark, then that's a whole different kettle of fish. You can't quite judge the distance, the speed, or the edge of the track quite so well, so you will be a little bit more circumspect, and that may be where we start to find drivers complaining about other cars being in their way a bit more, Paul.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. Last night during the night practice, we had Chantal Kroll saying how she was dazzled by the faster cars out on the circuit with their lights on full beam. Into the pits comes Andrea Caldarelli in the Lamborghini. Nick Damon is there.
Nick Damon is next to us, scoffing Mars bars. Joe Bradley is there.
Yes, I am. Not quite close enough for him to clip my toes, but close enough to get the waft of brake dust as the wheel gun went in. So cars come in from the lead.
just the four wheels being changed then on the Lamborghini, and away he goes to get fuel. In now comes Daniel Allemann in the Precoat Herbert Porsche. He's come to the end of an hour and 12 minutes driving stint for Dan, and that will now go, I would suspect, to a Renault, and Joe Bradley can tell us.
Yeah, we've got a driver jumping out and a driver jumping in, so Daniel Allemann getting out after his first stint of the race, and it looks as we would expect from this car, a very regimented and well orchestrated pit stop. Trying to see what it is that's leaking. It's the breather, the engine, the residue that Martin noticed on the rear of the car is there, just above where that stain is the engine breather pipe, and that's breathing oil smoke straight from the engine, so it's obviously got some residue. Let's get a word with Daniel while he still has the sweat on his head off that stint. Daniel, all smiles as ever. Not smiling when you get out of that car.
Everything is okay. The Ferrari and the Lamborghini are very fast, faster than me. Yeah.
But what I found about you and your team is you never get drawn into trying to overdo things by trying to race the cars that are slightly quicker. You just do your own play. You stick to your plan. You're not dragged into a race.
Yeah, we have a plan. We also by the training or by the qualifying we had a plan, and we look what's happening in the future. Our car is not one of the fastest, but we won't try to race long, soft, and carefully.
You guys know how to win. It's got to be said, Daniel.
Yes.
You know what to do.
Yeah, we want to do it.
When will the decision be made about whether you guys continue after 12 hours?
Ask me in 5 hours.
Okay, all right. I'll leave you to some rest. Thank you. Daniel Allemann. He really is a man who, when he gets out of that Porsche, every time he has, this whole season, he's got that huge smile. You see it there? It's going to take a lot to wear off.
Yes, it is. He's certainly enjoying his racing, and the team are in a rich vein of form at the moment, as we've said a number of times. 2 straight wins in International Endurance Series races, and they are on a hat-trick. Whether they do 24 or 12 hours remains to be seen. As he said, ask me in 5 hours' time. Well, that'll be close to the mark where they need to make it. Well, they don't need to make a decision, but where they possibly will, Paul.
Exactly, 3 straight wins, in fact, because they won the 12-hour race at Mugello, at Zandvoort, sorry, before the 2 24-hour races. I'm just looking down your shirt to work out where they were, at Paul Ricard and at Catalunya.
And which map is that? It's the...
Yes, it's Zandvoort. So Zandvoort 12 hours, followed by the 2 24-hour races at Paul Ricard and Barcelona that Precoat Herbert won. This will be a hat-trick of 24-hour races and 4 races on the trot, and also the possibility of them getting second place in the championship if they can score sufficient points to overtake the car collection Audi, which I remind you still in the pits having work done on the engine. It's now been there for over 2.5 hours, having caused the only code 60 period we had of the race thus far, which was 11 minutes, nearly 12 minutes long after less than a quarter of an hour of the race. So since then, the number 34 car collection Audi has been languishing in the pit, but they're working on it and trying to get the car out again in order to complete the 60% that they need.
Well, 45 minutes ago, in fact, an hour ago when I was down there, the new engine was in, the gearbox was attached, and they were cleaning oil off everything else and starting to put bits back together. So it can't be down an awfully long way from coming back out on track, I don't think, but we'll just have to wait and see exactly where that goes. Maybe Joe can stick his head in the door and see which bits need fixing and fix them.
Joe can do one of his instructionals on how to change the engine on an Audi R8 LMS.
Oh, they've done that. It's the nitty bits.
It's all the yes, ancillary bits. Yuri Pisaric has taken over in the lead of the race, of course, while the 2 pit stops have happened. It was Ralph Bone who got into the Precoat Herbert Porsche, started by Robert Renauer, and then Daniel Allemann has handed it over to Ralph Bone. Caldarelli Caldarelli, according to what we see, has stayed behind the wheel of the Lamborghini. So Rolfin Eichen stayed in the car for a little bit, for kind of a stint plus a bit, because he came in during the first Code 60, but Caldarelli has stayed behind the wheel of the Lamborghini.
Well, you made comment, didn't you, that they only took tyres on and then it left in a cloud of green tyre smoke. I'm not quite sure how they managed that, but certainly in our camera light, it really looked green. So, yes, it was fuel and tyres and keep Caldarelli in. I think that's the secret, actually. Not only is he quick, he's young, he's expendable. Well, wear him out.
Well, also, because the Lamborghini uses so much fuel, the rate he uses it, he'll be able to come in again. I mean, he'll have to come in at the end of 2 hours driving, so that'll be at around about, 3:30 local time. Keep an eye on that. So he stayed at the wheel. The Scuderia Praha Ferrari 488, though, Jiri Pisaric, has yet to come in, but he will be due in very shortly, I would suggest, and that will be a driver change for the Scuderia Praha Ferrari.
And he certainly preceded the Grasser car onto pit road last time, so they're slightly sort of out of sync with that. And he also preceded the Preco Herbert Porsche, so I think they...
No, he didn't. The Preco Porsche came in first, yeah.
Okay, so Scuderia Praha, as you say, Jiri Pisaric, and it's almost certain, I think, that he will get out and hand the car on to the next driver in their lineup, because they've got enough. They've got 4 drivers.
Well,
Josef Kral hasn't.
Tom Onzo Cole. No, Josef Kral hasn't, but Tom Onzo Cole told us that he was 3rd in the lineup, didn't he, when he was here?
But he did also say that everything he's told us so far this weekend has turned out to be wrong, so treat that as you will, because that's, what's on the plan and what actually happens doesn't necessarily always quite go the same way. Racing is an organic thing. Best laid plans of mice and men count for nothing much once the green lights go on, or the red lights go off, as it is nowadays. Preco Herbert Porsche in 3rd position, Ralph Bone at the wheel of that car. Chantal Kroll 4th for Hofer Racing, 1 minute and 18 seconds behind in 4th position, and those are our A6 class cars still in the top 4 spots. 5th position now is Charles Putman. Presumably he's multi-layering under his race suit as well to combat the non-Floridian temperatures here. The MRS GT Porsche, though, up to 5th. They've leapfrogged 62, their MSG Motorsport rivals in the 991 class, who are in 6th position. And in other class battles, change for the lead on the last lap, in fact, and we've seen that before. So that must be a very close battle. The RPD Racing Ferrari jumping the Lorient Porsche, 444 ahead of 65. Now, I'm sure I've said that sentence before in the last hour. They're 7th and 8th. 9th place is the Est1, the Estonian racing team, Porsche, number 96 car, and in 10th place, the Speed Lover Porsche. So those are our top 10. Other class leaders, and there are 2 outside the top 10. In 13th overall, leading the SP3 class is 103, the JR Motorsports BMW, currently being driven by Koen Bokaerts. And the other class leader is the Bonk Motorsport BMW 235i. That leads A3, and it is in 22nd overall. And MSG's delayed Porsche is down in the pit lane. But where, we ask, is Joe Bradley? Are you there, Bradders? I'm saying that no, he's not. Oh, he's going to be.
I am.
Oh, you are. Very good.
I am. And as you can hear, the car, having completed its tyre change, is this the starting driver? It certainly looks like it. Is it Nico? Windlersbacher?
No, it's Paul.
No, because they handed over, didn't they?
Paul Schleusner is the driver at the moment, Joe.
All right, let's find out who it is. Let's dive in to the garage. He looks like he's been grafting. He's sitting, getting some well-earned rest. Looks like he's been working hard. He's came straight into the garage and sat down. So he's been pushing on. The car showing the number 6 in the electronic light, denoting overall race position.
So in fact, that's not their delayed one, that's their healthy one that's battling for the lead of 991 class with Charles Putman and MRS.
Sorry, Martin, it's Paul Schleusner.
Yes.
Who I will see if he's okay to talk to us. He's just He's just in a debrief with his engineer, having sat down. Someone's brought him a bottle of water, so he is pushing, as you would expect, to get that car up to 6th overall. It's all right. He's the most important. This guy's important for you to talk to. He's your engineer. How are you doing, Paul? Come with me. Looks like Paul's been working hard. I'll just bring him to the front of the garage and we can get a word with him on. Paul, it looks like you've been really pushing out there.
Yeah, I tried to make the best out of it. Sadly, the tires were, I messed them up too quick and the times went down. And of course, if you're driving more than 1 hour, you're getting really like, it's getting warm, the car, and yeah, but I tried my best.
So you said you pushed the tires too quick. Did you push the tires so that they lost all their grip?
That's right, yeah. Right. So I was a little bit too much on the brakes, so sometimes the tires locked up. And yeah, also I wanted too much. I wanted really to have a good stint, but yeah, next time I'm wiser.
So Paul, is that why the car has been such a handful? Because the tyres went. Is that why the car's been such a handful and so physical to drive? Because the tyres went off.
Sure, the tyres are the most important part. So if you can't beat the grip over the tyres, then you have to really like brake earlier, be really patient in the corners, and yeah, makes it really much more difficult then.
So what will you do now to recover? It looks like you've been working very hard out there. What do you do exactly to recover?
So I opened already a water bottle, so what I will do is like this, and then I will wash my face as well a little bit more, and yeah, try to maybe stretch a bit, and then yeah, eat something, and then recover for the next stint.
You wouldn't change things though. You wouldn't want to be nothing but a driver, I would imagine.
I like it too much, so I can't stop it. It's really like something addictive, and yeah. But it's a great sport, and yeah, I love it.
Great stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Paul. We'll leave you to get some well-earned rest. Paul Schochner there, as you heard, and a great position for them to be in, 6th overall for the MSG Porsche.
Absolutely right. Thank you, Joe Bradley. And Paul Schochner's English far better than my German. I'm not sure I could deal with a double negative followed by a double negative in one question. So that was exceptionally good work. Hard work for him though, and interesting again to hear drivers talking about the differences that they're finding with the tyre today because of the greatly different tyre temperatures, the great different track temperatures rather, which is leading to all sorts of things happening today that didn't happen yesterday. And of course, when you're racing, Paul Truswell, as well, you tend to treat the tyre a little different than when you're in free practice or even in qualifying. It tends to get abused a bit more because there's things that you have to get by that in free practice you don't have to.
And it's the whole pressure aspect of it as well, isn't it, Martin? Because you are under pressure when you're in the race, and as we were hearing from Tom Onslow-Cole, even if it is an endurance race, you have to treat every lap as if it's a sprint, and you have to push all the time and really push to make the apexes and so on. On the screen, we see the leading 911, 991 class car.
That's not going at full speed. That does not look like racing speed for a 911. It might just be the foreshortening effects of the camera. He's not crawling around, but I wonder whether that was really as full speed for Charles Putman. Let's take a look here. No, he's being passed by what? He moves offline. What went by him? Oh, it was the Ferrari. That's the Scuderia Praha car.
It's definitely going slowly. The sector time's coming. In fact, for the whole lap, he's just come out of Sector 2, going into Sector 3, but he's 10 seconds off the pace in Sector 2.
He's been running for an hour and 18 minutes. Is there a fuel light going on in his alarm, do you think?
I wouldn't have thought so on a 911. No, not running in the 991 class 911 anyway. So I don't think it's a fuel problem, but it is a problem definitely for Charles Putnam, and I suspect we'll be seeing him leading the class, remind you, 5th place overall, coming into the pits towards the end of this lap. And Yuri Pisaric as well, I would remind you, is also due a pit stop any moment now.
Yeah, he owes us a bit, doesn't he? He's been out an hour and 20 minutes, and he comes in right now, in fact. The number 11 Scuderia Praha car stops to take a penalty. So this will be one of those teams that was summoned to the race directors. They have been assessed a penalty. So this is a track limits penalty, you assume.
No, don't forget Peter Koch. I don't know if you were listening at there or if you're part of the, if you're on your break. On your break. when Peter Cox was telling us that he was assessed a penalty for jumping the start, and he was warned for track limits. Now, whether this will be for, a penalty for both of those, but he was certainly told about a penalty for jumping the start, and there may well be something for track limits as well. Joe Bradley has more.
Yeah, I've just talked to the team, and I've been told these are the penalties for the earlier infringements. So we presume he was a little bit cagey. I've got to say that the team manager from the Scuderia Praha team has been like Zebedee in and out of the pit garage and up to race control.
45 seconds of penalty to take there for Pisaric.
So that'll be 30 seconds for jumping the start and maybe 15 seconds for track limits. Now, Joe, also when you dealt with this, MRS GT's car has been wheeled back into the garage, so you'll be wanting to get back to them and find out what has happened to our 5th place car, the 991 class leader.
Well, we will get down there, but right now Tom Onslow Cole is having his first stint as a Ferrari driver in a race, and he's out of the pit garage. He'll be going down, turning hard right into the fueling area. And whilst I make my way down to the MRS pit, just a big shout out to some people watching back at home. Mick Bolton, good friend of mine. Can't believe I've converted you to motorsport, but we have, a new endurance racing fan. And a man who should be here, GM Lipman, convalescing after a knee operation. Hope to see you, Jamie, in Dubai. And that little shout out has given me enough time to get down to MRS, where instead of dealing with the pit stop on the pit apron, we have wheeled the car into the garage. Wheels are off, drivers are swapping. We just walk around the back of the camera, and there is attention going on to the front of the car. Car up on its jacks, as you can probably see, and a lot of attention to the front. Wheels are off the rear of the car, nothing happening there. So maybe some kind of vibration, something working loose, maybe a wheel bearing, but certainly something the driver's reported. Now, Charlie Putman is the driver that's brought the car in. It looks like Joe Foster, it is, who's going to be next out in the 78. Now, this car was going really well. It's not just leading the 991 class, but was certainly in contention for an overall podium over the course of the race distance. Now, I can see Charlie Putman talking to his crew chief. I'll say crew chief because it's an American team, this, not team manager, as we call in Europe. Once Charlie gets his helmet off, he was kind of trying to read his gesticulations, still conversations going on. Charlie's almost got his helmet off, so stay with us. I can't actually see anything apparent, but then again, I haven't exactly been on my back and underneath the car.
Tell us,
which is not like me. I usually know when to stick my nose in.
Tell us
we'll wait for the.
Ready.
I'm sorry, Paul, I couldn't hear you there, but now then. There's still the car is still nowhere near being readied to leave this garage. There's still, you can kind of tell once they've located the issue, they then kind of tend to go to work. And as I say that, rear wheels going on the car. Stay with me. Charlie! Sorry, mate, I hope you weren't dashing off to the toilet there.
Not quite. Just to get a new video card.
All right, Charlie, please tell us, what's the issue with the car? There's obviously a problem.
Well, we've had a little bit of a noise in it that seems to be getting worse throughout both stints. And right there, with just a few laps to go in this stint, I had a sudden change in the noises in the front of the car. The steering got bad. Felt like we had a tire going down, but the tires are up, so I'm sure it's something in the suspension components. It's serious enough that, you know, it made the car very difficult to drive even on that in lap.
Okay, I'll leave you to get that video card. Thanks there. Bit of insight from Charlie. As we suspected, reports from the driver causing this attention to be made on the 78. Hopefully we'll get this out and back in this race, because they were looking for a good finish, these guys.
Yeah, I mean, they are currently second in the team's standings in the International Endurance Series. but a secure second on the grounds that the car's competitors' teams immediately behind them in the championship aren't here this weekend. So even though from second, they're too far adrift of the leading car, which is the HRT Performance Porsche, number 73, they're not in a position to catch them. So it's kind of second or second is their championship, but it's more than a championship for many of these guys. It's all about individual races and coming high up in the individual races. And as Joe was saying there, the Porsche was first in its class when it came in. Meanwhile, Tom Onslow Cole in the Ferrari back out again, as we're seeing there on the car there. Number 2 on the side means that it's lost the lead of the race because Andre Caldarelli has taken over the lead. His pit stop not having yet happened. He's still at the wheel, still going very rapidly in the 963, leading GRT Grassa Lamborghini at the front of the field.
Great onboard views, courtesy of Scuderia Praha's Ferrari and Tom Onslow Cole. Car down to 3rd place after the stop to insert the Onslow. Andrea Caldarelli leading in another Italian car, Lamborghini. Italian, German, Lamborghini. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. And Ralph Bone second in the Precoat Herbert Porsche. So our expected front runners are still duking it out to the top of the field. And again, it's likely that the balance of power will swing one way and then the other. Tom Onslow Cole, as Joe said, as he was leaving the pit lane in his first race drive in a 488. And as he was documenting earlier on when he was in the booth talking to us in the early hour of the race, first hour of the race, early. Very different from the old Porsche, the old Ferrari rather, and certainly from front-engine GT racing requires a whole different driving style. In fact, I was watching again from the roof of the pits in the previous hour of the race, and the Ferrari going very deep into turn 1 on the throttle, then hard on the brakes and downshifting all the way to the apex. So having to get a lot of the work done on the front end of the car, using weight once the aero bleeds off, and getting all that weight transfer onto the front wheels, getting the car stopped, getting the car turned. And if you don't get that weight on early enough, he said, you just get terminal understeer, and nobody likes that, and the tyres like it even less, Paul.
Yeah, down into 3rd place, partly as a result of that extra 45 seconds spent in the pit lane because of the penalty that had been assessed. Not Tom Onslow Cole's fault, he just picked up the car after the penalty as a result of a double penalty, we believe, one for track limit violation and also for jumping the start, that meant that car spent 45 seconds longer at rest than it really needed just for the work to be done. And as a result of that, Tom now has the best part of 3/4 of a lap of a disadvantage on the race-leading Lamborghini, which is in any case in the hands of Caldarelli, just pulling away from Ralph Bone now at the wheel of the Precoat Herbert Porsche. What we will get, though, is within the next 20-30 minutes is Caldarelli coming into the pits because he can't drive for longer than 2 hours. That will be handing the car over to Adrian Amstutz, who is the silver driver in the car, or I should say the AM driver in the car, because Creventic call that type of the amateur driver. And Adrian Amstutz is an amateur driver, and his lap times will be probably more like 4 or 5 seconds slower than those of Caldarelli. That will quite easily hand the balance of power back to Precoat Herbert Porsche, but we'll see how that one pans out.
Beautiful view of the Brno circuit. We have completed 3 hours exactly of our 24-hour race. Grassa racing with their Lamborghini Huracan in front of Precoat Herbert Porsche. Scuderia Praha's Ferrari in 3rd place after last round of pit stops, with Chantal Kroll's Hofer Racing Mercedes in 4th position. 5th overall now is the Porsche Lorient car, which leads the SP2 class, although that has just come into the pits, which means that the Speed Lover Porsche will take over the lead of that and 5th position. And in our next class lead is the MSG Motorsport number 62 Porsche. That leads the 991 class. Leading SP3 A spot behind them in 10th place, Kumbo Karts for JR Motorsport. That is car number 103. So we've got 4 different class leaders in the top 10, and the only other class leader not in the top 10 has just come on to the down the pits, and that is Bonk Motorsport's BMW 235i. That leads the A3 class. That's down in 22nd, but still first in its class ahead of Ricky Kumba in the Honda Civic. So the leaders all separated, although the graphic as it was created, they were a lap apart because only one of them had crossed the start-finish line. They are separated by about a minute and a half. And the Scuderia Praha team, having been imposed a 45-second penalty for jumping to start and track limits, have lost a little bit of extra time. So 3 hours in, that's quarter of the championship race distance done, or an eighth of the 24-hour race, whichever way you want to look at it. And the race started with an all-Italian front row, Lamborghini qualifying ahead of Ferrari. You a lot of ground. Andrea Caldarelli leads. This is the view from the leader's car, the Lamborghini Huracan GT3, run by GRT, the Grasser racing team. Grasser also running cars, of course, in the Blancpain series, so they are very experienced with the Lamborghinis. And the former team that used to develop Lamborghini now working with KTM. So the KTM development program, they have a car here which was put on 5th place on the grid by Thomas Enger, but that car is the one that has struck problems of the 3 KTM crossbows. The RTR, is it RTR Projects who are currently, RTR Projects currently in 2nd place in the SP3 class, ahead of CCS Racing's KTM crossbow, but the true racing car, the development car, which Reinhard Körfler has just taken over, that is now down in 21st place, and it has lost 9 or maybe 5 laps. Maybe Paul can give us a slightly more accurate assessment of the time they lost in the pits. That was the 243 car.
Yeah, it lost 15 minutes in the pits.
Right.
Or at least the stop was 15 minutes. What perhaps I should say is that it would anyway normally have been 3 minutes, so it was like a 12-minute loss.
Yeah. So about 5 laps went astray there with, what was the problem?
Drive shaft.
Ah, yes. Fairly fundamental. Hofer Racing Mercedes being passed there by 444, that's the RPD Racing Ferrari. Hofer Racing Mercedes, Chantal Kroll is in that car. 2 laps behind the leaders. Now their time that they are not allowed to go quicker than is a 2-minute 5.000. Fastest 2 minutes 6.000. All right, okay, there we go. Fastest lap for the car, 2 minutes 6.121. Chantal's last lap, 2 minutes 11.7. So actually, she needs to find a bit more pace in the car in these conditions.
Yeah, Chantal is generally not as quick as the minimum reference lap time. So that's not entirely a surprise for that car. It's burnt or used up 3 jokers of the allowed 10, 2 of which were done in the very early part, first couple of laps of the race, and then there was one other lap which it was Christian Frankenhout did, which was slightly quicker. That was a 2 minutes 5.846 by Frankenhout, but all the rest, you've got a 2 minute 6.121 as its fastest lap. That's its fastest legal lap. So it's had 3 faster than that, which have been allowed in the sense that they're counted towards the number of laps completed, but they cause the burning of one of the 10 jokers. I can hear hammers in the background, yes. Martin.
They're trying to put a hub back onto something using the subtle adjustment of a Birmingham screwdriver. Is that the MRS GT Porsche, Joe Bradley?
It is indeed. It's they're trying to get the... What you can hear there is the tapping, trying to get the rear upright off the right-hand rear corner, I should say. That, I suspect, is because of either a hub bearing, the bearing in the upright having failed, or a drive shaft. Now the drive shaft stays on, and I've seen a brand new rear upright being brought out. Now there are bits and pieces attached to the upright that will have to be taken off of that and put on to the new one, unless they are going to remove the bearing which is housed within that. Not sure if our camera's getting any of that, guys. Are you seeing that?
We're seeing that. We're seeing things like track control arms and so on still attached to the hub, and as you say, they are looking inside, and actually if the bearing and the ball race has broken up badly, they need to dig it out. They're now tapping in a new bearing and fixing that.
That's exactly right, and what you can hear there is they are trying to detach where the bearing is housed within the upright, and that's right deep in that recess. Now they've taken it away to a bench, which is always a good idea, get a better grip of it. And this, of course, is absolutely disastrous for track position for this team, albeit we have got a lot of race left, and it's best that this goes with the amount of time we've got left than with a couple of hours. However, it's never good to see a car, and this is the sort of thing that will be relatively bulletproof. Let's have a walk around and have another word with Charlie Putman, who was the driver that brought this car in with this issue. Excuse me, Charlie.
Yes, sir.
So what you felt in the car has manifested itself with a problem in the rear. Could you explain what that is?
The engineer, he knows better than I what it is. It's mechanical parts.
Yes. Yeah, well, you are a driver. I'll step aside, sir. Mr. Engineer, what's your name?
Nathan McBride.
Hi, Nathan. Yeah, Charlie just knows how to turn the wheels and press the pedals. What's exactly the problem with the car?
Well, at the beginning of the race, we had a problem with a slight vibration, and Charles Espinal was hearing kind of a thumping washing machine kind of noise, and it didn't really get any worse, so we kept running. Obviously, when Charlie was in the car, it got a lot worse, and the right rear hub failed, the bearing.
So what we were watching on our TV screens, the guys trying to change the upright. Am I right in presuming that there are things on that upright that have to be taken off and put on the new one? It's not just a case of the whole thing coming off and the new whole thing being put back on?
No, actually, we prepare the corners of the car as spares. It is a complete unit. We just change the entire program out and bolt it on the car. It's ready to go.
All right, so how long do you reckon before we see the car back out?
I'd say probably another 10 to 12 minutes. Guys are pretty fast.
Hear that, Charlie? He said 10 to 12 minutes. Keep the pressure on.
I'm going to hold him to it, Dad. I'll keep an eye on the clock. The boys are working fast, though, and that's all we can do is just let them do the best they can do.
Well, it was a good. What's the word I'm looking for? It was good as a driver that what you mentioned to us, Charlie, was the noise changed. Yeah. And is that kind of being at one with the machine? It's all about vibrations, etc.
Well, we knew there was something wrong, but we didn't know exactly what. So we're trying to diagnose it in the car with what we feel, and tell the engineer the most information we can so they can be prepared. The information was a little bit confusing because the noises and the handling of the car were both affected, and so we couldn't really tell him which was the dog and which was the tail. But yeah, it was still a good drive. We had a lot of fun. Had a good race going there with the 62. So hopefully we'll get back out there and get to run nose to tail with them again a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping to. Okay, Charlie, I'll leave you to oversee the job. Remember, that's, I think, 11 minutes now.
Okay, we appreciate it. Thank you.
It's actually been in the pits now for 20 minutes, Joe. So the number 78 car has been sitting there for 20 minutes and has dropped down to 4th in the 991 class. Meanwhile, up at the front of the field, Tom Onslow Cole doing very nicely indeed in the Ferrari 488. He's actually going quicker now than Andrea Caldarelli is at the wheel of the Lamborghini in the lead of the race. So Tom Onslow Cole, he's on his 8th lap of the stint now, but it's not a huge amount, but taking the average, which is what I tend to do, a tenth of a second a lap. So he's pulling back 10th, only a little, but it's a consistent little, and he's doing that every lap on Caldarelli, and of course importantly he's also doing it on Ralph Bone. So Onslow Cole in 3rd place, chasing down the Herbert Porsche, which is in 2nd place, Ralph Bone, and also closing the gap between himself and the race leader Andrea Caldarelli, although overall the gap is still over a minute and a half. So yes, sort of 3/4 of a lap I said earlier on, but certainly good news for Scuderia Praha. They're not losing any ground and indeed gaining a little bit. So it's going to be a long stint for Tom, I suspect. As I say, he's only done 8 laps thus far. Caldarelli is going to have to be into the pits within the next, I said, 3:30, didn't I? He got into the car at 1:40 into the race, so he's going to have to be out by 3:40. So, yeah, about another 25 minutes or so for Caldarelli. He's going to be constrained by driving time. Tom Onslow Cole by fuel available to him in the Ferrari.
Yeah, and Onslow, if he continues to take a tenth a second a lap out in an entire 2-hour stint, will get the lap back, assuming that nothing else changes in the pace between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini. Precoat Herbert Porsche between them in 2nd place, Ralph Bone, as you said, Paul. So obviously there's that to circumnavigate. Tom Onslow Cole is now 27 seconds behind the Porsche, and last lap was 1.2 seconds quicker, so that's a dozen laps, and he will be starting to smell the Porsche's exhaust. Of course, you don't anymore. When you follow an old car, you remember what unburnt hydrocarbons smell like, but nowadays you don't get any of that. Looking at 3:03, and the Red Camel Jordan's Seat is in 5th position in the SP3 class, 2nd as far as TCR points go. And Paul, what's their TCR championship position off the top of your head, because I've forgotten and I can't.
Who are we talking about?
303.
303. They're 4th in the championship at the moment, and they need 2 points to gain a place and get 3rd on a team that's not here. So that's entirely within their range. They could just steal 3rd as well, because Team Blakemolen isn't here either, is it? No. So if they can get 8 points, then they can get into 3rd place, therefore a podium. In fact, they could even get 2nd place, depending how a car that is here does, and that's the 125, the NKPP Racing Seat Leon, which is also a TCR car running in the SP3 class for this race only.
Well, at the moment, the NKPP car is in front of them, so scoring more points, but yes, should they strike problems, then that will be the case. Grasser Racing Lamborghini leading, car number 963, and as you told us yesterday, Paul, 963 because 1963. See what they did there? The year in which Lamborghini was founded by Ferruccio Lamborghini, a man who got so bored being made to wait for Enzo Ferrari that he decided there's got to be a better way of making supercars, and so he went out and did it himself. Very much in the way that this championship was founded by the organisers of the Creventic series. Andrea Caldarelli neatly nipping his way through traffic between turn 7 and 8, down at the low part of the track. The pitch is on top of the valley here, And we now start the climb back out from corner 9. You go over this little rise, it sort of flattens out to corner 10 as you exit timing sector 2. Long sweeping right-hander, and again dropping down before you start the climb up the hill to 11 and 12. Some great gradient changes on this track, makes it a really entertaining view as well from on board. Drivers don't have an awful lot of time to appreciate it perhaps, but certainly if you get to go around either as a passenger or driving, it is a really scenic circuit. One of the underappreciated European tracks, I think. Corner 13 and 14. You have to stitch those together with the primacy being the exit of 14, keeping it neat and tidy onto the pit straight. 20 hours and I was going to say, is it 8:44 already? No, it's 3:16, you idiot. That's the countdown clock to the end of the 24-hour race, rather than the time of day being shown. Could confuse a simple man, and plainly did. Yes, Paul is almost throwing his head in his hands in despair at the rank stupidity being shown alongside him in the booth.
And also the fact if it was a time of day clock, it seemed to have sending time backwards, Martin,
yes.
Which is also slightly worrying. Yeah, I mean, I am surrounded by clocks, so...
and idiots.
No, I said clocks, not clots.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, so 3 hours and 16 minutes we are into the race. It's 3:15 just gone in the afternoon. And yeah, either 20 hours and 43 minutes of the race remaining, or 8 hours and 43 minutes of the race remaining, depending how you want to count it in terms of championship points. In the pits is Chantal Kroll, and that is a driver change, a pretty standard pit stop for that car. 44 laps completed by Chantal. Bearing in mind that Christian Frankenhout did 41 laps, and he had a period of code 60. Joe Bradley can tell us about it.
Yeah, car just leaving as you came to me. Nothing out of order there. Pretty swift, Hofer Racing, well drilled. Chantal has handed the car to Kenneth Hire. Kenneth now taking the car into the fueling area. I'll give you a shout, guys, and we'll get our first race interview with Chantal Kroll.
Right, we'll give her a chance to cool off after her stint behind the wheel, the longest that the car has run so far. Take a little pause for our TV viewers, and then we'll come back and try and catch the thoughts of the driver who has just vacated the 4th place car. The Hofer Racing Mercedes is headed to the fuel pumps, and it's time for us to take a quick breather as well. So the 4th place Hofer Racing Mercedes. Paul, we always talk about there being different ways to approach this race, and theirs is a very set pattern. They choose a beneficial maximum or minimum lap time to be theirs, and then run as close to that as they possibly can, and they go the long game right from the very beginning. There's never any intention to play it any other way, is there?
No, that's right, and in a sense what they're doing is they're playing to their weakest card, in that Chantal and Michael Kroll are the least quick drivers of the team. Roland Eggeman is the 3rd non-pro driver, and between the 3 of them they have to do half of the race, because that's what it says. So there's no point in the other 2 being able to go quick when they can't do that quick for more than half of the race. So they restrain themselves, that is Kenneth Hire and Christian Frankenhout restrain their pace to the benefit of the others. And generally, as we were hearing from Tom Onslow Cole earlier on, that puts less strain and pressure on the car, and it means that it's fairly reliable. In any case, it's a Mercedes SLS, and it's fairly reliable, and usually gets to the end. I shouldn't say it, but doesn't usually have that many problems on that car. And what they're able to do is then benefit from unreliability ahead of them. Touching wood madly, we've had 3 hours of this race, and none of the leading 3 A6 cars has had a problem to talk about. The biggest problem has been really for the Scuderia Praha car having to spend 45 seconds in the penalty box. There was a slightly longer pit. Oh no, there was a concern of yours, wasn't there, from the overfilled engine breather that was leading some trails on the 911 Porsche, but apart from that, it's been pretty reliable. But certainly early stages in this race, maybe with the cool conditions, even though it's a nice autumnal day today, the cooler conditions as well will help, because that will put less strain on the engines, not having to run so hot.
Well, it is lovely in the sunshine, but you're right. I mean, when the air temperature is 10 rather than 30, the cooling differential between a hot break and the cool air is greatly more significant than it would be in hot weather. Chantal Kroll, all smiles and taking on fluids at Hofer Racing. The Mercedes that she has just vacated, still in 4th place. Kenneth Heyer has now left the fueling station and headed back out on track. We'll send Joe Bradley beavering down there and see if we can get her reaction to what has been a fairly smooth sailing run for her. Certainly a nice long run, but she had no issues with traffic. And in fact, when we're on board with our various different camera cars, not many issues at all with traffic. This is the Est1, the Estonian entered Porsche 991 Cup car, number 96 car. None of our other cars have shown really significant traffic issues. Beautiful sunny day, visibility is excellent, nice and bright and dry. And Joe Bradley is in the Hofer Racing garage. Joe, with Chantal Kroll.
Our first opportunity to speak to Chantal after her first race stint. Chantal, everything good in the Hofer Racing Mercedes?
Everything's good, yeah. The car is running very well.
Yeah, the team seems quite kind of at ease with how things are going. There's no tension.
There's no tension because we are in the good points, so we don't have trouble there, and our goal is just to finish the race, be possibly on the podium, and for that we said all we have to do is get through the race without having any difficulties, without having any trouble.
I noticed as you brought the car in, as you came to a stop, you were already undoing your belts and stuff. Give us some insight on that in lap when you are coming into the pits. What sort of things do you do to prepare for when the car stops?
Well, on the in-lap, you're not allowed to lose anything. So in your head, you just prepare on what do I do first. I have to put the steering wheel in front so the next driver can get in, stuff like that. So I just go through everything I have to do, and then when I get inside, I loosen up in the right order and just try to do it as quick as possible.
As well as keeping the car on the track, of course.
Of course.
Nothing much then?
Sorry?
Nothing much to think about?
No.
You're still enjoying this, enjoying being at Brno in the Czech Republic? You like the circuit?
I'm enjoying it. I'm not sure if I like the circuit. It's very difficult. I see it in my times. I don't get the fast lap times I want. I'm too far behind the others. So yeah, I guess the track is just too difficult for me then.
What is that? What is that about the track? Because we don't usually see that. You're usually as competitive as your teammates.
I didn't understand.
What exactly is it about the track that you feel your competitiveness is lacking?
I don't really know. For me, it's probably just too many turns coming right after each other. So I don't really have the time to focus on the next one. And then if you get the first one wrong, the second one is hard too. And so yeah, it's just a lot to think and a lot to have the right reactions. And
You're still smiling though.
I'm finished for my stint, so that's good.
Yeah, that's good. The car's in one piece. Thanks, Chantal. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Great stuff. Chantal Kroll there.
Joe Bradley with Chantal Kroll. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Well, sorry, mate.
A codicil to your interview.
No, I just wanted to say, we were talking about this circuit the other day and the way that there are lots of parts of this track where you have to compromise corners to optimize the corner immediately after. There's lots of left-rights, not quite chicanes, but more a 90-degree left followed by a 90-degree right, where you do have to compromise. So it is, from that point, you heard Chantal there, who's usually on the pace of her teammates. All right, not necessarily Kenneth Heyer or Christian Frankenhout, but certainly the others in the team. And it kind of just does look a very technical track. It looks relatively easy, all symmetrical and what have you, but it's not, is it? You've got to look very deep at the nature of this circuit. Very, very technical track.
I think one thing which would be useful, Joe, as and when you get the opportunity to talk to a driver who will be able to tell you, is because my view of the track is that it's fairly what I would call homogeneous. There isn't a huge compromise. You don't have a lot of fast corners, a lot of slow corners. They're all kind of medium speed corners. They're all pretty much constant radius corners. And I would suggest that means you don't have to compromise the setup of the car very much. And that means that it all comes a bit more down to the driver and what the driver is doing in order to be able to hit his apexes and to do what you were just describing, which is to get the line right, to optimize your line for the straights, where you can get the power down, and that might mean not taking perhaps what might be the traditional line through a corner because you want to optimize things a bit further round. So, as I say, if you can get to a driver with an engineering experience or with an engineer type of guy himself, I don't think that there's as much of a compromise to be made with setup on this circuit as you would have to, for example, at Barcelona, where there are fast sweepers as well as tight chicane technical parts of the circuit. This is a technical but a homogeneous technical circuit, I would suggest.
Homogeneous.
Yeah, see what
horrible.
I know it should be applied to milk, shouldn't it? Anyway,
yeah.
You know what I mean. It's consistent within itself.
Oh, I thought you meant it congeals as you go round.
No. It's probably quite a good way of making butter, sticking some milk in the boot of the car.
Save us, Johnny Palmer. Save us from ourselves.
The cars do go past your eyes, I suppose.
Oh, clever.
Well, not really.
Seeing the 96 car on the screens.
There are certain bits of this circuit, though, that are kind of similar to the start of, say, Suzuka, where one corner goes into another. Better there, you think?
Yes, better there.
Okay, fine, I'll hold it there then. Where one corner merges with the next, and if you get the first one wrong, then you're guaranteed to be on the wrong line for turns 2 and 3, and you'll run through that first bit of the Suzuka layout is therefore affected. And also at Kota, after that uphill hairpin, you come down into some sweepers that your run through there is entirely reliant on getting the first corner right, and if you don't, you're totally scuppering a decent lap time. So I understand what Chantal was talking about, how one corner leads into the next, particularly the sequence turns 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all in quick succession, and all very much dependent on getting a good route through turn 5 initially. On board the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, Tom Onslow-Cole at the wheel, as you can see, and he is just negotiating turn 12. An important corner because it has a straight immediately after it, but it's also an uphill straight, as you can see. So got to get good momentum and good speed out of that corner. And then into 13 and 14, almost a carbon copy of 11 and 12. The track starts to level out at this point.
I'll tell you what, running a track lap, you would be absolutely cream-crackered by the time you got to turn 13, all the way up that hill with no flattening out at all. I was just thinking about that. I thought, oh no, right, I should cross this place off the list of places I want to run a track lap on, along with every other racetrack. Paul Trussell, you may know this. David Drinkwater just tweeting that the Valak Racing BMW, the gold and red car that was harassing the JR Motorsport cars, back up to first in A3 after it lost 12 laps in the pits. Now, that was probably when I was basking in the sunshine and eating my sarnies. Why did it lose 12 laps in the pits? Or were we all over that like a bad suit?
No, can't say why that was. It was Petra Valek who brought the car in after just 6 laps, and then, as David Drinkwater was saying, a long pit stop then ensued for this is the 113 car, the BMW, and the pit stop time. What do we press? Press that one. Yeah, it was half an hour in the pits then, just over half an hour in the pits having something done. So, yeah, I think that's probably going to be one for Joe to go down and do a bit of research on the 113 BMW. What was the reason for that long pit stop? Unless David Drinkwater's able to tell us.
Yes, we'll see which is the tardier, Joe Bradley walking or David Drinkwater noticing that somebody's tweeted him back saying what was the problem and coming up with the answer. So not quite sure what it was, but it was certainly in the hunt with 102 and 103. They were all over each other. 103 is now up to, deep breath, 6th position overall, the JR Motorsport BMW, and also leading SP3. 102, which has just stopped, is in 16th position overall, and 113, time for the remote control, is on page 2 of the timing screen.
It is 25th.
It is 25th and last running car, the Valak Autosport BMW. So of those trio who were falling over each other in their excitement, 102 is the lesser delayed, and Castellacci is now out. And I'm trying to guess from the livery. I think that's it. Is that Martin Lanting? Excellent. Lanky Lanting gets in. So Joe Bradley is in my ear. Joe B in everybody's ear.
Yes, I'm sorry, Martin. You were. I didn't quite catch what you said there. I know you commented on Martin Lanting getting in, and it's Castellacci getting out. Now, remember, we had a bit of an incident in qualifying from Senor Castellacci and dive bombing the number 99 Honda of James Kay. We haven't had a recurrence of that so far in this race. As Martin Lanting it is. Heads out. I'll dive into the garage and drag Mr. Castellacci, who has disappeared. No, he hasn't. Stand by.
Now on our timing screens it shows him as C. Castellacci. His name is Francesco, so I wonder whether they've just shortened it to Cesco Castellacci, not sure.
I have, Francesco. Is your English okay?
Yeah, of course.
Fantastic, better than my Italian.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Always the case. We should be. Francesco, tell us, the 102 BMW going well, it looks.
Yeah, we are going well. Unfortunately, our car had a problem when I first jumped in the car in the first lap. I felt there was something on the rear left, and I think one of the wheel nut went loose, and I had to do one entire lap very slow because the wheel was almost coming off. And then when I stopped here, I think we lost quite a few minutes. I think maybe 4 or 5 minutes, and then okay, I pushed the maximum. Let's see where we are. It's still long to go.
That kind of makes your job a little bit easier, having time to make up. You just have to go for it.
Yeah, always flat out, no matter what position I am, from last to first.
Has getting through the traffic or the faster traffic coming up to you been a problem at all?
The faster traffic guys are okay. A bit of a problem, it's the Porsche, for example, the GT3 991, which are faster on the straight, but then if they're driven by amateur drivers, then they really struggle in the corners. So I catch them in corners, then they pull away in the straights, and it's quite a difficulty to overtake them. But we need to be careful. Let's see at night.
And you're enjoying driving the BMW. It's a little bit different to what we normally see you driving.
Yeah, it's my very first time on the BMW. It's an opportunity I had, and I'm here coaching Martin and Rob. And so let's see. I'm very happy to also try other cars, even if my heart is with Ferrari.
I can tell you're happy. Thanks, Francesco. Good luck for the rest of the race. Thank you. Ciao.
Super job by Francesco Castellacci behind the mic and behind the wheel. Paul is pointing at the screen or out of the window. Paul?
To tell you that Andrea Caldarelli is in the pit lane because he'd reached his 2-hour driving limit and quite close to his 2 hours he was when he came in, having been out in the car since he took it over from Rolf Ineichen. So Caldarelli having done a double stint and pretty much matching. I said earlier on that Tom Onslow-Cole was closing in on him, but in the second half, maybe it was Tom's tyres beginning to go off a little bit because in the second half of his stint, although Caldarelli didn't actually go any faster, Tom wasn't able to continue to close. So he can now, of course, because the car is stationary in the pits, being handed over, I would assume, to Adrian Amstutz. And we'll see, Adrian coming out, and then what kind of lap times he's going to be able to do, because he for sure isn't going to be as quick as Caldarelli. And I would think that both Ralph Bone and Tom Onslow-Cole in the Precoat Herbert Porsche and Praha Ferrari, respectively, will be able to close the gap on the green Lamborghini.
Driver change for our leader in SP3. 3 of our top 7 cars are on pit road because Kumbo Cars brings in the JR Motorsport BMW, and behind him 226, the CCC Motorsport car. That was Uwe Schmidt who brought that KTM Crossbow in for CCS Racing, so there'll be a driver change there as well, I imagine. Didn't see who, I saw who got in, but didn't recognise the helmet, who's taken over in 103. So Koen Burkhardt sharing with Mark van der Aar, Bas Schouten and Dan Meyer. I think Dan Meyer started the race. My guess would be Mark van der Aar. Okay, thank you. Joe Bradley says Mark van der Aar getting in. And this car, Joe, running in 6th overall as it came in.
Yeah, I just noticed that. That was quite. I saw the digital number on the side of the car and I thought, wow, that's pretty impressive. I mean, I know we're down on the overall entry, but it's still impressive to have that class of car in the 6th place overall. That was quite a straightforward stop for the 103. Let's have a look at the tyre wear. Bit of pickup. Looks like one of the rears. A lot of pickup on that one. But overall, tyres look like they're being well used. Very little tread on them. And you can see there the pickup on the edge of the tyre, and especially on the rear. Just look at the amount there.
Okay, we're not seeing that. We're on board with our 2nd place car, 3rd place car, Tom Onslow Cole in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Grasser Racing Lamborghini on pit road. Lots of pickup now. That might just have been coming in on the in-lap, running a little bit offline as they came into the pit lane. You sort of go to the outside of turn 13 and then stay on the outside between 13 and 14 here, which is where all the Gungy stuff rolls out to. So we will take a quick commercial break as Ralph Bone and Tom Onslow Cole move up to 1st and 2nd following the Grasser Lamborghini's most recent stop. Adrian Amstutz in his outlap in the Lamborghini Huracan, getting a big handful of understeer at turn 3. And Paul Trustwell, it was as you predicted, expected, demanded that Adrian Amstutz took over the GRT Racing Lamborghini.
Only on the cycle. They've only got 3 drivers to choose from, and the other 2 have already had a go, so it wasn't really that much of a leap of faith. The other thing I wanted to draw attention to is the fact that the SP3 cars, at the moment at least, are leading the SP2 cars. Now, the theory is that the SP2s should be quicker than the SP3s, and indeed, both of them constrained by minimum reference lap times, the SP3s being slower than the SP2s. So partly as a result of the problem that the True Racing Crossbow had after Thomas Enger broke a drive shaft, or a drive shaft broke whilst Thomas Enger was driving it, and so that car lost 15 minutes in the pits. But the other SP2 cars, the 458 Ferrari Challenge car 444, which Zigio is not quite as quick as the driver who started in that car, who was Luis Scarpaccio, wasn't it? And he had an extra pit stop because they were running the maximum driving time for Scarpaccio, so that kind of dented his charge a little bit, and it's allowed the SP3 cars to be right up there and mixing it with the 991s and SP2s. It's a case of doing more with less, really. They're not allowed to go as fast, they're not going as fast, and yet they seem to be in front. And staying out of the pits is what is what it's all about. As I say, and staying close to your target time as well, rather than being quite a long way away from your target time. All that it is you're not allowed to go faster than that. So it's like a speed limit. Speed limit is 60 k's, you're not allowed to go faster than 60 k's. If somebody's doing only 40 k's and you're doing 59 k's, you're going to go further than them in the same distance at that speed. So, it's not a maximum governing rate, it's just you're not allowed to go any quicker than that particular speed. Well, now then, we'll, can't remember if we're on a break or now at the moment or not. Anyway, we will, Joe Bradley is lining up Brazilians down in the pit lane, which ought to be quite entertaining for us, but we will take a little look back at, actually, another team that Joe needs to catch up. Ricky Coomber has
finally remembered that there is a pit lane and has brought the Honda Accord into RKC TGM. So Joe can pop down there for a cup of coffee, a bun, and a chat about karting in the good old days, and also find out how their race is going. They're in 21st place at the moment, leading the A3 class from the Bonk Motorsport BMW, with whom they're in a bit of a ding-dong battle, because the Bonk Motorsport car only 24 seconds behind. Rather think that one may continue. Lights are on 243, our KTM crossbow. Reinhard Koerfler. Koerfler not the K of KTM, I don't think. Well, there might be. We do know that... I've forgotten his name again now. Hubert Trunkenpols. How could I have forgotten Hubert's name? Hubert Trunkenpols is the T in KTM, and the small town in which they're made is the M in KTM in Austria, which is not Mainz, but somewhere else. But I don't know where the K comes from. Could be Koerfler, might not. Johnny is Googling furiously. In fact, you're wikiing furiously.
I thought they were made in Graz, but it might be an even smaller place close to Graz, which is the M bit.
Somebody told me yesterday, but I can't frankly be bothered to scroll that far back in my Twitter feed.
SP3 leader is in the pits meanwhile, and this is another crossbow. This is the 224 crossbow, which Thomas Miniberger has brought in at the end of his stint. And between Martin, Johnny and the internet, we now know what the M stands for.
Mattighofen, which is definitely smaller than Graz. Also, reply, because Joe Bradley hadn't got there in time, David Drinkwater wins the battle as to what happened to the Valak Autosport BMW, which is back out on track and now on page 1 of the screen. And he says, not sure, he was busy having a snooze. Excellent, that's just what you want from your team insider.
So
Doofus, unfollowed immediately.
So that gives another job to Joe Bradley then, doesn't it?
Ralph Byrne in the Precoat, Herbert Porsche leading the 24 hours of Brno. Porsche out front, as it has been on 2 other occasions. Looking at 243, this is the Reiter Engineering Development KTM crossbow. One of the developments they could do is design something other than gaffer tape for holding the I guess it looks like a Pi data dashboard onto the dashboard in the car, because that doesn't look quite as space age as the rest of it, does it? That's a little bit more my kind of engineering as opposed to actual engineering with a capital E.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's a design issue or whether they've done a quick fix there, but yeah, you might be right.
Well, I'm not sure where it would be. It's not in the centre of the screen, which has a nice big RE, Reiter Engineering badge. There's nothing further forward of the screen where that would be visible, because the wheel is enormous. There's nothing further forward of the wheel where you could see a screen, so it doesn't have like a nice instrument pod or anything. So gaffered to the middle of the dashboard is a slightly dodgy but possibly enforced solution for that. It doesn't exactly reek of quality, does it?
No, aesthetically far from pleasing. Although watching the 2 KTMs in the same shot there was quite fun, because they do look very similar, although they're run by different teams. The 2 livery strikingly similar. And then you got the third one, which is really making up for these 2 cars, which is bright purple with the yellow flashes in that camouflage livery, as you said.
Yeah, the other 2 are black and orange. The development car, TTC car, I beg your pardon, the True Racing car has got a bit more orange on it, but other than that, they are hard to tell apart. The blue one, purple one, no problem with that. Well, let's get down to the pit lane. Joe Bradley is lining up talking heads. Joe, who have you got?
I have got the prize winners of the drivers that have come the furthest to race in the Brno round of the 24-hour series. Nono Figueiredo and Marcio Basso are all the way from Brazil. I know Marcio only speaks Portuguese, so Nono, you're going to talk for us. But Nono, Marcio, why have you come such a distance to race in the 24-hour series?
Actually, this is our only second race here. We did 24 hours of Barcelona, and now we are back to Brno. And we are here to learn the championship, to get to know how to race 24 hours, which is not normal for us to race this kind of racing in Brazil. So it's a good opportunity to come here and to get to know how to work in a 24 hours race. And maybe one day, hopefully, we can do 24 hours of Le Mans. That's our main goal in the future.
Now, you both have a connection to Porsche. You've both raced in Porsche Cup in Brazil, I believe?
Yes, I do. I have been working with Porsche since 2009. I did some endurance races in Brazil with them, 3 hours race, and I tried to do 24 hours of Daytona 2013, but we didn't finish, so that's why I said we try to do. And the Porsche Super Cup Championship in Brazil is very strong, and Marcio races there, and he's leading the championship. So it's good for us to come here and drive the same car as we do in Brazil.
Could you ask Marcio for me, please, if there are any differences between racing in Europe that he's found and racing in Brazil in South America?
Márcio, ele está perguntando se tem alguma diferença em correr de Porsche no Brasil e correr aqui na Europa.
Eu queria mandar um beijo para minha mulher e para meus filhos e assim falar pro Tom que ele é muito chato, que o Vitão é insuportável. Okay.
He said the tracks are very different. Although the car is the same, he drives a 991 Porsche in Brazil, so the car is the same besides the ABS that this kind of car has. But the tracks are very different, so it's very good to drive in those tracks that you guys have here in Europe.
Now, are we likely to see you two guys in other 24-hour series races next season?
Yes, we really would like to come back next year. That's why we are here. We are learning, we are getting to know the teams, getting to know the people, the environment, which is very important. So hopefully we can come back next year.
That would be great. Now, none of you told me that due to the magic of the internet, we are live in Brazil via the stream. So Marcio, can I ask Marcio to say something to the fans at home in Brazil?
Ok. Ele está te pedindo para dizer alguma coisa para os fãs em Brasil, já que eu falei para ele que tem muita gente lá assistindo. Então fala alguma coisa para o pessoal em Brasil.
Vitão, não enche meu saco e assim, Tom, arruma o que fazer.
What did he say?
He doesn't say much, but he said that he's very, very happy to be here and he wishes more Brazilian drivers were here with us.
We do. We always love. We love fast drivers, and all Brazilians are fast drivers. But I've got to say, I've got to test a question, Nuno, and it goes to Paul Johnny Martin, Nuno Figueiredo. Where have you seen that name before? I'll give you a clue. Vauxhall Vectras 1997. I'll leave that with you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much indeed to both guys, and hello to everybody in Brazil. Good morning, as it still is there. And the Precoat Herbert Porsche comes in from second place, Ralph Bone, to do a standard pit stop, that they have been assessed a penalty as well. Now, let's see, this is another 30-second penalty or so. He's being waved away, and 303 being waved past him as well. So, not quite sure what that would have been for. Might have been a track limits issue. We saw the Scuderia Praha team serve a 45-second hold when they came in an hour or so ago, and that was for a jump start as well as, we believe, for track limits. So, 2 of our top 3 have served penalties so far. The green Grasser of home, Lamborghini, has not had a penalty, well, has not served a penalty, not that it hasn't had one assessed or applied. Number 73 looking like it's 23.5 hours in. That's a filthy left-hand side. The driver's side of the HRT Performance Porsche is absolutely black, whereas the white passenger side seems only to be 2 or 3 hours in. Johnny, what's going on with that car? How can that be so black on one side and so white on the other?
It's strange, isn't it? I mean, on a right-hand clockwise circuit, all the tyre pickups generally going to be on the left-hand side of the car, I suppose, but mysterious. It does Unless it's had a brush with a tyre wall somewhere. There aren't many tyre walls around here, though. It tends to be Armco, generally. It
does sort of look like it's just covered in brake dust, filth and grime from a 24-hour race, but the other side is, it's only done 3 hours. The driver's side has done 23 and the passenger side has done 3. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. There's another one in the who on earth knew what happened there, book, that we probably will never get to the bottom of. On board with Thomas Annus in the Estonian Racing entered number 96 car. Yellow flag at turn 10 because somebody has binned it. That's the LMS Engineering Audi TTRS.
There it is.
And he sort of looped into a half spin there, I think, and then meandered off the track.
Konstantin Kletzer on board.
Oh.
And from 17th position, and this is just the back end
In fact,
of it.
that is the exit of 11, so turn 12 on the right-hand side. Interesting.
Okay.
Now, there didn't seem to be anybody else going through shot stage right, so length of stint we're now looking at 58 minutes, so he's been in for an hour just about, so he's got gears. He's just trying to roll it a little further back along the gravel trap. The problem now is that if you get a little too much oomph into the rear wheels, it starts to dig itself in. Rescue vehicle is there on the scene, so yellow flags remain out. Don't think we're going to go purple for this. Our race director will try and keep it green as long as possible because code 60 is going to have a fairly germane effect on everybody.
It's
Actually,
far enough from the track in order to continue, just with that area being covered by yellow flags, and then obviously in a moment or two most of the drivers out there will be aware of this situation.
Yep.
206 though needing a tow. I think it should be relatively quickly cured.
Preco Herbert Porsche in the pit lane, the way their season has been going, this would now go code 60, wouldn't it? And they'd get basically a free stop, lose much less time than anybody else, because a pit stop, including fuel, takes about 6 or 7 minutes, whereas a single lap at code 60 takes 5 minutes and 40 odd seconds. So, and that's a mandatory minimum time. So that would really help them. They would basically lose inches as opposed to a lap or whatever. Robert Renard has left the pit lane though in the third place Preco Herbert Porsche, as 206 is dragged back towards terra firma.
Seems to be some disagreement as to which direction the tractor should be steering.
Yes, the tractor is doing what he should be doing, which is dragging the car backwards towards the track and also against the flow of traffic, so that the car will be pointing in the right direction. I'm not sure that the driver of the Audi was quite aware what plan A was and was thinking, I'll go a different direction. Now he's been instructed by the marshals. So it's always good, racing drivers or potential racing drivers, do what the marshals say, because they can often see what's going on behind you and you certainly can't in most cases, and so unless you speak Czech you won't know what the shouted instructions are about either. Team manager of car 65 being asked to report to the race directors. That is the Lorient Porsche, which is on pit lane at the moment. That is currently in 6th position, our SP2 leader, as 206 hastens on his way, hastening and chastened.
Yes.
Chastened, hastening there.
But nicely done there by the 4 marshals involved, and with discussion with the driver, and all of that was dealt with under local yellows.
See, they know what they're doing. That's what happens when you come to racetracks where people have been racing since the 80s. They know how to deal with people who can't avoid going off. Car 206 has continued, and the yellow flags are being withdrawn.
And it's chucked a load of gravel out on the apex of turn 12.
Well, yeah, there is that, but that will get brushed away in a lap or so. Track temperature still 18, air temperature still 12. And actually, the temperature in the booth is starting to come down because the sun has stopped blazing in through our front window. So much to Paul's delight, I'm contemplating now opening the Venetian blind.
Oh, thank you, Martin.
Oh, no, that went the wrong way. Oh, that didn't go well at all.
No. Here we go. If there are any sounds off, it's because Martin is opening Venetian blinds. Anyway, interesting that the 3 cars that have led the majority of this race, being the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, the Precoat Porsche and the GRT Lamborghini, we're up to 100 laps completed in terms of race distance, just over, and they've each led around 30 laps apiece. And talking of cars with 3s and 0s, and then we've got another one off in the gravel, Martin.
Yeah, is this chuck it off time? 3 hours, 53 minutes and 52 seconds. I wasn't aware that that was a thing, but the Red Camel Jordan Seat Leon Cup car has gone off at turn 5.
It's Ivo Breukers at the wheel again, and he blotted his copybook yesterday, didn't he?
Yes, as he said when we were chatting terms, when Nick chatted to him on the grid, he said yes, it was a case of father trying to match son, and running out of talent. Looks like, again, there's not an awful lot of traffic, but of course, Sod's Law says you will at some stage run into some just when you least need to. And that car has gone off from what was 17th place and 5th in the SP3 class. SP3 no longer leading SP2, by the way.
No, the pit stops have seen to that, haven't it? With the running of the longer pit stints or driving stints by the SP3 cars has allowed the SP2s back into what really is their rightful position, isn't it? In 6th and 7th places overall, but they're still holding their own against the 991s, which we saw in qualifying as well, that the 991s, which are unrestrained by minimum reference lap times, but the SP2s are, and we've got, as I say, 991 leader is in 5th place overall, and then the SP2 leader is in 6th place overall.
Ivo Breukers just reversing over at Marshall there, rather. Well, he's actually in reverse as well, so I think he was trying to help by taking some of the tension out of the tow rope, but the Marshall was down there by the towing eye. Now, Ivo is going through a gap in the barriers and onto hard standing, which is not where the track is. So unless he's going to three-point turn there, which seems unlikely, then it may not have been, the error may not have been between the steering wheel and the seat. That might have been more a mechanical. That rather looks like he's parking it behind the barriers, which is not good news for Red Camel Jordans, because they have a championship to try and move up the order in. Currently lying 4th, they might potentially here have got up to 2nd in the TCR class, but that would rather seem to be, the chance of that would rather seem to be fading. The noise is off for Joe Bradley diving into the mini Mars bars. So clearly he's overheated a little bit in the pit lane as well. Now, so where is Ivo going?
That's a great question. Shaking all the gravel out first.
Having a wiggle, so he's behind the barriers and he's coming back out from behind the barriers on a little bit of tarmac which runs across the gravel trap. So the Marshals, again, know exactly what they're doing, rather than trying to turn him around in a gravel trap. Say, right, you go around that way, come around the back, and off you go again. So he's now rejoined the track. He's down at turn 6 and 7. Sounds for all the world like a World Rally car on a rally stage. But he would appear to be going. He's now trying to shake the gravel out, isn't he? That was what he was doing all the wiggling and weaving for.
Yeah. And there's an awful lot of it still finding its way from the under tray of the car.
Yes.
And more. So first job, I guess, will be to head back to the pits and for the team to pop that car up on the internal jacks and try and give it a good clear out. And then Ivo can explain to Rick, yeah, I was trying to go as fast as you can go again, and didn't quite manage it.
And how long has Ivo been in the car? In fact, that might even have been that was his outlap. He's only just taken it over from Moni Krant. So that was his outlap. Now, it's not entirely unsurprising, perhaps, to be caught out by a car that you've not driven since last night when you go out on your outlap, Paul.
But even so, nobody else has that problem. I mean, well, no, I mean, I think the outlap is the one where you are at your most cautious, and in some ways should be at the least likely to have problems. But it does happen. I do agree, and I'm reminded of a situation at Le Mans many years ago when John Nielsen took over a car that had just had its clutch replaced and immediately threw it off the track. But Ivo has spurned the opportunity to come into the pits to have the car looked at and stayed out. So Ivo Breukers then stayed out, didn't come into the pits, just went round in a lap time of 10 minutes and 17 seconds. So 8 minutes lost on that lap by Ivo. And he's probably decided, as it was his out lap anyway, there was cars full of fuel, no point in bringing it in for any further work. He knows what to do now, and hopefully he'll get it right next time round.
Yep. Well, we'll get a chance to see as he gets towards the end of the lap and continues on his merry way, whether he decides to bring it in or not in a lap or two. If everything feels fine and it's not vibrating, then you would assume probably not. In 5th gear and nosing in, that's not a 5th gear corner, so this would appear to be slightly more pedestrian through 5 and 6 than, I don't know, maybe it is 5th gear in the TCR. It doesn't seem to be fully hang on. I might have thought that maybe that was not quite as quick as he would otherwise be going. However, he has continued on his merry way.
Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Tom Onslow Cole is the one leading the race, as into the pits comes the other Ferrari, the 444 Ferrari Challenge car, and having had messages on the screen that the team manager has to report to the race director, the 444 Ferrari is being signalled into the penalty box, and no, that isn't the penalty box, is it? That is his pit. So I thought he was having to take a penalty, but the 444 Ferrari then, at the moment, just making a routine pit stop from the lead of the SP2 class, Martin.
It is 4 o'clock in Brno. 20 hours remain of the 24 hours of Brno, the epilogue, the final race of the International Endurance Series. Tom Onslow Cole leading the 24 hours of Brno for Scuderia Praha. He is in the number 11 Ferrari ahead of Adrian Amstutz in the Grasser Lamborghini, who is in second position, a couple of minutes behind. And Robert Renauer in the Precourt Herbert Porsche is in third. A6 Cars completes the top four with Kenneth Heyer in the number 10 Hofer Racing Mercedes. In fifth position is the MSG Motorsport Porsche that leads the 991 class. In sixth position, having just come into the pits, 444 RPD Racing's Ferrari 458, and that leads the SP2 class from Pascal Guibon in the Porsche Lorient Porsche, which is second in SP2, and seventh, Keith Kazulki for VDS Racing in the Mark Cars V8 is in third in SP2 and eighth overall. He's just passed the Estonian Racing Porsche, number 96, which is in ninth place, and in 10th position now is our class leader in SP3, CCS Racing's KTM Crossbow. The other class leader is still the Bonk Motorsport BMW, the A3 class leader, having retaken the lead of that class in a battle that can only be described as ding and indeed dong, with the RKC TGM Honda, which is currently being driven by William Gannon, the number 99 car. So those are your class leaders and your overall leader, with 4 of the 24 hours down and 8 hours until the remaining points in the championship are awarded at midnight. Paul Truswell in the booth with Johnny Palmer and me, Martin Haven. And Johnny, a beautiful afternoon is leading towards a nice looking evening, and then the prospect in 2 or 3 hours of proper darkness.
Yeah, but it's still nice conditions to be spectating. There are a few gathered together in the various grandstands opposite us, and there's some light cloud above, the sun peeping through at times, but we had real heat in the day probably about an hour or so ago, and as you say, that is now starting to drop away very slightly. And certainly 12 months ago, this track got very, very cool, and ambient temperature very cool, heading to what was in 2015 a midnight finish. But that will be merely the points, the area of the race, the point in the race where the points are awarded, as you say. And then we race on until midday tomorrow. Just seen a pit stop for the NKPP Seat. This is the number 78 MRS GT Racing Porsche, coming down pit road and to be received by the team. They'll fuel it after they've potentially done a driver change.
Yeah,
so
this is the car, Johnny, that had that long pit stop earlier on to have the front suspension sorted out, number 78. The car now in the hands of Joe Foster, and having had that long pit stop, Joe has he's only done 1 lap. This is a 1 lap out and straight back in again. I hadn't actually realised that, but now I've checked. So Joe Foster, that's possibly just coming in to check that everything that's been tightened up is okay, because the car looks, Johnny, as though it's about to go straight back out again.
Yeah, they had a hub rebuild, so just making sure everything's assembled, perhaps.
The guy stepped away from the car, then launched back into action. No, thumbs up again, and they can send it on its way. So it won't need to be fueled, if indeed it was fueled a lap ago. Tom Onslow Cole leads from Adrian Amstutz and Robert Renauer. The 24 hours epilogue event here at Brno brings the 24series.com to a finish for 2016, and Johnny Palmer and Martin Haven, together with Paul Truswell, watching the 5th hour of this finale, with Tom Onslow Cole out front in the Ferrari 488, After 109 laps completed, Adrian Amstutz, the third driver to take charge of the GRT Grasser Lamborghini, running around in second position from the Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which has led this race earlier on. It comes to Brno having won the previous 3 events as part of the Creventic series. Fabulous record that it's had towards the latter end of the season, and we'll wait and see how well that Porsche can finish, or indeed whether it will do the full 24 hours, Paul.
Now, I just stepped out when that car came in for its pit stop, but you may have mentioned this already, therefore. Robert Renauer has taken the car over again, rather than Alfred Renauer. Now, Alfred hasn't yet been in the car, has he? Robert Renauer was the driver who started it. So on the cycle on the Precoat Herbert Porsche, they've skipped Alfred from the driving rotation. Now, do we know why that is?
No.
Right, okay, I just wondered whether you'd already talked about it.
No.
So,
no, but it has definitely been pointed out that Robert had driven before and Alfred hasn't yet. Now, whether he's going to drive at all or not, and whether they're going to just concentrate now on points, of course, that means that he wouldn't get points for this race.
Well, he has to do an hour of the driving if he will, and there's plenty of time still to do that, I suppose.
I suppose that depends whether they're looking at points for the team with the car as opposed to points for the drivers.
I think it's going to be both, isn't it? I mean, the team has driven together. As I say, we'll see what happens, but it might be something for Nick to find out as and when he goes down into the pits at some point to find out why Alfred hasn't taken it yet, and whether Alfred may well be in the car by then. The other point to make there that sprung to mind as Johnny was just reading down the top few places is to make the point that Tom Onslow Cole, as a result of the recent pit stop for the Lamborghini, now has a lap lead on the rest of the field. So he's a lap ahead, whereas the gap between the second and third place car is less than a lap. It's about 1 minute and 3/4 is the gap between those two in second and third places.
Live at Brno for the 24 hours and the finale of the 24-hour series.com. Johnny Palmer, Martin Haven, Paul Truswell. We're looking at the number 99 Honda of William Gannon, running in second position in Class A3. That class is led by Herman Bock's Bonk Motorsport BMW, the 146 machine, so 20th overall for the class leader. Gannon 22nd overall, and then the third place car in a 3-class field is in the pit lane at the moment, the 113 car. I saw the yellow BMW having quite a bit of rough old treatment to the front right corner as they were struggling to get a wheel off or indeed back on again. And that car now in the fueling area, I believe. Another team that are here at their home race, Valak Autosport. And the 113 car with a bit of work to do to get back to the sharp end of Class A3. This car has seen some action, and not necessarily the positive side of that, with Ivo Brukers with a semi-open face helmet there, heading into the first corner. But Ivo Brukers on his outlap ended up falling off into the gravel at turn 5, needing the assistance of one of the Brno recovery vehicles. And he was shown some of the track's outer limits in order to then find his way back to the track itself. So good work again being done by the marshals at turn 5, and despite my worry, the 303 car didn't need to come into the pit lane to check things out. Ivo just happy to shake it all about, get rid of all the gravel, and the car seems to be motoring on pretty well now, having just done a 217.9.
Car that's not shaking it about quite so well, the 243 KTM Crossbow. This is a car that Thomas Enger was driving when it had a drive shaft problem about 1 hour and 3/4 into the race. Since then, Hubert Trunkenpoltz has been at the wheel and gone very nicely. Reinhold Koffler has also been out, and he's brought it back in a little bit early, and it's a rather longer pit stop for Reinhold Koffler in the Crossbow than it ought to be from if it would be just a routine stop. He's already been 7 minutes in the pits with that Crossbow. Was leading its class earlier on, but has now slipped outside the top 3, in fact down to 5th place in SP2, 17th overall. So a problem for that car, which we still need to get to the bottom of.
For those who want to know how fast a TCR touring car is, we've just watched 303 go underneath the Speed Lover Porsche. So a Seat Leon touring car passing a Porsche 911 Racer. 84 is currently in 12th position, 303 by dint of its travails, down in 18th place. And it's currently, in fact, the 84 car has just passed it back up the hill. Well, that will have been on grunt as opposed to cornering speed. So the touring car certainly, its 2-litre turbo motor might not be quite as fast in a straight line as the Porsche, but it carries a lot of mid-corner speed, and that's what's allowed Ivo Brukas to go underneath it. 25, this sort of who's the New York graffiti artist who does those sort of stick men? What's his name? That's very much the style anyway of the livery on the NKPP car. That is the leading TCR contender, and it is currently in 4th position in the SP3 class. The TCR cars, this one and 303, are both in SP3. And if you're the first TCR car home, you don't necessarily get points for first in the TCR standings. If you're 4th in class, as the NKPP Seat is at the moment, you'd get 4th place points. It's a slightly kind of convoluted way of stopping people pot hunting. Not that either of the teams involved here are pot hunting. They are in fact actually genuinely battling for a championship position. But at the moment, points for 4th in its class, whatever it's called, whatever the name is above the door, they're 4th in it, and 15th overall. And Johnny failed to Google an answer, didn't he? I'm going to have to go and I'm going to have to go and have a look for that.
You're going to have to research that artiste yourself. I put in all the crucial words that you mentioned, but it didn't throw me up the result. I like that livery though. It's very kind of cartoony.
Yeah.
With the NKPP on the side and within the grille as well, which is surrounded by a couple of green beams now that will look great once darkness descends.
Grillers? Again?
Grillers.
Are they loose?
Or walrus, as you put it earlier on the weekend. The tusks, that's right.
Tusks.
So the 125 car heading up the hill now into turn 11, and it's 15th overall, 4th in SP3, as a number of the cars have been grouped together in that division for this race. Gies Bessem driving that, and there's an indication of quite how wooded this track can be in places, and that's the reason why it gets so dark here, Paul.
Oh, sorry, that was Paul. I thought I heard noise from the pit lane.
It was probably me going to talk about dark Moravian forests again, but what I did want to draw attention to is the fact that Tom Onslow Cole coming towards the end of his scheduled stint in the leading car. Now, as I say, he's got a lap of a lead at the moment. Question is he going to be able to get in and out of the pits again in less than the time that it takes for Adrian Amstutz to come round and take the lead in the Lamborghini? And I think the answer probably is that he's going to be able to stay in the lead of the race. Let's just have a quick look back. No, I think his pit stop's going to take longer than that, so he will lose the lead. But Tom Onslow Cole currently on his 37th lap of his stint. Before him, just for comparison, Jiri Pisaric did 38 laps on his stint. Peter Cox also did 38 laps on his stint. So, as I say, Tom Onslow Cole currently on his 37th lap, therefore probably about to come into the pits very shortly. But here he is. So
serving another penalty, Scuderia Praha have so far managed to pull off one pit stop without getting a penalty.
Yeah, so this will definitely lose him the lead of the race then. 44-45 seconds. Has he just gone that moment?
Yes.
Right, yeah, so that was another 45 seconds. So he served 45 seconds at the first pit stop. Where are the Scuderia Praha pit stops? Yes, no, the first pit stop was clear. The second pit stop was 45 seconds, and that was another 45 seconds.
So Onslow bails out. And will this be Josef Kral getting in? He hasn't driven yet, has he? So Josef would be the last in the rotation. And let's hope that no more pit stop penalties are picked up by the team.
Unless they do a Herbert and cycle one driver out.
Keith Haring, by the way, Haring, H-A-R-I-N-G, who's sort of multicoloured jelly baby style graffitos, I think is the plural, or is the plural of what they do?
Graffiti is a plural, isn't it?
I think a graffiti. Yes, well, maybe yes, it is. Yeah, okay. Graffito is the singular. Okay. Well, anyway, based in New York, originally from Pittsburgh, or studied art in Pittsburgh. But he's the man whose graffiti I was thinking of that was very reminiscent of that NKPP's livery put me in mind of.
So what we need now, Martin, is for one of our pit crew to find out whether or not the NKPP crew have done that deliberately, or whether we have to start charging Keith Haring with plagiarising the NKPP livery,
or vice versa.
Yes.
Ozfreak on Twitter. Had I started the sentence when you said Keith Haring is the artist I'm thinking of? Or either that, or you're wading through the interwebs was about the same pace as mine. Yeah, Keith Haring. I've seen his art. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Looking here at little battle on track 224. This is actually for position. No, it's not, is it? Because 113 is a long way back. Still no idea why Valek Autosports BMW M3 GTR. That's... What do they have it down as, an E46, or is it E36? I mean, that's a proper 1980s BMW with a V8 GTR motor in it. So I'm going to have to Google that, aren't I? I don't know. My BMW nomenclature is as woeful as my knowledge of New York street artists, I'm afraid.
Tom Onslow-Cole has brought that Ferrari in. We're waiting for confirmation that it is Josef Kral to take it over, but it looked very much like his helmet, having watched him do the qualifying yesterday. There was a plan at the start of the session for the 11 crew at Scuderia Praha to cycle through as many as all 4 drivers during qualifying yesterday. It ended up just being Kral, and he did a really good time, faster than last year's pole time. One of the 2 of those times were taken from him, though, because of pushing the track limits too hard. And then the Lamborghini went through 0.8 of a second quicker than the Ferrari, and they kind of realised we ain't going to get anywhere close to that. So Josef Kral immediately clambered out of the car, and that was all that we saw for the number 11 car yesterday. Well, it currently leads the race, although Adrian Amstutz being a lap behind, exactly taking the lead here.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, is whether or not Amstutz is going to be able to get through or not, because I think it's going to go beyond. Yes,
now. It is Josef Kral, by the way.
Okay, and yeah, if he is out, the Lamborghini's just gone through, so the Lamborghini takes the lead, and Kral is the best part of a lap now behind. So it's gone, instead of being a full lap clear, the Ferrari is now 3/4 of a lap down.
News of our first definite retirement of the race. They are dismantling, not the car, but the garage at Car Collection. When I spoke to the team earlier on, when they were only 2 hours delayed, they said, well, we're going to try and get out before 4 hours and make the 60% race distance. We need to score points. Unfortunately, it's now 4¼ hours. They didn't have 15 minutes of motoring under their belt, so or either that, or they have come to the conclusion the car cannot be fixed in a safe enough version in which to run for the remainder. So they have decided to knock it on the head. 34 is a retirement, and we will try and get word from Scuderia Praha exactly what that penalty was for that Tom Onslow-Cole served in the pit lane. E36 BMWs, like this one, what we is looking at now, were a contemporary model from 1990 to 1999. A near decade production run. Still an older model than 102 and 103, the cars it was battling earlier on, which are run by JR Motorsport, which is, I think, our E46s, possibly. Could be entirely wrong.
Josef Kral's just set the best middle sector of anybody so far. So this, an outlap for the number 11 Ferrari. It slipped back to 3rd position, with Amstutz now leading the race. Robert Renauer about 1.5 minutes behind, and a spin there for this very dirty left-hand side of the 73 car. It's white, glistening white on the other side, but the car is off the track. The driver's right, and it's a loop on the exit of a medium-speed corner. Now, where is
Turn
that?
12.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the exit up the hill.
Yep.
Towards the last couple of corners on the lap.
Too much curb, and we all know what that does, don't we, Johnny? Well, we don't.
I've seen it happen a number of times, though, on this track.
Yep.
And despite these curves being very shallow, because Brno, principally a bike track, designed, when you come off a bike as a rider, you don't want to be slamming into any of those sausage curbs, so they're deliberately designed to be bike friendly.
The issue there, of course, is also that if you do get it wrong, then your wheels very easily run straight over the curb and onto the loose on the outside, and then there really is no grip, and then you are completely a goner. So the car will not come back from any angle of the dangle when the wheels are on, or some of the wheels are on the grass and the others aren't. On board in the EST1, the Estonian Porsche, number 96, he heads into the pit lane. I hear Nick Damon in my ears.
Hello. Back from the bottom. We had a slight technical on this. I'm now going to go and do something very dramatic.
Nick Damon has gone technical, everybody.
Hang on a second, he's not running away from me. Oh, it's working again. Picking up with Tom Onslow Cole, who almost escaped from my clutches by coming in when they were having a slight rejig. Tom, talk us through that session.
Good, you know, first real long run I've had in the car, so I learnt a bit. It was a good chance to have a play and try out a few different things, and things are really starting to click together. Dare I say it, it's feeling almost homely.
Had to serve a penalty at the end there, what was that for?
Not me. I think that was for track limits, but from one of the previous drivers. So there's a fair few penalties flying around for limits you get, and definitely attacked. You're too sweet, obviously.
Oh, thank you for saying so. Yes, a wasp flying around as well. Has Peter Cox calmed down yet?
I think so. I just talked to him then to give him an update on the balance of the car, and who knows, maybe he'll grace us at Creventek again. You never know.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks a lot.
Tom Onslow Cole having a play. I'm not quite sure that was the intention of sending him out in the car. However, as he said, longest run he's had, and learning an awful lot about this car every time he's in it. And Josef Kral goes by the Bonk Motorsport, the sole remaining Bonk Motorsport BMW. The other one did, well, it didn't do a lap, did it? It blew up on its out lap, I think, in the paid training. So that car sort of fell by the wayside fairly quickly, and the team put all its paying drivers in one basket, which is the number 146 machine, and one of the team owners stood down on board 303. Who's driving that now? It's still Ivo Breukers. He's staying out for the full fuel tank because he's too embarrassed to come in, having binned it on the out lap. Third place is car number 11, Josef Kral in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, 18.6 seconds behind Robert Renauer. And are they still genuinely a lap behind Adrian Amstutz in the Grasser Racing Lamborghini, or is that just a foible of him having crossed the line at the moment that I look at the timing screen and the others haven't?
It's less than a lap, it's about a minute and a half. So a full lap is 2 minutes, it's about a minute and a half. The gap between Amstutz and Renauer is definitely quicker than Amstutz. Amstutz has around about another 8 or 10 laps, I would say, before he's due into the pits for a routine stop. So he will still lead the race, but Renauer is at the moment closing in on him at the rate of more than a second a lap. In fact, getting on towards 2 seconds a lap.
Just being informed, we're talking about the slightly less than prestigious use of gaffer tape to hold a screen on in the KTM development car. However, we're being told actually the gaffer is to hold a little bit of cardboard or tinfoil or something over the top to stop the glare, because they don't have Venetian blinds on the front of the car, and even if they did shut them, that probably wouldn't be a bonus.
No.
No.
Canopy that you drop down over the driver's head. If you had blinds included as well, you may struggle to see where you've got to turn in
So
at certain points. Look at that pickup there on the main straight.
Thank you to Johannes. Yes, and we're only 4 hours in.
Fastest lap of the race to Josef Kral at the wheel of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. I was about to give credit to Tom Onslow Cole for being the fastest driver thus far in the Ferrari. Tom Onslow Cole was quicker than either Peter Cox or Jiri Pisaric, but Tom Onslow Cole didn't really get a fair crack of the whip, because Josef Kral, within 3 laps of starting his stint, a 2 minutes 1.703 is the new fastest lap of the race.
Okay, Josef Kral looked in very relaxed form at breakfast this morning, and is clearly in very relaxed form as well as he gets his first tilt in the Huracan GT3. Great view on board the Huracan, not just of what the driver is doing, but also of what the rear view camera shows. That's an HD OLED screen in the car with the rear view camera. Now, of course, as soon as it gets dark, that'll just be a glare of lights, but in most cases, it'll be a diminishing glare because he's in what is demonstrably at the moment the quickest car in the field, having a little bit of a wrestle over the curbs between 6 and 7 and 8, and then the right-hander at turn 9. You sort of have to hustle the car a little bit through here. We heard Chantal Kroll saying that she really hasn't got the flow of this track at all, but I wouldn't say necessarily universally, but predominantly this is a track that drivers, especially those that are coming here for the first time, tend to like because it has got all sorts of different challenges. No Mickey Mousey bits, not too nadgery anywhere, but medium to high-speed corners. And maybe in the case of the Hofer Racing Mercedes that Chantal drives, it's not quite, she hasn't quite got the confidence in the car yet in the medium to high-speed stuff that she would like. No questioning Josef Král, his confidence as he sort of pops over the brow into turn 13. The race directors reminding everybody that they're only allowed to enter the pit lane after exiting turn 14. So here you can turn right. You're not allowed to turn right and go in the back way out of turn 13.
Yeah, there is a service road. In fact, that was where we saw the Porsche having a spin and clattering all the bollards.
Yes.
Was what was blocking that entrance to the pit lane, but because all the bollards have been scattered, I suspect that there's no longer a blockage there. So I think the race director, as you say, just taking that opportunity to remind the drivers of that.
That's what confused me when we saw the 96 car on screen a moment or two ago, and it came through a left-hander, but then went right straight away, and then it kind of went through into the pit lane via a route I'd never seen before.
I think, well, you see now, that's the usual entry to the pit lane. That's how they come in. That's how they've come in World Endurance, World Touring cars when I've been racing here before. But you're right. I mean, everybody else has come in off the main straight, so out of turn 14, stay right, come into the pit lane. But clearly that car, and maybe a couple of others, sneaked in the back door when they didn't ought to in an Ayrton Senna Donington Park style-y, Paul.
Yeah, it's not clear which is the quicker way in, I suppose. Interesting to watch, I don't know if we're going to get it on the cameras here, because the 911 Porsche has not very far behind it Josef Král in the Ferrari. So once the Porsche disappears under the trees, we'll see how far behind the Ferrari is. There it is, just coming out of turn 9 there and heading up the hill. So Josef Král, at the moment, he's 12 seconds behind Robert Renauer at the wheel of the Ferrari, but on the last lap he took 2 seconds out of that gap. So within 5 or 6 laps, I suggest Josef Král is going to be right on the tail of the Herbert Porsche number 911. And
Josef Král was in KTM corner there, wasn't he? 2 of the 3 KTMs were almost nose to tail in front of him. And our race leader, Adrian Amstutz, a little further up the hill. 1 minute 28, the official margin, first to second at the beginning of the last lap. And as Paul says, a further 11 seconds back was the Ferrari in third. Josef Král taking a second and a half, maybe as much as 2 seconds a lap out of that margin to the second place car of Robert Renauer.
Yeah, the gap's coming down first to second and second to third, but more quickly between second and third.
Yes, our stagger is undoing itself again. The leader last time round, 2 minutes 6. Second place, 2 minutes 4. Third place, 2 minutes 2.
Yes,
all 0.6 of a second. But yeah, 2 seconds faster than the leader is second. 2 seconds faster than second is third. So that could all tighten up very nicely towards the pit stops and then be interrupted as everybody comes in for fuel. 243 is back in. The Reiter Engineering Development KTM, and for the first time their rear bodywork cover comes off as well as the hood coming up.
Yeah, this is a problem for this car. Already had a shorter stint with Reinhold Koffler behind the wheel. Koffler's been out, only done 6 laps on that stint, and has come straight back in again, or not quite straight back in, but 6 laps is not very long.
Yeah, and he's also handed out, if you notice, Klaus Alberhofer has got in that one, Richard Koffler's got out. So they are changing drivers very quickly, as you've said, after a few laps. The rear engine cover has been off for a general inspection and a waggle, having a bit of a waggle at the pipage. And they're all stepping back with the hand in the air. No, now the cover's going back on again.
Is this a 1960s British built car? Does it require a waggle every 6 minutes?
I don't know what's going on, because they all stood back and it was like, you know, oh, they're waiting for a round of applause or something. But Now they can't get the cover quite on properly. It has to slide back and be hooked in. Nope, it's not very recalcitrant. Some shouting, as you can probably hear. And the cover won't go back in, which is worrying because they take that cover off a lot. So it needs to go back on again reasonably easily. It's taking 4 people not to get it right at the moment.
We could go down there and not help as well, Nick.
Well, I'm not helping effectively from the left-hand side of the car.
That's true.
There's
And
2
our
cameramen not helping
helpful.
from both other sides of the car. Ah, they managed to do it. And off it goes in what seems to be mostly a driver change.
and a wiggle.
Yeah.
See if you can find out what the wiggle was concerning, but I wonder if they didn't get a full or indeed any lot of fuel last time round.
Why would they change drivers?
Well, no, the reason they've changed drivers is that Reinhold Köfler did a stint a little while ago.
Right.
Came in, he did 27 laps a little while ago. Then he came in. They had a long pit stop, and he went out again, did 6 laps. But of course,
Manfred,
the combination of the 6
I
plus
have
the
the
27.
KTM PR guy here. Manfred, a bit odd there. 6 laps, come in, change the drivers. What's going on?
Well, this car that we have here in Team True Racing is a development car from Reiter Engineering at KTM, so we're trying to race a stronger engine and some new aero parts and stuff like this, and so it's really in the development phase that you can see we got some issues with the drive shaft. Maybe because of the stronger engine. Well, we're investigating the problem, but I mean that's why we're here for. We're here for learning. We are here for testing on long endurance races, and yeah, that's part of the game.
So, are you actually changing the specification of the car during this race?
No, I think that makes no sense to change the specification during the race. But so the other 2 cars, obviously in SP3 class, are standard cars from CCS Racing and RTR, and we are testing this together with the Reiter guys, and then we see or we look after developing the car for next season to SP2 or maybe SPX.
Most of the times, any of the KTMs come in, it seems that the rear engine cover comes off. Why is that? Is it you checking fluids? What's the reason?
I think they're checking basically also the drive shafts and if something at the gearbox, or if the gearbox and everything is okay. So that's pretty much standard.
Manfred, thanks, man. Thanks.
I was watching the timing screen there, slightly concerned about the 103 car, which hasn't come through. Mark van der Aar had recently taken the lead in SP3 ahead of the 224 KTM, and within moments of that happening, he then didn't come round on the next lap, and the car's crawled to a halt between turns 2 and 3.
And this has massive championship implications, doesn't it, in SP3 class, because 103 leads by 7 points from 102, which is also here, has been delayed, but Martin Lanting is at the wheel of that car, 5th in SP3. Paul, what was the points gap between them?
Hang on, we just need to get to that right.
Mark van der Aar's number 103 car was 3rd, so if we take that out of the equation, they will drop back, presumably below 5th, which makes the 5th place car up to 4th, and there's...
Yeah, it was 3 points difference without dropping scores, but they are going to have to drop scores.
One was going to drop 10, one was going to drop 14, although if they score a 0
exactly,
here...
if they score a 0 here, then...
They'll drop a 0, and so then there'll be 10 points further up, so actually...
It's a difficult... certainly for the... Depends how long this problem is going to exist for the 103 car. The 103 car is the one that currently leads the championship, and the 102 has to be able to get a good 3 points clear in order to take the championship. But
so they need to score 14 plus 4. They need to score 18 points to overhaul, do they?
How many?
Because if these guys drop a 0, I think this was one of the classes where 19 was a winning.
Is it more
maximum?
Than 6?
Yes, because
SP3?
this is SP.
Yes, there are. There's 7
yes,
in
there's
SP3,
7,
aren't
isn't
there?
there? So
we're on 19 for a win.
19, 18, 17, 16.
4th, in fact, for 6th in the class, you'll get 10 points. So they really need just to get the car out again, and they'll get a 10 points. So,
yes. So if 103 finishes pretty much in any way, shape or form and scores points at midnight, they are still going to be champions, even if they drop way behind and 102 end up winning it.
Fascinating thought.
At midnight.
Josef Král, meanwhile, is now 4 seconds only behind Robert Renau in the Porsche. So battle between Ferrari and Porsche any moment now. And that'll be for second place overall. And in terms of the stint lengths, we also have Adrian Amstutz coming towards the end of his stint in the leading Lamborghini. So that battle for second will turn into a battle for the lead when Amstutz makes his pit stop. And the issue is that all of those things will happen together, the pit stop and what could be a change for second. So it could then turn into a double new leader. Will it be the Ferrari? Will it be the Porsche? I think the Ferrari will get past the Porsche before Amstutz makes his pit stop, but we'll see how it goes.
Current rate of progress probably in 3 laps, so it's going to be close, isn't it?
Yeah, Amstutz's pit stop is going to be in 2 laps, so we'll see what we do. 103, we are told, is now to be recovered to the pits, which tends to suggest to me that it's not going to be able to drive round to get back. It's going to be a rescue job.
It sounds like something went clatter, clatter, bang.
Question what, and then how long it's going to take to repair.
Well, when we were at Paul Ricard, they had transmission problems on at least one of the 2 cars, didn't they? I mean, they had an awful time with both cars just refusing to stay out of the garage in the Paul Ricard 24 hours, which was then turned around in Barcelona, where they behaved impeccably. And obviously now they've rescinded that and have gone back to being, well, one of them at least has slipped. In fact, number 102's already caused problems, and 103 is now saying, well, it's not fair. I want some attention as well. 103 is now down to 5th in class, 102 up to 4th in SP3. Adrian Amstutz still leading from Robert Renau and Josef Král. Kenneth Heyer in the Home for Racing Mercedes in 4th place, off the lead lap, but still looking like it might well be a podium contender. Lamborghini still leads here in Brno. Just under 19.5 hours of the 24 remaining. It is 4:35, and since we started at 12, we have had 4 hours 35 minutes. I like starting at proper times because I don't have to subtract 3 from 7 or anything like that. I just have to add them on to 12, which is a wonderful way of doing things. Adrian Amstutz leads the race. We're on board with the 963 Grasser Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Robert Renau closing on him, still at the rate of 1 to 1.5 seconds a lap, but closing in at an equal margin on the Precoat Herbert Porsche number 911 is Josef Král in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Last time round, 3.1 seconds behind, having taken 1.4 out of the Porsche. And at that rate of closing again, the Ferrari's headlamps will be starting to melt the Porsche's back bumper in a couple of laps. And Johnny, there's going to be a reticence from Robert Renau to try and hold off Josef Král, but on the other hand, as ever with Precoat Herbert, long game. Don't get involved in somebody else's battle, because that's not how you're going to win this war.
No, true. I mean, Robert Renau just about the fastest driver in that team. Josef Král really showing people like Tom Onslow-Cole how to do it, though, with fastest lap very early on in the stint, and then now on the main straight. Oh, and the Porsche, the Precoat Porsche, being balked very slightly there by the Mark Cars V8, the Ford Focus lookalike, but it's very much a silhouette car. Now Robert can get by in the kink at turn 2, but that will have cost him some time, and Josef Král will be...
Well, he's the next set of headlights in shot, and that gap has come down at the line to around 1.25 seconds, and that probably cost Robert Renau about 1 second behind the Mark Cars Australian machine, the Mark VDS Racing entered car. So now, in fact, Josef Král is really, his engine intakes, his brake intakes, are inhaling the hot air from the back of the Porsche. So this, well, it was 2.2 seconds at the line. I would say it is under 1 second now between the two of them, more like 3/4 seconds. So, having said earlier on that there are very few places where you catch traffic and it costs you, Robert Renau just caught traffic and it really cost him. Král was going quicker anyway, but maybe a lap or 2 of grace was lost behind the Mark VDS machine, just catching it right in the middle of turn 1. So the Porsche with the Ferrari closing in with every corner and with every straight. Josef Král's last lap 2:02.9, Renau's 2:03.7. So only 0.8 seconds quicker that time round, Josef Král. But now more traffic in front as they start to climb the hill in front of Robert Renau. More Porsches. And we're on board with our race leader, but the battle for second is what is really alight here. Race leader Adrian Amstutz, but the battle behind him for second place, we have two cars nose to tail. Robert Renard in the Peugeot Herbert Porsche with Josef Kral in the Scuderia Ferrari, Scuderia Praha Ferrari right behind him.
There's the race leader, Amstutz, heading over the rise. This is lap 125 and enjoying something like an 82-second lead over the battling second-place cars, the Peugeot Herbert Motorsport car and the Ferrari of Josef Kral.
It is Adrian Amstutz's 30th lap as well of his stint. Now, Rolfin Eichen earlier on did 34 laps, but at least 3 of those laps, or 2 of those laps, were under code 60, so wouldn't be expecting Adrian to go very much more than 31.
Here's our second place battle meanwhile, Paul. Robert Renard and Josef Kral nose to tail, less than a car length between them.
It's going to have changed by the end of this lap, isn't it?
It looks like it. I mean, Renard can position his car where he likes, clearly, but Josef Kral has got the speed, came up behind him, took 2 seconds out of him on the last lap, and that was that time lost behind the VDS Racing Mark Cars V8 that the Porsche caught in turn 1. So down at the bottom of the hill, the Ferrari is close enough now to start thinking, where is he going to have a lunch? It might end up having to be turn 1, actually.
And when you consider that this Ferrari has been in the pit lane for 1.25 minutes longer than the Porsche, mostly as a result of penalties.
Exclusively.
Say 1.25 minutes altogether longer in the pit lane, you do start to realise that you know, it could be that Josef Kral will be 1.25 minutes further up the road and being able to challenge for the lead of this race against the Grasser Lamborghini.
Yeah, barring 45 seconds of penalties, followed by another 30 seconds of penalties, absolutely they would be challenging, if not actually holding the lead. I mean, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari led earlier on. Seems to be able to find all its lap time now as well, that the track temperature is starting to ebb away a little bit from the middle of the afternoon high.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually, Martin, because remember what it was that Robert Renauer said, because at the beginning of the race, when he took the lead off the Ferrari, he said that the Ferrari seemed to be losing grip at the back, and we kind of surmised that that was possibly something to do with the fact that the Ferrari was not quite using its tyres as well in the hotter conditions that they were experiencing, and Peter Koch complained of getting pickup on his stint and not being able to go and get the ultimate lap times, but certainly Josef Kral is being able to, and now really putting the pressure on the Porsche, isn't he?
Yeah, it really is. Robert Renard desperately defending Josef Kral, looking for a way by. What's happening down in the pit lane?
Well, a bit of a flurry, which is always quite nice. The 72H RT Porsche came in. That had a very long stop, as once again they were having an in-depth look around the front end of the car. I think they're again having front braking problems. The 63 has come in after serving a very long penalty for something. The other Porsche, one of the MSG cars, that's up there. And we've just had the 103 arrive after its tow back from the flatbed. The driver still suited and booted, which seems like quite an optimistic thing, which is Mark van der Aar. I'll wait for Mark to take his helmet off, and then we'll have a quick word with him to find out what happened. But it's showing no signs of damage. It's very much just it is no longer moving.
Yeah.
It's not got, Mark's got his helmet off. Let's see if I can just grab a very quick word with Mark. Mark, very bad luck. What happened?
I don't know. I think the gearbox or maybe the diff. I had no traction anymore. So it feels like a small explosion and then no power anymore. So it's a disappointment.
Was that completely out of the blue? It wasn't having trouble shifting beforehand?
No. No, it was actually going pretty well. So at a steady pace, and yeah, we were already in the top 10 with an SP3 car. So that was pretty good, but yeah, then this happens.
And if they can identify the problems, have you got the spares? You can change your gearbox, can you change the diff?
Yeah, normally the team can do this quite quickly, so I think we will continue soon, hopefully.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks a lot.
Well, that was Mark van der Aar start with Nick Damon in the pit lane and not Martin Lanting. Let's take a look at the lap times from Renault. 2:05.6 last time round, which is what he's been doing. Josef Kral stuck behind the Porsche, doing 2:05.6 as well, and he has been 2, 3, 4 seconds a lap quicker than that Paul Truswell, as he caught the Porsche. But catching, as we so often say in our cliched little way, is one thing and getting past is another.
Yeah, the fast lap from Kral was a 2:1.7. He then did a whole sequence of, 5 laps in the 2-minute 2s as he closed the gap. Then he came across some traffic and slipped down to a 2.4 or a 2.3, but then he was back in the 2.2s again. But now he's arrived on the boot lid of the Porsche, or under the rear wing of the Porsche. As you say, he's had to match the lap times of the Porsche as well at 2:05. We'll say the battle still for second place, but very much nose to tail. And all of a sudden, they do seem to be catching quite a lot of traffic as they make their way around the 5.4 kilometres of the Brno Automotodrome. And Adrian Amstutz, meanwhile, is now on his 33rd lap of the stint, and 34 is what I've got as the absolute maximum that Lamborghini will do. So Adrian Amstutz must be running close to the end of the fuel on the Lamborghini. So it is going to be pretty much simultaneous. I think the change for the second place and turning into the change for the lead.
Everybody being required by race control to turn on their lights. I think Josef Kral is taking that to the maximum.
I can't get the switch to work.
Did say that it wouldn't be too many laps before the headlights of the Ferrari were melting the paint off the back of the Porsche. Yeah. They are doing that right now.
It's fascinating to watch the behaviour of these two cars, though, because the Porsche struggling to find an apex anywhere really around this lap, whereas the Ferrari looks a lot more pointy. You can sort of guide it into the corner, and Josef Kral, you can see where he's making the time, particularly through turn 10 there. Very nearly managed to get his front wheels level with the rears of Robert Renault, but Renault somehow keeps that Porsche as wide as he dares, and the Ferrari has little choice but to pursue it at the moment. Again, about a car width off the apex there, though, at turn 1. And winding the clock back, Paul, how long ago did these cars stop, respectively? Because I just wonder whether the tyres maybe are a bit older for Robert Renault.
They are, yeah. I mean, Robert's tyres are, good 20, nearly half an hour older than those on the Ferrari.
One of the issues that the Ferrari has is the way that you need to drive it to get the best out of it. We heard Tom Onslow Colson go to carry the speed really deep into the corners, trail braking all the way in. The Porsche looks like it's exactly the opposite. So it's at its slowest when the Ferrari needs to be carrying most speed to get speed through the corners, and it's sort of just right in the way when the Ferrari needs to be carrying that speed all the way to the apex. The Porsche has already slowed down and then starting to drive through the corner more, and so the Ferrari can't exploit its ultimate handling edge there, and the Porsche is just doing enough to stay out of the way. Now, of course, what happens then is either one or the other will have to pit before, or Robert Renault will finally just miss an apex and drift out wide, and Josef Kral will be through like a rat up a drain pipe. But at the moment, good defence, clean, perfect racing line, and just not looking in your mirrors, Paul.
And neither of them abusing the track limits either to any great extent that we've seen on the cameras at least. But of course, even though they're holding each other up to an extent, they're still going a lot quicker than Adrian Amstutz is in the leading car. Now, of course, in a sense, I'm going on about how long Adrian has stayed out there. He's on his 34th lap now. And I would suggest it is going to be his last lap. But of course, the longer they leave him out there as the slowest of the 3 drivers in the Lamborghini, the more of an impact that has on the gap to the leader, or the gap between him and the rest, which is 1:16 now. Remember, that wasn't that long ago. That was 1:40. So that's come right down and is continuing to come down, despite the fact that Josef Kral can't get past Robert Renault.
Now, the other issue, of course, is, as you said, there are only 3 drivers in the Lamborghini. Right now, it doesn't matter because the other 2 are relatively fresh. But tomorrow, and certainly through the really small witching hours of the night, that really is going to matter. You are going to have to keep your drivers in for 2 hours just to give the other guys some time to recuperate. Physically, not as brutal as it was in Paul Ricard, and certainly not in Barcelona because the cockpit temperatures are lower, but actually the physical G-force loadings and everything else that the body takes from the cars will be very, very similar. In fact, probably higher for longer than in half the Barcelona lap. So it is going to be just as physically draining and mentally just as tough because it's even darker here. Once we get past 7 p.m, they will be absolutely nothing to help guide the drivers. Looking at the sky, sun is sort of headed towards the horizon. There are some patches of clear sky. Not sure it's going to be a bra bricht me licht nicht the Nichtville for those Welsh listeners. Shut up, Bradley. Bradley just choking on his coffee as I went into full, that's very nearly an armful mode. Into the pits has come the Hofer Racing Mercedes from 4th place, which means that Nick's going to have to put down his coffee and his Mars bar and head off to do some work as Josef Kral tries to go the long way round the outside at 11. Got a good run going up the hill, didn't he?
Well, it was more about
a little impatience.
It was the Porsche getting a really poor run out of turn 10 because the back end there was so much oversteer from the Porsche. Again, I think it's done. It's Hankook's, whereas there's the chance under braking, and it kind of was set up at turn 10 through 11 and 12, carrying more speed. And now I'm afraid for Robert Renaud, he's going to see this Ferrari just disappear up the road because Josef Kral just looks so much more quick than the car behind. So that's confirmed across the line. Ferrari up to 2nd, Robert Renaud in 3rd position, and may not be too far away from a pit stop to refresh those tyres beneath him.
A minute 11 from the leader, Josef Kral, as he came across the line, and Kenneth Heyer taking a penalty.
50-second penalty for Kenneth Heyer. So,
do we have a channel to Race Control finding out what all these penalties are for, or do we have to guess?
No.
Of all the things you've got?
I've asked for them in the past, and they're never quite free about giving them to me. They'll tell me what the penalties are, what the time is, but they don't actually tell me what they're for.
That's sort of half the job. That's just like us saying, oh, there's a change for position. With some cars for some position. We have had a change for position, and the Hofer Racing Mercedes is with Nick Damon and has served a penalty. And when Kenneth Heyer gets out, Nick, you can ask him what it was for.
He won't know, because it must certainly have been penalties that have been accrued by Chantal in the previous stint. It seems that track limit is pretty standard at 20 seconds. Where the other 30 came from, I don't know. It might be a severe track limit. In front of me is a 224. It's Roland Eggerman who got back in who got in for the Hofer Mercedes. So he's Michael Kroll as the last one for the rotation.
Yes, in fact, Eggerman in for the first time. So it takes a long time for them to cycle through their drivers in the Hofer Mercedes. There's just so many of them, and they're such long stints.
Yeah, I had a look at it. Interestingly, they are just going to do rotation. They're not going to muck about with cleverness in any way. It's a straight rotation. It'll go back to Michael Kroll, then it'll go on to Christian Frankenhoek as a 224 goes. Now, the interesting fact I have noticed is that not only is the leading Lamborghini doing more laps than it's supposed to, according to Mr. Trustwell, they're not even getting ready for a pit stop now. So perhaps running a bit slower has given it a few more laps of fuel. Oh, and the 444 has driven down for fuel only as well.
224 sneaked in again, the RTR Projects KTM Crossbow. Is that on a sort of vaguely where it should be? Unfortunately, by the time I note that they've come into the pit lane, how long the stint was has vanished, and so I can't tell.
It is the 224.
Yeah.
One, which is a long way down, isn't it?
Well, it's 8th place. It's it is our SP3 leader.
Okay, no, that was a full stint, and having started with Pavlovich, switched to Janis for its 2nd stint, Minibig for its 3rd, Miniberger for its 3rd, and Skalipski is the 4th driver and has just finished his 4th stint. So 4 equal stints for the 224 car, absolutely on schedule.
We'll get Nick Damon to come back to us if and when he gets a Kenneth Heyer. Do you have a Kenneth Heyer, Nick Damon?
Kenneth, almost, yes.
Almost?
Well, it is. If you can actually see, he's having a word with the team manager, who is holding the sheaf of penalty papers. The meeting of the driver with the sheaf of penalty papers apparently has become the actual standard thing. So, yeah, not so good. Let's see what these ones. Track limits, that one says. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of track limity issues at the moment, and don't drive off the track.
Yeah, judging by the shoulder shrugging from Kenneth Heyer, looks like it was he that did it.
Just try and grab Kenneth, who's trying to, no, he's explaining, I wasn't off the track. It didn't happen that way. I drove that way and it was fine.
tyre in the hand,
No.
his dad.
T12 was the issue.
Okay.
No, it didn't go off there. Didn't happen. It's not going to happen at all. This is great. This is actually a team managers meeting happening in real time, whereas people are upset about the Brands Hatch track limits. Poor Kenneth.
Hans Tyre's just going, none of this.
No.
Never happened in my day. Oh, here he is.
So, track limits then.
Yeah, it seems to be. But in the driver's briefing, the race director said we get 2 warnings, and I get no warning at all. So for me, it's a bit difficult because over the limits or on the line, it's like football. It's on the line or next to it. So afterwards now, it was too often. But nobody informs me. The first message I get is you get a penalty. So it was a bit sad for us.
Was it the same corner each time or different parts of the track?
Nobody could say me. That's the problem. Because I, for myself, thought I'm on the line. So, but it seems not to be, because the race director will not give a penalty when it's not like that. So we have to take it. But we as a team, we have to see on the monitor if we get warned or not, and have to inform the driver. So it's a bit our own problem today.
And how's the car going? Because that's important as well.
Yeah, until now we have no big issues. The car is running quite well. The SLS is still a monster for a 24-hour race. We have never problems. Instead, the drivers do mistakes. So I hope we can finish and as much as front end is possible.
Thanks, Kenneth. And now, what former major sporting star was Kenneth channeling just there, Martin? John McEnroe. It was on the line.
Comic.
But with chalk dust.
It was on the line, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was on the line.
Very good. Thank you, Nick Damon. Thank you, Kenneth Hire. Okay, so...
But to be fair, I think Kenneth was taking it in good spirits, and he kind of accepted that that was a penalty, and unfortunately it meant that the car had to spend nearly a minute longer in the pits than it should have done.
And unfortunately, that is the way it is. So maybe the previous driver had a couple of warnings and the car exceeded the limits again, because quite often the judge of fact on a corner won't necessarily know which driver is in the car, and that's not necessarily germane either. So unfortunately, Kenneth might have inherited the penalty that was led up to, or teed up by somebody else. 96 Porsche we are watching, which currently lies, where is it? Second in our 991 class, as Adrian Amstutz still leads in the Lamborghini. Adrian Amstutz leading the 24 hours at Brno, as it is 5-5 local time. We are fast approaching the end of the 5th hour of 12 for championship points, of 24 for checkered flagginess, because the race, although the points will be awarded at midnight, it won't be stopped at that stage. It will be notified to those competing by an orange flag. The first time I've ever heard of an orange flag being used. It's a newly created flag by the Creventic team to signify that full points have been awarded, and you may continue to race now, gentlemen, for the remaining 12 hours to try and win the race. The race being led by Adrian Amstutz in the Grasser Racing Lamborghini by, minute over Josef Kral. That's come down to 1 minute and 2 seconds at the line last time. Robert Renauer 5 seconds behind him in 3rd position, and the Lamborghini, Paul, about time too, makes a pit stop.
Yes, that was a 38-lap stint from Adrian Amstutz, and that compares to 34 laps from Warwick Martin, which was the previous longest stint, and of course that included some Code 60. But I can hear in my ears that Nick Damon is there. Hello,
Well,
Nick.
of course, it's quite a short pit lane, because they've not using the front and the back garage. Even my slow, snail-like pace can make it up. Adrian Amstutz is out of the car and just avoids killing himself by falling over a tyre and pneumatic jack combination. Ralph Anichin gets back in the car, so they're sticking on rotation at the moment. Very standard stop, 4 wheels changed. I didn't actually even notice it serving any time penalties. So remarkably, they appear to have managed falling foul of the track limits, perhaps by staying on the track. And I will have a word with Adrian. I'm sure he speaks English. As soon as he has de-helmeted himself.
Yeah, do just jump in as soon as you've got Adrian. Nick. I mean, meantime, I was curious that Kenneth Hyatt did have to abuse the track limits because, of course, he does have a minimum reference lap time. So in a sense, he shouldn't have to push the car that hard that he's going over curbs. Now, it may be that he's just coming across slower traffic, but it does strike me as strange that abusing the track limits when you're on a minimum reference lap time shouldn't need to happen for a driver of Kenneth's ability.
Josef Kral piloting the Scuderia Praha Ferrari to a 2-minute 3.7 lap last time round, and Adrian Amstutz for Grasser Racing has brought the lead Lamborghini into the pit lane. So as he completes this lap, does Josef Kral get to take the lead of the race or not? He will. He will do indeed, says Paul Truswell, the sottovoce behind. And since it's 5 o'clock, I've forgotten that it's time to change the shift. I'm going to clear off and have a breath of fresh air, actually, because it's still very warm in the booth.
Your watch is fast.
Yeah, I've got another minute to go yet. Stay where you are. No, it's all right. Carry on, Martin.
Should have left in the break. We're not very test match special, are we, with our handovers?
No.
After these words from Jeffrey, it'll be Simon Mann.
Or Johnny Palmer, indeed. The Ferrari heading up towards the last few sequence of corners then to head across the line in a moment or two to complete lap 133. And the race is led by Adrian Amstutz, who is in the pit lane. And Kral goes over the line now to properly take the lead. Into turn one goes the Ferrari 488. Robert Renauer running in second position, or will be... No, he pits as well, in fact. So the Porsche is in. The Lamborghini is in, and this is the only car then of the leading trio that still stays out as Rolf Eichen re-emerges.
And as, in fact, it was you and Martin were saying a moment ago, wasn't it, Johnny? The Ferrari was on fresher tyres than the Porsche, and that's right. Possibly part of the reason that it was able to get through a bit quicker. Nick Damon has the Porsche.
Yeah, and it's Daniel Alleman getting in. So again, they are skipping Albert Renauer. He's actually cleaning the... Alfa Renauer is actually cleaning the windscreen as Robert gets out, so I'm not quite sure why he's not in the rotation, something I'll be asking Robert in a moment, but looking quite standard. Alfa is doing all the team managing work, but not driving. Stops it down the way, Alleman goes off, completely standard stop, but a strange driver rotation going on there.
Okay, well, there is maybe a reason why Alfred's not taking part, or it's just a little bit of strategy working its way in. But Robert Renauer may be able to provide an answer. So Rolf Eichen back out into the race. We're hoping to hear from Adrian Amstutz in the next few moments as well. Roland Eggerman in fourth place, ahead of someone who's been motoring on very nicely indeed in the number 62 MSG Motorsport car, Hendrik Still, setting that car's fastest lap of the race a little while ago now. It's probably about 20 minutes or so ago, but I did notice that Hendrik clearly can drive that car a touch faster than his teammates. Pascal Gibon in a 65 Porsche Lorient Racing Porsche heads SP2. And then the 226 car, which is one of 3 KTMs in the race, running in 7th position. And who have we got in the 226 car at the moment? It is George Silbermeyer in the 226 car. Nick?
With Robert Renauer. Robert, that was a good fun battle with that Ferrari towards the end of the stint, wasn't it?
For me, not for sure. For the Ferrari, it was fucking fast. We had a little bit, the tire pressure was a little bit too low, so I have to fight with my car, and the Ferrari was, I think, 2 seconds per lap quicker than me, so I had to fight, and and in the end he passed me, and I had no chance.
Quick question, how come your brother isn't in the driver rotation at all?
Yeah, he is next after Daniel Alleman and Ralf Bohn. Then it's his part, and then we have the normal rotation.
Robert, thanks very much.
Josef Kral leads the way then, 135 laps done, 18 seconds. No, we're still waiting for that to unravel a little bit, but Rolf Eichen should emerge, in second position behind the 911 Porsche, Paul?
In third place behind
Still
the 911
third,
Porsche because, the Ferrari, Josef Kral out in the lead.
And the two Porsche run by MSG Motorsport, yes, the 62 and the 63, have found each other on the track. This isn't a battle for position, though, because of earlier issues for the Lorient car, that's at number 63. The 62 and the 63 cars are close to one another, as I say, the Austrian outfit machines on track, but some catching up to be done for the sister car. Hendrick still is the best place of those in 5th. And sorry, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have to correct myself slightly because the Lamborghini is up ahead of the Porsche. So, Rolf Ineichen with the Lamborghini is second. Daniel Allemann falling to third in the Porsche after that pit stop. Not that it was a long pit stop by any means. In fact, they got the driver change and the fuel at the cost of just 3 minutes and 14 seconds on that last pit stop for the Airbet Motorsport team. Although that car has now done 4 pit stops as compared to the 3 pit stops by the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and they cycling between their 4 drivers in number 11 should be putting Peter Cox back at the next pit stop, which will not be for another 10 laps or so yet from Josef Kral, so he'll be able to establish himself in the lead for that period of the time at least, but we'll see how his lap times compare against Rolf Ineichen, and hopefully if their tyre pressures are now set correctly, and possibly as a result of the temperature going down as we move from daytime into late afternoon, then it may well be that the Porsche in the hands of Rolf Ineichen can be a little bit quicker. Meanwhile, we can go down to Nick Damon. Nick.
I'm with Adrian Amstutz, who's had a drink and some food. How do you feel about the stint? How do you feel about the stint you just did?
I'm not so happy about my stint. I was a bit too slow, in my opinion. The training yesterday was a bit better. I have to see what went wrong, or if it's just the car setup of today. But all in all, we're still in the race, and that's what matters.
Did the car feel different today because it was much warmer than yesterday?
It did. It was much more slippery. I was struggling sometimes a bit for grip, but I don't know how the other teams, they probably say the same about.
And I noticed you're having a nice bit of relax. You now get 4 hours off, or are you next on?
I don't know. Actually, the strategy is made by the team. I really don't know. I know I have this stint off, but I don't know what's going on after that.
Adrian, thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Interesting that, because you get the feeling, because that's a car with just 3 drivers, and you kind of get the feeling that they're going to see how it goes before they decide how they're going to do the driver rotation. The car having only just been taken over by Rolf Ineichen, they've got Caldarelli up their sleeve. Amstutz has done more than an hour, so in terms of championship points, they're all right until midnight. In terms of the race, the problem is not Amstutz as such. He will have to do a minimum of 6 hours over the course of the 24 hours in the race. He'll have to do a little bit more yet. Rolf Ineichen can kind of fill in because he's described as a semi-pro in Preventic language, whereas Caldarelli is a pro, and therefore he could do up to 12 hours, but I doubt whether he'll want to do quite that much. But to say the problem is going to be how much Amstutz does and when he can actually fit his laps in, but he'll have to do 6 hours of driving altogether.
And what is the rule again on how much time you need to be out of the car? For instance, I've just done a 2-hour stint. I get out of the car, hand over to my teammate who does a 2-hour stint. Am I permitted then to get in immediately afterwards? So I've had 2 hours off.
The rule in Creventic is that you have to take a break of 2/3 of the length of the stint that you've just done. I think, let me just check that one.
So that's the reason why Adrian Amstutz isn't sure whether he'll go in the next time. If you were to extrapolate the rotation that they've done so far, then you would expect Rolf Ineichen, followed by Andrea Caldarelli, and then Amstutz again. But they could put Ineichen in at the end of the Caldarelli stint to give Adrian Amstutz potentially 6 hours off then, rather than just the 4. And that might be something they elect to do overnight.
Yes, just I was right. Just to clarify the rest time, whatever the stint that you've just done, you have to take a rest of 2/3 of that time before you can get back into the car. So even if you would be doing the race with just 2 drivers, which you are allowed to do, your rest must only be 2/3 of the length of the stint you've just done. So it's quite possible to do it with just 2 drivers.
To give you an idea of how the various classes are shaping up, the SP2 division is headed by the number 65 Porsche Lorient Racing 991 class car. Well, I said it is a 991 Cup car, but it's in SP2, and Pascal Gibon leads that class, having done 127 laps, leading by 3.6 seconds as the cars cross the line. So it's pretty tight between Pascal Gibon and the 444 Ferrari. And then only another 3 seconds back to the number 95 VDS Racing Adventures Mark car. That's the VDS Racing Adventures Mark Focus V8, driven by Thierry Delattre du Bosquet. And then 4th, 5th and 6th in that class, we have the 84 Speed Lover Porsche, the True Racing KTM, which was right up there in SP2 in the early stages of this race, but has struggled with it being fixed virtually at every pit stop, or certainly checked. And that was the one that had the drive shafts replaced, wasn't it? And the LMS Engineering Audi TT completes that class. The 113 car currently serving a penalty. This is Peter Valent, who races for Valent Motorsport. The car has seemingly forever been in 3rd position in the 3-car Class A3. A class that's headed by the Bonk Motorsport BMW, driven right now by Volker Piepmeier.
And that looks like getting on for a minute of a penalty for the 113, up to 56 seconds it's been there. So if it goes in the next 4, that'll be a 1 minute penalty for that car.
Hendrick still enjoys a 3-lap advantage in the 991 class. So the 62 car well out in front in the 991 class from the 96 S1 Racing entered car, and then in 3rd position HRT Performance's machine.
Rolfin Eichen getting right down to good times pretty much straight away. 2 minutes 2.6 was his first flying lap. 2 minutes 2.5 his next one. So his fastest lap is 2 minutes 2.0. So he's within half a second of his best lap straight away, right from the get-go. And that fastest lap, that was the fastest lap that Rolf has done, because the 2 minutes 2.0, of course, was done by Caldarelli. The 113 penalty was a minute and a half in the end there. So clearly some extremes of track limits being explored by that car.
So that is some way off the pace, having completed 103 laps in Class A3, but there's a good dice at the head of the order. As I say, only 3 cars in Class A3 this weekend at Brno, but there's 7.5 seconds, that's all, between the 2 cars after 5 hours and 11 minutes, very nearly, of this race. Still the 113 car is there. I assume this is, there's pictures, there's cars still heading past the track rather than this being a freeze frame.
I was going to say,
slightly concerned me there, but
can you see anything moving at all?
Gesticulations from the driver going, how long is this stop, by the way?
2 minutes and 45 now.
Right.
So very nearly 3 minutes. So
just tapping the steering wheel there. I think he's cranked the stereo on. We'll be away in a second. And the team will be waiting to receive this car as well. A bit further down the pit lane. It's 24th overall, by the way, so there's still a bit further to fall.
3 minutes and the camera got bored. Yes.
Okay, well, when it's back on the move, we will let you know. Ivo Brukus, by the way, is pushing hard at race speed. Just a quick adjustment there in the cockpit, 5th gear for the 303 Red Camels Jordans.nl Seat Leon. And Ivo is 15th overall, 4th place in SP3. So he's trying to close in on the KTM car run by RTR Projects. That car with Thomas Kvolek at the wheel. And there's 21 seconds to find for Evo to be with that car that at the moment is on the third step of the podium in SP3. So considering Evo's spin a little bit earlier on and quite a convoluted way out of the gravel, he's gathered some of that time back pretty well. Joseph Kral continues to lead the Brno Epilog 24-hour race, the final round of the year for the 24hourseries.com. Johnny Palmer and Paul Trustwell watching this part of the race unfold, and Kral versus Rolfin Eichen. There is 2 minutes and 18 seconds between those two cars at the moment. There is the race leader then, Joseph Kral, having put in some really good pace at the start of this stint. The headlights starting to illuminate the track immediately in front of the Ferrari. That BMW is still there, by the way. The 113 car hasn't moved. I'm surprised we're not seeing a queue develop behind it for other cars that are due time penalties, but it's holding station in the box.
That's now coming up to 5 minutes. That's why we've switched to it. So we're taking a guess that it might be 5 minutes.
Could be.
It's not 5 minutes either. Okay,
No,
we've gone over 5 minutes now.
Might need a rap on the driver's door window in a moment, just to make sure the driver's still awake in there. Peter Valek being very, very patient, and in fact Peter drops a position as we speak because Joe Foster's just gone through at the end of lap 104 for the MRS GT Racing Porsche and gains a position because of that. It's a 991 car up against an A3, yes, but the 78 car very much on the back foot after early difficulties. And it's gathered at least one place back there. The 96 car a little bit wide into turn 10 and has crawling all over the back of it the 103 BMW, driven by Baz Schouten. And Baz is able to get through there at turn 11. Also the 103 car with some recovery driving necessary now in the next 2 hours. It's one of two JR Motorsport cars, but the far better placed of those machines is in 16th position.
I'll tell you what this 113 could be about. It could be about minimum reference lap times because it's an it's an A3 car, isn't it?
Yes.
2 minutes 17 is its minimum reference lap time.
It's still there.
And it's done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps. More than that. 6, 7, 8, 9, I think. It's done 9, possibly 10 laps under the minimum reference lap time, and you get a penalty of 30 seconds every time you go under the minimum reference lap time.
Yeah.
So this is a multiple going underneath the minimum lap time.
But even that is only 5 minutes, isn't it,
yes,
for 10 of them?
Up to 7 minutes.
And we're already at 7 minutes.
I
we're
may
still
have
counting.
missed some of them.
Yeah, okay.
So
highly likely if there are that many. There's the 206 car, which was in the gravel not too long ago, but is now running once more.
That's the Audi.
Here we are in Brno for the final round of the 24hourseries.com. Johnny Palmer and Paul Trustwell looking at the things in the 6th hour of the race. Joseph Kral's just gone across the line to complete 142 laps. He leads then the Rolfin Eichen driven GRT Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan, which crosses the line now, but a full lap behind and a bit more. The gap is measured at 2 minutes and 18 seconds. And the 113 car, we're being told, has a 9-minute penalty. So at 9 minutes, can we see some movement from the Peter Valek-driven Valek Autosport car? Okay. Just watching it paused there is frustrating enough, but imagine what Peter Valek must be feeling inside the cockpit. Nick Damon knows a little bit more about why that 113 car's there for so long.
I know, I wandered into the pit lane, bumped into Mr. M. Haven, who's also down here for some reason, and spoke to one of the drivers. He got a very attractive young lady to translate for him, and it was because we are way too fast. Way too fast, which means they obviously ignored, as Paul has surmised, the minimum reference lap time and have received a massive slap on the wrist.
Or 9 minutes. So hopefully, very shortly, that car will work its way down to presumably the team, because this is the time penalties can be pushed back to your next stop rather than having to come in to serve them in isolation. and the team can finally crack into life to potentially change the driver and no doubt fuel the car as well at the bottom end of the pit lane.
Yeah, that was, I counted 16 laps underneath 2 minutes 17. So one also would guess that there isn't a radio in the car or any other means, because a lot of the more professional teams will have some kind of means of slowing the car down. And indeed, possibly the defence will be that the car has been wrongly classified, possibly, to even be within the A3 class, because some of the other BMW M3s get put into SP3, which enables them to go faster. But if they go in the A3 class, then they have to limit themselves to the appropriate reference lap time. And that, of course, means that the car is better paced against the others. Now, you can either do that out on the track by going slower, or you do this and lose all the time that you've made up on the track by just spending all this time in the pit lane.
Looking at the True Racing KTM Crossbow, which is driven by Klaus Angerhofer, the Austrian driver, and that car in 18th position, 5th in SP2, but it has led SP2 earlier on in the race when Thomas Enger was at the wheel, but it hit problems in the first couple of hours, and now a job to get it back into contention in SP2. It's a class that's led by Pascal Gibon in the number 62 Porsche Lorient Racing car, a car that could be also placed in the 991 spec class. I have to keep reminding myself that it is an SP2 car for this weekend, and fighting the 444 Ferrari from RPD Racing. That car for this phase of the race being driven by Dusan Palka, who is another man from the Czech Republic, and the gap between the top two cars in SP2 is a minute. No, it's longer than that, because they're separated by a couple of laps, in fact. So Josef Kral onto lap 144. Pace is still pretty good. That car has done a 2 minutes 1.7 second lap, circulating in the 2:05s right now. There's the Lamborghini Huracan of Rolf Ineichen, and behind is the number 10 of Roland Egemann from Hoffer Racing, but Rolf Ineichen's car's done 142 times around this circuit, 137 circuits for the number 10 machine, but it is in the lower division Class A6, having to stick to the reference time of 2 minutes and 6 seconds.
Yeah, I think the only way that the Hoffer Racing Mercedes is going to be able to play a part in challenging for podium positions is if, when one of the leading cars running in the pro unrestricted division within A6 strikes problems, because on pace they can't really keep up, even though they do fewer pit stops in overall terms, although at the moment the Mercedes has done the same number of pit stops as the leading Ferrari. But Josef Kral coming towards the end of his stint, whereas Egemann has only just started his. He's 12 laps into his stint. Josef Kral coming towards the last 5 laps, in 6 laps of his, and we'll see how far, whether that Mercedes number 10 does manage to make further ground. But on pace, which is what this has been thus far, Johnny, it has been a pure race of pace rather than attrition. The Mercedes is relying on other cars ahead of it having problems in order to make up places further up than 4th.
Pascal Gibon about to come over the line in the SP2 lead to stick another lap on in the book. 133 now for the Frenchman sorted. This is the 444 car then that is in 2nd position in this class. As I say, Dusan Palka at the wheel, and that car in no danger at the moment of losing out on 2nd position. It does have a lap and a bit to find on Gibon.
Yes, it's quite a long way. Yeah, it's nearly 2 laps actually behind the SP2 leader, which is the number 65 car, Pascal Gibon. But less than 30 seconds is all that separates it from the Mark Focus V8, which is the 3rd place car in that SP2 class at the moment.
There's the number 10, sneaking through shot, and we're waiting at the final sequence of corners to see the Ferrari battling away with the Seat. And for a moment out of that corner, the Seat was actually able to draw level with a Ferrari 458 challenge car, still measuring it for pace out of the final corner as well. And then finally the Ferrari hits the straight and is able to come into its own. But the power of one of those TCR cars in the lower range is phenomenal to see. That was good fun to watch those two cars battling in the slow or the medium speed corners here at Brno. They do carry quite a bit of aerodynamics on those TCR cars, with smallish dive planes and channeling the air over the wheel arches just right as well. So cornering speed, no problem at all for one of those turbocharged Seats. And this is the normally aspirated Ferrari 458. We do have a twin turbocharged Ferrari in the race, of course, the race leader, the 488 of Scuderia Praha. Rolf Nijkin remains in second position. Daniel Aleman in the third place Porsche. And we are, according to Robert Renauer, expecting Alfred Renauer to take charge of that car in the next pit stop.
Well, no, he didn't actually say that, did he? Because he said it would be Aleman Bone and then
Bone.
Alfred.
Okay. Right.
At least that's what I understood Robert to say. So Daniel Aleman in the car at the moment, then it'll be Ralph Bone, then it'll be Alfred. It was how I understood what Robert Renauer was saying.
Okay. Well, they've obviously made a decision to alter the rotation, maybe to match whoever they're up against in each of the stints. So perhaps a sign that they're adjusting things according to how other people are approaching the race. Sometimes you just keep your head down, you do your own thing, and you plan for the race to come towards you. Sometimes you can start to alter your own plan for the first 12 hours anyway, and it's certainly the case for Precoat Herbert that they're approaching the first 12 hours and seeing where they are at the result, or where the points are awarded. And then we really hope that the Porsche will continue into the second half of the race, but that's a matter of time to find out.
Yeah, because the Porsche, the Precoat Herbert Porsche, is in with a shout of taking second place in the Teams Championship in its class, the A6 class, from the Car Collection Motorsport Audi, which has been confirmed as a retirement. Broken engine in the 13th minute, unlucky for some, of the race, the Car Collection Audi having broken down, so he's not going to score any points at all, and as a result of that, the Porsche of the Herbert Motorsport team is actually, it doesn't even need to be leading the class at the end of the 12 hours. It merely needs to score 8 points. In fact, being in the top, any position of the top 3 will be enough for the Porsche. But in order to score drivers' points, then we will have to have Alfred Renauer doing his 1 hour before midnight, and that he will be able to do if he gets into the car after Ralph Bone at the next stop, or the stop after the next stop.
Good opportunity there from this onboard shot to see Joseph Kroll dispatching a bit of traffic, and the cars appearing in the just ahead of him through the windscreen, and then the next moment they pop up in that camera which he has focused on from the rear of the car, and he can work out whether anyone's coming through who is super quick. The bulkhead in these Ferraris sits and blocks entirely the rear view out of one of these Ferraris, so that camera, rear-facing camera, absolutely essential to know what's going to be flung at you next. Of course, he's leading the race, so nobody wanting to lap him as such. Rolf Nijkin doing, last time around, a 2 minutes 3.8, which was quicker than Joseph Kroll's pace, but there's this yin and yang throughout this part of the 24 Hours of Brno as traffic is encountered and then dealt with. Down towards turn 5, and the purple KTM just ahead in that camouflage livery to Nick Damon in the pit lane.
Yes, just it's a quiet period at the moment. We're just about to get the MRS Porsche in, but it's quite interesting. There's a couple of, I would say, 17 or 18-year-old young ladies who look like they've just come from their modern to happen jazz dancing lesson, but what they're actually doing is handing out all the track limit penalties, and they're very busy. They've just given the 102 a 10-second penalty. They're about to give the 76 a 20-second penalty. So there are a variance in track limits. Obviously, it's the multiple offence, multiple penalty. But if you see in your camera 2 young ladies in sweatpants of various colours, they are the track limit ladies.
Okay, thank you for that. What we're seeing in our camera at the moment is further problems for the number 103 JR Motorsport BMW. Bas Schouten already out of the car, letting off some steam, it looks like, and the marshal very quickly with the car is going to carefully undo the bonnet clips to reveal a car that is dramatically overheating here, and we go into only our second Code 60 of this year's race, but that car in a vulnerable position, parked just the other side of the white line to drivers left through what is quite a quick corner, turn 5. So that's the first bit of the complex middle portion of the lap, very technical section, and that car has ground to a halt from what was 7th place in SP3.
And very good timing indeed for Scuderia Praha, because Josef Kral was coming towards the end of his stint anyway, and according to my little track mapper here, will be coming across the line. In fact, it's already in the pit lane. So I was going to say it was perfect timing. So minimum time at 60 kilometres an hour, straight into the pit lane, and Nick Damon no doubt will be able to observe the Josef Kral handing over to Peter Cox.
But the question is, though, did he trip the beam before Code 60?
No.
If he didn't, he'll only be able to get half a tank of fuel, won't he?
Yes, sorry, yes, he will, and he therefore will only be able to get half a tank of fuel.
Whereas the 78 Porsche definitely came in just before the Code 60, whilst they are on a massive recovery drive. But they will get the benefit of that. Xavier Masson's got into that car as Joey Foster got out. Absolutely standard stop here at number 11 car. So Josef Kral is out, and here comes the Lamborghini as well. So that's the 963 Lamborghini comes in. Ralph Venetian is driving. He's obviously going to want to get a half tank of fuel, but he's also picking up new tyres as well. So they decided to change the tyres. They only did a few laps ago, well, perhaps half an hour ago, at the previous driver change. So new sets of boots for the 963, half a tank of fuel, which should actually make it pretty much nearly brimmed again. He's out the way, so the only people not to stop are the people who always stop, which is Precourt.
Yes, we haven't yet seen the Porsche come down at the pit lane, and they're maybe deciding not to do that. Paul?
Well, to be fair, I don't think he's had the opportunity to come in because he was halfway around the lap when the Code 60 was given, and of course at this pace it's going to take him another 2 or 3 minutes to get to the pit lane entrance. And I think, reading between the lines of this, we can see some absorbent materials being put down to soak up oil, which is being dropped by that BMW number 103. This might be a longish pit stop, or longish Code 60, in order to clear up the oil.
So the 911 numbered Precourt Herbert Porsche is currently heading into turn 10. Obviously adhering to the 60 kilometers per hour speed limit. Laughs and jokes down at Scuderia Praha. They're enjoying the fact that they lead the race, and this second Code 60 of the race seems to have been well timed as far as their car is concerned.
And the point being, because it was going to take, I think, longer than 5 minutes to clear up the oil, then Peter Cox is going to be able to get in and get the other half tank full of fuel next time around, because it'll take him 5.5 minutes to get round under Code 60. But if it takes them that long to clear up the oil, he'll be able to get into the pit lane and get the other half tank that you're only allowed to fill half a tank of fuel during a Code 60, and he'll be able to get the other half of that in on his second stop, because the timing was very good for him. He came straight into the pits pretty much as soon as the Code 60 was given. It was ideally timed for him, whereas the 911 has already spent 3 or 4 minutes of this Code 60 just getting round to the pit lane entrance, although to be fair to Daniel Alleman, only needs half a tank of fuel anyway, just as we already saw with Rolf Venetian with the Lamborghini. which has already taken its half tank full of fuel. But as Nick said, that Lamborghini will be pretty much full now.
A lot of cars taking the opportunity to come down the pit lane and refuel. The 73 Porsche from HRT Performance is in. The 95 VDS Racing Adventures Mark Focus V8 comes down pit lane. And do Herbert Motorsport choose to come down the pit lane in their 911 Porsche? Yes, they are in as well. And it remains to be seen whether that car will stop in the outside the pit garage or whether it'll go straight through to fueling. Nick Damon, can you see the 911 Porsche and what it's up to? I'm reckoning it's going to continue all the way down to the fueling area.
John. Oh, that took a while. That took a while to come up, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
It's carrying straight on to the fuel. As I'm hanging around, let's grab Joseph Kral, who's being interviewed by Thomas Enger.
Just about to come back from a break, Nick.
Okay.
But bear with us for a moment because the 103 car is just being recovered. Live back here in Brno in the Czech Republic for the final round of the 24hseries.com. We're in the second code 60 of the race for the recovery of that car, the 103 JR Motorsport BMW. Plenty of cars choosing to come in and refuel and head past Nick Damon in the pits.
Yeah, it's busy, busy, busy. But one of the first cars to come in was Joseph Kral from Scuderia Praha. Joseph, how did you enjoy your first race stint?
Well, great. I have to say it was great because we struggled a bit with the car on Friday. And now I have to say it's much better. It's much better in qualifying. It wasn't still perfect, so we were kind of so-so because of course we wanted pole at our home race, which didn't happen. And so we did little changes, little improvements for the race. And I have to say it's running great. And from my experience, what I just gained, it was mega. I mean, the car is really nice, so I can control the fronts and rears, the degradation on the tires. The big question mark is the temperature now, because I already could feel that I struggle a little bit with the fronts, so I really have to work the front tires a lot. So that will be kind of so-so to maintain the speed, but until now it was just perfect.
And a really good fun battle with the Porsche.
Exactly, yeah, that was pretty tight. I mean, I was somewhere behind in my head, I was thinking that, well, we're losing some time against the Grasses Lamborghini. But on the other hand, it was mega. I really enjoyed it. It was really side by side. Unfortunately, we missed a little bit of power, just a touch more, which would make it much easier for me to overtake because I had better pace. But finally, in the end, I made it, and then I could pull away.
Joseph, thank you very much. My God, his English is better than mine.
And that gentle lilt of the Czech accent as well is quite a cool voice to listen to. And he's very, very cool in the car as well. Amazing that he went out on that outlap and started to go purple through various sectors, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. And finished off by setting what has become the fastest lap of the race at a 2 minutes 1.703. But Peter Cox now behind the wheel. We're riding on board with him with the TV stream at the moment. Be interesting to see. He's just coming out of turn 12 now, isn't he? Whether he comes in for that other half tank of fuel. The notifications comes up on the screen that car number 103 will be recovered to the pits, and also that oil is contaminating the circuit between turns 5 and turn 6, which is going on to the back of the circuit where the 103 BMW came to rest. And we'll see whether or not Peter Cox needs more fuel now or not. And so no indication that the code 60 about to be ended. We would normally get a 1 minute warning before the code 60 is withdrawn.
This is Peter Cox, by the way, at the wheel, despite what the graphic tells us, because we've just heard from Joseph in the pit lane, of course. And the car then comes down pit road now to be fueled. We've seen fuel go into the 911 Porsche. And to be honest, virtually everyone that was passing the pit lane during this code 60 has taken the opportunity to put a bit more fuel in their car. Soon to come around onto the main straight will be the MRS GT Racing Porsche, followed by the Porsche Lorient car. But there's no hint here of Peter Cox calling at the Scuderia Praha garage. It'll be all the way down the pit lane and then turn 90-degree right into that fueling quadrant.
Yes, even the number 10 Mercedes having made a pit stop, Roland Eggeman, and to a point I was expecting him not to come in because that car normally runs to its full fuel allowance at every stop, but they brought Eggeman. Eggeman has come in as well in the number 10 Mercedes. He stayed behind the wheel, so he's going to get up to his 2 hours, I suspect, before they run out of fuel again. But it does mean that the number 10 gets a little bit better fuel mileage, therefore.
An indication there from this onboard camera, the number 96 S1 racing machine, of just how much oil, though, has been left on the circuit by the 103 BMW, and the marshal's doing a tremendous job to try and soak all that up with the quick dry powder or the cement dust. So that needing to be dropped onto the track surface and then brushed into it so that the oil can be soaked up. And it is a painstaking process, but it does mean that the track is then safe to race on once more. So as the drivers approach that area, they're being directed to drivers right to the racing line around turn 10. Turn 5 and 6. And the trail of oil looks to be right down the middle of the road. This could take a bit longer for the problem to be cured there.
Yeah, the previous code 60 was just shy of 12 minutes. This one has been running for 10.5 minutes thus far, so it could mean that we've got a little bit longer to go. Whilst once quick drive's done, then we'll be able to get underway straight away. Not like we've got to replace barriers or anything like that, which I suppose is the good thing. The unfortunate thing is, depending on what the problem is for the 103 BMW, is that that's the BMW that led the championship, the 103 JR car, and of course it is very close in the battle with the 102. So we'll see what happens with the with that 103 to see if they're going to be able to repair it. I'm sure as and when it comes into the pit, Nick Damon will be able to tell us. In the meantime, Nick can tell us this.
I can tell you I'm talking to Joey Foss. Joey, that was a stroke of luck, wasn't it, coming in just before code 60?
It's hard to say. Certainly if you were on the lead lap, it would be a huge stroke of luck, absolutely. And obviously we're absolutely not on the lead lap. We sat here for almost an hour, I think, fixing the earlier issues. So,
what were those issues? Just could we?
Golly, we had a right rear hub fail, just the hub itself, and then also it took a few bits with it. At the same time, also we had an alternator issue, so we changed the alternator in the right rear hub, which obviously took a while, and so we're back out now.
And on catch-ups, now strangely, I just saw Javier Masson come down the pit lane, not stopping. What was that about?
You know what? I have no idea. I just got out of the car. I can't tell you. Maybe he just wanted to get a cup of coffee during the code 60.
How did you enjoy your stint out there?
It's very different. Obviously, all the races we've had so far in Creventic this year have been very intense with traffic, lots of classes, lots of cars. This is a very different vibe. It's a very big, wide open track and a much smaller grid. So it had a bit of the Le Mans feel where you go a lap or two sometimes by yourself and wonder if everybody's listening or watching or not. But I really enjoyed it. The car is handling wonderfully, and it was a great stint.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks a lot. And of course, you never get dive bombed by an Audi R18, do you? So it's not that bad.
No, absolutely. It's a lot different with no LMP1 cars.
Thanks a lot. Cheers, Joey.
Yeah, the explanation of that pit stop, the extra pit stop that was made by Xavier Masson was exactly the same as we saw from Peter Cox, was needing to get the other half tank of fuel. Whilst it's a stroke of luck, as you were saying, if you get the code 60 just as you're coming towards the end of your stint anyway, it's not a stroke of luck because you can only put half a tank of fuel in under code 60 conditions. But if it's a long enough code 60, you can come in on your next time around, and then you can get the other half a tank full on the next time around and lose slightly less time. Although the pit lane speed limit is 40 kilometres an hour, it's slightly slower.
I'm going to bring Nick back, but you've only got about 25 seconds because we're heading to an
I only need 25 seconds because they got in before code 60. They got a fuel tank, and when Javier Masson went down a few seconds ago, he didn't stop for fuel, Paul. It's a mystery in the worst type.
Indeed.
Explain that.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Nick Damon. As we continue under code 60 here in Brno for the 7th and final round of the 24hourseries.com. So this is the view of Rolf Eichen on board the second-placed GRT Lamborghini Huracan, the 963 car. Incidentally, the same engine in the back of that car as the one that's in the Audi R8 that went bang in quite a spectacular way. There's the 103 BMW, just squeezing through the back of shot, the wrong side of the debris fencing. So it's going to return on a flatbed for the JR Motorsport guys and girls potentially to assess the damage, exactly what's gone wrong in that car. But it's dispatched an awful lot of oil across the track surface, and this is the view down at turn 5 and 6 with that quick dry powder being worked into the track to try and mop up what is a long line of oil. And Marshall's directing the drivers to the right of this scene with quite a number of recovery vehicles parked up on the outside of the bend.
And you have to say, Johnny, that if the oil has gone that far, that the chances of that BMW 103 rejoining,
yes.
I mean, even if they get a new engine in it, I mean, it's, I suppose it's still possible to do your 60% of 12 hours to get the points, but you're going to fall so far down that the other JR car, I mean, I suppose it's good news for JR in a way, because they've got two cars battling for class honours in their particular class, but the SP3 class, but the 102, which was second in the class, currently fourth in the class, will get enough points from being fourth to be able to take the championship. Pretty much, I would say, whatever happens now, because the 103 will lose so much ground having its engine replaced.
Maxim Aronov, your pilot in the number 303 Seat. This is the Red Camels car, running in 16th position and 5th in SP3, the class headed by the 226 KTM, by the way, for CCS Racing. And who are we putting in that car at the moment? It's still George Silbermeyer heading the class. Peter Cox leads the race. 150 laps done now, by the way, and more than a lap behind is still Rolf Eichen. $18 hours and 16 minutes still to go in the final round of the 24hourseries.com. Motors TV and RadioLeMans.com broadcasting every moment of this race. It's Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell and Nick Damon down in the pit lane, and Nick will be not far away from a pit stop for the 243 car. A couple of the Creventic Clarks working their way around the circuit just to assess the clear-up process at turns 5 and 6 and other areas of the track as well, I'm sure. Nick?
Yeah, I'm afraid it looks like a recurrence, this drive shaft problem. They pulled the 243 in, took off the rear left wheel, which was a problem last time with that drive shaft. I had a look at it, went, put the wheel back on again, and as you can see now, it's being wheeled back into the garage, the development car. So they've obviously found a key part of development, which is design new half shafts.
Yes. Well, you know, you only solve the issues by encountering them the first time around and then finding out quick fixes on the move and then potentially changing the design of the car so that it will run in a long-distance race. That's the beauty of, I suppose, an endurance race. You run a car till it breaks, you fix it, you run it again till it breaks again and hope that it gets to the finish. And that car, if it does indeed get to the end of the race, will have been in the pits for a fairly long time. But the 243 crew at True Racing are eager to get that car across the line in 18 hours and 15 minutes or thereabouts.
It's already been in the pits for some 38 minutes, Johnny, having had that initial pit stop of 15 minutes for the first drive shaft, and then it had an 11, nearly a 12-minute pit stop earlier on, pit stop number 3 for some more work to be done. So 38 minutes spent in the pits, not as long as some, as we were just hearing there from Joe Foster. That car had more than an hour in the pits having its hub replaced after the suspension failure that it had.
Sergei Pavlovic drives the RTR project KTM. It is painfully slow, 60 kilometers per hour, heading over the start-finish line, isn't it? This is turn 1. Just coming into view now. There it still is. You're getting no closer, it would seem. And now there is the corner. Yes, the 103 car is returning into the pit lane on the back of a lorry. Nick Damon can see it.
I can. It's come back. It looks sad and depressed, but it's obviously showing absolutely no damage because it's all internal issues. There's nothing dripping off the car, which is obviously a good sign, so it hasn't holed anything in a massive amount. But in fact, if you looked at that, if you cleared the tyres up and gave it a wash, you could probably sell it at a couple of second-hand auctions and no one would know because you can't drive them beforehand. But yeah, not looking good. The driver has hopped out. Who was in the car at the time? Was it?
It was Baz Schouten.
Baz Schouten. Let's see if Baz wants to give us a quick word. Baz, desperately bad luck. Did you have any warning?
No, no warning. It was on the straight, boof, engine blowed up.
Definitely an engine blow, nothing else?
No engine. There's sewn hole in the engine.
There's a hole. Okay, that's a giveaway. Parts of the engine that should be inside are now visiting the track before they should.
Bit of an oil leak then, presumably, was
Yes.
the problem.
The hole, where the oil wasn't staying in by magic, it fell out by gravity. Oh yes, now there's a lovely puddle of oil there, look at that. Ah, yes, it's dripping out. That explains why the clean-up could take a while. There's 5 litres of very expensive racing oil right through the middle of the track.
Yes, and it's all decided to be deposited on a very short stretch, it looks like, as well, because 5 and 6 certainly affected, but beyond that, well, where did the car come to a halt, Paul? Was it at turn 6?
On the outside of turn 5, we were told.
Yeah.
That was where the message came on the screen that said it was stopped at the outside of turn 5. So yeah, from down the straight, presumably, it was as he changed up into a higher gear. That's normally when engines go, as you put more pressure on them, more revs on them. Yeah, very sad and dejected driver there coming away from the car, Baz Schouten. And so that not only scuppering the car's chances in the race, but also in the championship as well. So 2 confirmed retirements, the number 34 car collection Audi, also the broken engine, and also a retirement that caused a code 60, and now the 103 JR Motorsport BMW.
Some weaving taking place for cars, well, certainly the BMW, the Bonk Motorsport Cup BMW, and that Porsche a bit further back. So is there an indication that we may be going racing at the end of this lap or the next one? The sweeping seems to have stopped now at turn 5. So maybe the marshals are getting to a point where they're happy that the track is in a condition where racing can commence again. The 103 BMW now off the flatbed. There is the pool of oil that Nick Damon described, and that's really what was left in the car that fell out onto the flatbed. An awful lot of it was left on the track, and that's taken a good time to clear up now. And this is the 6th hour of the 24 hours of Brno, the Epilog. The 103 car will be pushed into the garage, and then the team can work out what to do with the thing. But some puzzled looks at the moment. They still have another car in the race, of course. The 102 car is the other offering from JR Motorsport. And yeah, there goes the 103 car. Race still led by Peter Cox in the 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari 488. Rolf Eijken is in 2nd position. 3rd place, the 911 Precoat Herbert Porsche. And just to finish the point about the JR Motorsport cars, well, one in the garage, the other one circulated as we go green again. So we were very close to racing commencing. 14th place for the 102 car, by the way. And the 102 JR Motorsport car driven by Vord Schlois, the Belgian. So there is the green flag, and cars back to race speed out of turn 14. We are steadily losing light now, and those 5 sets of headlights would certainly agree with that. Different shades of light coming out of slightly filtered headlight from the VDS Racing Adventures Ford, an amber tint to that. There's the NKPP Leon, Seat Leon for Harry Hilders in the 125 car. But looking at this VDS Racing Adventures machine, which is 10th in the overall standings, 3rd in SP2, and the SP2 class is headed by the number 65 car, which is still driven by Frederick Ansel. So it's Peter Cox out front, leading the A6 class. And it seems a long time ago now when I said that Peter Cox had just completed 150 laps. Well, he's now only completed 151. Another indication of how slowly they were circulating on this 3.3-mile circuit. Ferrari from Lamborghini from Porsche, the top three.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when we get a proper racing lap done, and then we can get a proper gap between first and second, because Peter Cox, of course, having had to do 2 pit stops during that Code 60, it was, as I described a minute ago, kind of partly lucky, but also there was a kind of secondary penalty because he had to do the 2 pit stops and 40 kilometers an hour in the pit lane, and then getting the spending the extra time getting the fuel meant that his gap will have gone up, but then come down again. And with the rest of the field as well also taking the opportunity to refuel, everybody now has full tanks of fuel. Everybody's on the same strategy, as it were, which wasn't the case earlier on, but everybody now on the same strategy. Peter Cox can run for 2 hours, or as long as the fuel will last in the Ferrari. Daniel Aleman and Rolf Ineichen, though, will have to be out of the car within the next hour, before at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock. So it's 6 o'clock nearly here now, but by 7 o'clock, both Rolf Ineichen and Daniel Aleman will have to be out of the car. Peter Cox will be able to go a little bit further. That's the only slight difference in the strategy. But as I say, what I'm interested to see is what the gap ends up being as they come back. But in the meantime, we can hear from Nick Damon in the pits.
Yeah, with Ivo Bruckers. Ivo, who came in during that exciting Code 60 period. Are you getting any closer to Rick's pace?
No, not at all. Not at all. No. I really have to learn from him, but I'm going to accept that he's faster.
But how is the car going? I mean, is it, in that TCR class, which has gone into SP3, how is that going for you?
Well, not too bad. We are struggling a little bit with the tires. We really have to be careful in the beginning to take it to the end. I would have expected a little bit better pace.
And is that going to get worse when the track temperature drops, or do you think that might come towards you?
No, I think it will be a little bit better for us, because yesterday we were much better on the tires, so the tires will last longer. So the difference with other teams who can manage the tires better will be smaller.
A lot of the other drivers are remarking how it's a very different race to this one because there's not as much traffic. Are you finding it easier to get a rhythm because you're not having to be overtaken all the time?
Yeah, there is less traffic, but I don't mind traffic too much, but it's more relaxed. Yes, more relaxed. I think especially for beginners, this is more relaxed and they don't have to look in the mirror all the time.
Ivan, thanks very much. They've got a nice warm tent to stay into, so they obviously were planning on the Arctic conditions we were expecting.
Yes, I just saw that in the back of the garage, so presumably there'll be a kettle close to the boil in there, where Ivo is heading towards, Paul.
Yeah, so the answer is 1 minute and 39 seconds is the gap between the race leader Peter Cox and Rolf Ineichen in second place. Those two, the only 2 cars on the lead now. Because in the pre-code car, Daniel Aleman is dropped off the lead lap on that. So he's less than a lap behind the Lamborghini, but he's more than a lap behind the Ferrari. So if you're out on the track watching them go past, you get the Ferrari come past, then you get the Porsche, then you get the Lamborghini coming past you. But as I say, it's the Ferrari and the Lamborghini that are in first and second places. Now, as I say, what we now have to kind of keep an eye on is who's going to be quicker. And on the basis of that last lap, the first flying lap after the Code 60 was withdrawn, Peter Cox is the quickest of them to the tune of 0.3 of a second or so. So we'll see how it pans out. The interesting thing is, I mean, we've been comparing this race to previous ones, previous 24-hour races, where the pre-code Herbert Porsche has kind of crept up the leaderboard, and by this point, 5 hours into the race, nearly 6 hours into the race, normally in previous races, the Porsche has got itself into the lead, but neither the Ferrari or the Lamborghini, touching wood madly, have yet had the slightest hiccup. So I suppose you could count the penalties for the Ferrari as being a slight hiccup, but those two cars then up at the front of the field, all full of fuel, and I say all with new tyres on the same strategies, and we'll see where the race goes. And for the most part, I think most of them are going to be interested in the race as a 24-hour race. Herbert Motorsport, no doubt, will be trying to get the points in order to get themselves up into second in the championship. But they don't really have to do anything to get it because they've been handed it on a plate with the retirement of the car collection Audi. So, as I say, wherever Precoat finish, whether it's first, second or third after 12 hours, then they will be able to claim second place in the championship for A6 cars. And at the moment, again, Peter Cox quicker than Rolf Ineichen, and Ineichen is quicker than Dan Allemann. Still the Hoffa Racing Mercedes in fourth place, and Roland Eggemann, having taken on fuel during the Code 60 period, has enough fuel now to go to the end of his 2 hours, which will be up before 7 o'clock local time. And in fact, even closer to hitting his 2 hours is the next car up, the leader of the 991 class, number 62, which is Hendrik Still. And he has only 10 minutes to go before he's going to run to the end of his 2-hour stint. So Hendrik Still, leading the 991 class by a country mile, it has to be said, is going to have to be in the pits very shortly to avoid going over his 2-hour driving limit.
Great load of cars hammering their way down towards turn 3 here, almost as if it's the opening lap once again. And there is the number 95 VDS Racing Adventures car from Belgium with the Panini stickers backing I quite like on that car. Then we get a quick glimpse of the 303 car once again. 73 machine, we've already commented on the fact that it is still a white car on the right-hand side, but so black down the left-hand side of that car. Strange that it's showing signs of nearly a 24-hour race, but just on that left-hand side. This is...
was it clean at the start?
That's also a very good question.
I'm not sure that it was, because
maybe it has done a 24-hour race, then. They've only cleaned the right-hand side of it, or the left-hand, I forget. Yeah. Anyway, this is a great sequence of corners. I haven't actually seen this with the naked eye yet, but turns 6, 7, 8 and 9 looks like a fabulous place to spectate as they come through a natural amphitheatre. And I suppose to sit on the inside of that section as well.
I think it's a bit, that's where some of the drivers who've been comparing the place to Brands Hatch have got it from, because it's a bit like the South Bank at Brands Hatch, you know, the kind of amphitheatre situation that you get there. And for those of you lucky enough to have been to the Österreich ring before it became the Red Bull ring, a bit like the old Texaco Chicana as well there. Just an amphitheatre part of the circuit. But you're right, Johnny, it does make for some good spectator viewing.
So this is the climb up the hill towards turn 13. And we've mentioned how important it is to get good exit out of turn 12. Again, this is in amongst a load of traffic. And the car in second position, Rolf Ineichen, is having to deal with this traffic in the bright green Lamborghini Huracan. Such a low-slung car. And the driver, no doubt, sits much further down in the car as we reach exactly the 6-hour point. But the eye level of a Lamborghini Huracan pilot versus someone in a Seat Leon, radically different. And I suppose as that low-slung car comes whipping by you on the right-hand side, you have to be aware that it's there, heading down towards turn number 1. Martin Haven has rejoined us in the commentary box, and we are getting very close to looking back on the first 6-hour highlights, Martin, of which there have been many. It's looking quite dark out there now, and we probably should get used to this for the next 12 hours or so.
Yeah, that's really the camera sort of making it look a little dimmer than it is. Actually, there's still a decent amount of daylight left, probably for another hour before it's fully dark, and the temperature's actually still really very nice indeed. Well, the highlight of Johnny's next hour will be going to get some warm food.
Yes, please.
So as we take our pause at the 6-hour mark, we have 18 hours still left to go here in Brno. The GT4 cars, the crossbow that most KTM have here is still going well, ahead of 444. That is our car, Mark Ford Focus. 73 HRT Racing Performance Porsche in 15th place. Ray Camel Jordan second in the SP3 class in 16th position, or second of the TCR cars rather. TTC Racing's 131, the Seat Leon Cup racer, which started from the pit lane, is in 17th. Bonk Motorsport's surviving car, the other one didn't make it through into free practice, that is in 18th. 19th is the number 99 Honda from RKC TGM. That's very much a development car for next year's championship. And True Racing round out the top 20 with again a development car, Reiter Engineering's number 243 KTM Crossbow GT4. That's a 2017 spec car. Just outside the 20. 21st is MSG Motorsports Porsche 991. 22nd LMS Engineering with the much delayed TTRS. In 23rd place now, all the way down to the foot of the table goes car number 103, JR Motorsports Championship leaders in SP3. MRS GT also delayed with a hub failure. The number 78 car, which was battling for the lead and held the lead of the 991 class early on, is in 24th. Valek Autosport still going, but with about a day and a half of penalties already accrued for not noticing that they did have a minimum time that they were not allowed to go below. And one retirement, car collection, as one of the mechanics so eloquently put it a little while ago, Motor ist kaputt, was kann man's machen? You can't do anything about that. So that is the way it is done. The car collection Audi loses its championship hope and its engine in one fell swoop. They couldn't get it replaced and back out on track in time enough to get the points. Paul Trustwell is alongside me in the booth. Judging by the number of voices behind us, nobody's in the pit lane. But Paul, what do you know?
I was only going to add to the point about the, well, what was it? Well, I was going to add to what you put me off straight. Yes, the car collection car being unable to do anything about the Precope Motorsport. I mean, it's not all over yet, because we are only 6 hours into this race, and Precope Motorsport do have to get to the 12-hour mark in order to score enough points to take second place from the car collection team at the end of the 12 hours. So it's not all over yet. You know, Precope Herbert Porsche has been reliable for the last 3 races, 2 of which have been 24 hours, 1 of which has been 12 hours. So there's no reason to suppose it won't be able to get to the next 6 hours, but it does have to complete the next 6 hours in order to be able to get second place from car collection in the A6 championship positions.
Yeah, exactly right. And as we've seen so many times in endurance racing and all other forms of racing, nothing is over till it is actually over. And Precope Herbert Porsche will not be counting any chickens yet. So, as the sun heads below the horizon, what's been happening in the first 6 hours of this 24 hours of Brno? Let's take a butcher's. Well, Paul Trustwell, for those who have stepped away from their TV sets for biological or keeping the family happy reasons, like me, what did happen to 103, and what is the story with the car that leads the championship in the SP3 class?
I think, as you said, with the car collection Audi, Motor kaputt, was kann man machen? They've also blown an engine. The car has ground to a halt out on the circuit.